welcome to the first ever Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Naore Mizuki, and we are going to be kicking off the action with you today, folks. Sam, how are you doing, and what are your thoughts going into the broadcast?
I am incredibly excited to be involved with the very first Empowerment Cup. I think that uplifting women and marginalized genders is such a noble cause. It's something I've been involved with for the past year in other games, and it's really exciting for me to come back to Overwatch, back to my roots where it all started for me, to be able to give this opportunity to other women and marginalized genders to really show what they're made of and to give us a really solid showing today. So I'm looking forward to these matches. I think it's going to be really fun.
I am in the same boat as you. Obviously, this has been a huge opportunity for a lot of us here to come together and, really meet up and connect and showcase some of that talent that maybe isn't always around the scene in the normal avenues. And, I'm really hoping that this becomes a more normal avenue, Sam?
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like this could be the opening, right? The door into a whole new era for Overwatch. It's something that's been a little
Right.
bit overlooked for the last few years, and okay, it took some really interesting circumstances to make it happen, but I think that this, run in partnership with Reflash and of course with Fight Ramen and with the Game Hers and of course Chase putting all the work that he's put into this. This is going to be a phenomenal experience, an amazing tournament, and I really do believe it's going to be like a gateway into more tournaments just like it going forward.
I totally agree. And, props to Vite Ramen for supporting multiple Overwatch outlets here in the esports industry, really trying to, give us that oomph we need and bringing in the sponsorship as well. Sam, we are going to kick off our tournament, and it's actually going to start off with a Swiss style where the teams are all going to play a bunch of different matches together. They'll be awarded different amounts of points based on the results of those matches. And then from there, we'll get to move into the single elimination rounds of day two. Day two, we'll have the top 16 point scoring teams move into our prize competition bracket. And from there, they will get a chance to compete for the prize money that we have been fundraising and are still fundraising for, folks. So if you want to donate, please go ahead and do so we can, sweeten the pot a little bit and give those players a little bit more oomph when that prize rolls around.
Yeah, 100%. I think that we're going for an overall goal of about $6,000. And if we reach that, then we'll go to the top 8 teams will receive
Whew.
prize money. So it's a lot of teams getting a little bit of extra dosh. So if you do want to help out with that, the donations will be running over the course of the tournament. We're a little far from our goal, but I believe with your help, we can make that happen. Let's make this a really, really memorable first women's and marginalized gender tournament. So if you've got a little spare cash lying around, please do go ahead and drop that in our donation bucket.
And, that's not all we're going to have going on for day two. We also have our consolation bracket for the other teams participating in this event so they can still be in this competitive environment, aiming for those bragging rights and, getting the chance to really experience what this event is supposed to be, bringing to the table and give them that opportunity to be in this high class tournament.
And on top of all of that, we've also got the game hers that are getting involved with their kind of collegiate scene as well.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of opportunities here to get spotted out. I also know you were the one that sent me the tweet, and I'm sure that there isn't just the only instance of that, but there are some college scouts that are going to be watching and looking to see who can they snap up to start their own women and marginalized gender esports team to participate in collegiate events and possibly in more of these tournaments in the future. So prize pool aside, there are a ton of opportunities here for each and every one of our players here today. And of course, they're going to be working their hardest, their absolute damnedest to make sure that they put on the very best performance they can, not just for the prize money, but for a potential future.
Absolutely. And, it was Stevens Esports from Missouri here in the States that said they're looking to build an all female esports team and they're looking for scholarship candidates. So, times are changing here in the school system, and I am so thrilled. Definitely a bit envious of what's coming through the pipeline these days. And really exciting to see the potential opportunities for everyone that are going to roll through because of this event. Now, we got to eventually get into our first map here in round. It's going to be our Lil Hog champs going up against Sempiternal. And we'll kick it off with a best of 3, Sam.
Yeah, and I think this is really exciting. It's going to be a bit of a spicy matchup here. Sempiternal, was you that was telling me about a podcast where they were talking about how Sempiternal might just be the favorites to win out the whole thing. So, little bit of a potential underdog story here for the Little Hog champs. Unfortunately, we don't know like tons and tons about these two rosters. We do have a little bit of history about some of them. So, for example, on the Little Hog champs, we've got Gusty, who was a Masters main support player and also works on the sidelines as a social media manager, which is pretty exciting. It has nothing to do with her ability to play Overwatch, but it's really cool that it's people that are so involved in the community that are getting involved in the tournaments as well. And we look over at Sempiternal, we've got 2 players that have been in top 8 and top 24 of Open Division respectively. We've got a 4.5 peak main tank player. So while we may not have like overbearing amounts of information on all of these teams, we've got a little bit of info, and that can really help to push, kind of drive that narrative.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And, I'm really curious to see how these teams are going to perform when we move into our first map of Lijiang, right? It's a control map, so quite a tempo setter.
Yeah, I believe we had a video queued up, if I heard that correctly.
Okay, yeah.
The reason why this is so effective and why we need more events like these is just to send a message that we need equality in esports. I want there to be a day where this is not necessary. We don't have specialized tournaments strictly for women, for marginalized genders, for people of color, for Black people. I want there to be a tournament where everyone is seen equally. I know that we're probably maybe hundreds of years away from some sort of enlightenment in this regard. But if we don't start now to do the work in order to make it easier for the people who come after us, things will never change and things will never get better. So until we get to the point where everyone is seen as an equal human being, nor above nor below anyone else, we will keep doing the work in order to make that possible for future players.
So I personally love getting to know all of the different women who have come through the Overwatch Empowerment Cup and, finding their streams and being able to support them and stuff. That has been absolutely incredible and absolutely that has changed my whole perspective on the marginalized gender community within Overwatch. So that's been something that's really huge that's come out of OWEC. And on top of that, something really, really important from OWEC is the fact that I think this event will be the snowball to really get things rolling within the community, to really show these orgs and everybody that these marginalized gender communities, they want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be competitive. And there's this huge just scope of people who just want to see that happen. So it's really, really exciting in that regard. And I also, personally, this tournament has made me extremely competitive again. I've been grinding ranked so much, and I've been scrimming nonstop. So there's just so many great things that have come from OWEC.
At least me personally, I didn't start on any sort of women-only team, but I definitely know people who have, and again, the biggest problem with kind of getting more women involved and more other marginalized gender is because a lot of them don't start out playing games, they don't start up in tournaments. So by having similar events to this, you get more people involved, then get more experience, and because of that, that'll kind of offset some the negative stereotypes and Kind of the lack of like female players at a high level, for example, which helps current ones as well because they won't be discriminated against if there's more of them.
It gives me hope for the future of Overwatch esports. In the past, I've been in the esports scene for about 3 years, mostly collegiate, and not everybody gets those chances. And I'm hoping that this will provide people who may not feel comfortable or may not feel like they fit in those sort of settings to seek those opportunities out, because esports really can be a wonderful thing.
Honestly, it's just nice to work with players and people and staff that I don't think I'd normally be able to get in touch with or have the opportunities of meeting and working with. So for me, it just really helped make a connection with like players and people that I would have loved to be around and continue being around. And I would hope to work with them again in the future. And it's just like really fun. That's really what it is for me.
Great content there. And, I gotta say, I agree with the majority of what they're saying. Good opportunities coming through for everyone participating in this event. And, we're going to hop right into it. Lijiang going to be the first map opening up out of the gate every single time. And from there, the loser will pick the map choice after that. We'll go to Escort and then Hybrid. But Sam, I gotta say I'm excited because Lijiang is my favorite control map to play at and cast.
That's, that's fair enough. And I think that a lot of people agree with that because Lijiang tends to be that opening map when you have a control map. And I don't know what it is about Lijiang. For me, it's the aesthetic. I don't know what everybody else loves about it. I do think that it's a really nice, versatile map. It's a kind of map that you can try a lot of different things on. And when I say a map, obviously there are 3 different control point maps in the Lijiang series. And so because there are 3 different maps, there are a few different kinds of compositions that you can run. As well. So it's one of those reasons that I think that Lijiang gets a lot of playtime so early on.
I totally agree with you there. And, the different map types definitely yield themselves to very different varieties of compositions. And then you have the garden here, which you can take that brawl route, or you could take a bit more of a outside damage, pharmacy, poke and prod type of style and just slowly whittle them down. So, really excited to have this as our first map. It's not like Ilios, right, where you go to the well and then there's just more environmentals and you have to be able to pull some of those, like Reddit Lucio type strats more along. Instead of, we have Lijiang Tower where people have to stay together and actually really focus on those team comps.
Listen, I've seen some really fun Lucio Farah Sigma shenanigans on Garden, okay? You can still do a lot of fun boops into the little ditch around the actual center of the point. So there's a lot of fun to be had. Exactly, right? So there is potential.
Yes.
And it's purely because it used to be so common to see Mei on this map because she can control space so well. But neither of our teams here are going to be opting into that. We've got Symmetras, we've got Junkrats, we've got all the spam damage you could possibly want. Mirror compositions here with that Lucio for a little bit of an extra speed boost as well. Lucio playing Taxi. Name a more iconic duo.
Oh man, and well, it looks like it's going to be Lil Hogchamps able to set up their ideal positioning first, forcing Sempiternal up the main alleyway. They've set up their turrets to discourage anyone from going up the side and decided this is where the brawl is going to happen, straight around the center column. Sparrow doing their best to just continue bombarding damage, and there it is. Too much coming through for Lil Hogchamps, and they're going to have to reset after the first fight.
Sparrow gets herself into a really, really good position on the flank, and so all of those bombs coming through gets ridiculous amounts of damage and value, breaks down that Reinhardt shield really, really early on, and that allows them a quick first fight victory. But look at this aggression from Nijima!
Oh my gosh, what a nasty play coming through from this Reinhardt. Just beautiful aggression. And look, Najima has the Earth Shatter online. We have Amp Matrix online from Rat, and there's still more coming through for Sempiternal to hold this.
And what makes it so scary is because they have all of these ultimates, they can actually hold close, but they're opting not to. They've set up a couple of Symmetra turrets just to get a little bit of extra ult charge, but they're going to be holding back on the point. Now this could be a little dangerous, but with all of the spam damage coming through, there you go, Gusty's Rhine Shield, not going to last very long!
Oh wow, that was a 4-man shatter coming through from Najima. Does go down in the process, but it doesn't matter. Sempiternal is there to back her up and capitalize on everyone sitting on the ground.
We even saw the Batiste ultimate come out as well for some extra damage coming through, and there's still quite a few ults online here for Sempiternal, and look how much damage the little hog champs are taking. They're not even being allowed a possibility of pushing through spawn. The spam is just so much, and Gusty's shield is taking so much damage.
Oh, Diva Bomb pushes Lil Hog Champs back for some positioning as well. Sempiternal knows they had to turn around to face the bomb, and well, from there, Sparrow, she is able to just continue pumping out the damage as that Junkrat.
I kind of want to see Lil Hog Champs maybe try a different avenue, because, oh, there we go, Taya comes out, and that is that push completely ended. Unfortunately, that Taya, the return Taya doesn't get much, in return. Oh,
yeah,
wow,
well,
what a
Nyan
dominant first round.
Right, that was a quick first round coming through for Sempiternal, and Nyan Socks popped that sound barrier at the end and enabled that aggression against the tire. So good little close out there. Oh look, Sam, we're here at the pond.
Hey, there it is. Now, I would have liked to have seen, so I was trying to say this before that final engagement came in, but I would have liked to have seen a different approach maybe onto the point, because I feel like they kept trying to funnel through the same choke point, and they kept taking so much damage. They had the Symmetra, they could have put up that teleporter, maybe try and get past some of it and set yourself up on the point. Now, as we head over onto Gardens, I feel like that's going to be even more important. We've got Sombra and Reaper here, and these are two very, very powerful heroes for this map, but I'm curious to see if either of these teams opt for a pharmacy at some point.
I'm personally excited to see Sephro on this Sombra, very nasty character, and Remy also has it. There's the 2-man boop though already out of the gate from Nyan Socks, a third to top it off. Holy cow, that was filthy.
Yeah, Sempiternal really using all of their abilities to maximum effect there. So the hack comes through onto the Diva, and Diva can get booped straight off of the point. Now, Defense Matrix is totally offline. You have nothing to keep yourself going. This mirror matchup definitely not favoring the Hog Champs, but they are going to try and take a long push around White and see if they can get in that way. Going to be very difficult though. Sempiternal looking to re-aggress quite strongly onto the point.
Playing a bit more cautiously too after Nyan Socks gave them the boops. Coalescence charging up the rest of Sempiternal and enabling them to just keep pushing this aggressive button. Oh, I thought Vortex just was gonna get it in the nick of time, but gonna fall off the edge, and Sempiternal still holding strong, and with EMP online, it's gonna be a tough push for Lil Hog Champs.
And Sempiternal doing so well to cycle all of their ultimates as well. Little Hog Champs not even really getting an opportunity to build any up. Now they do have a Coalescence over, they've all been hacked!
Oh, there it is. The EMP bomb combo takes 3 people out. Well, a mech and 2 people. And there is the cleanup to follow through, Sam. Sempiternal holding close and really wanting to set the tone and tempo for themselves in this tournament.
We're getting ready for a Death Blossom. Oh no, Kylie, not like this. Now there is a Coalescence which could help to keep them alive, but they cannot split up here. They need to stick together. They're going to be teleporting in onto the site. Not going to be able to get right into the middle. Defense Matrix is probably it's too far away to keep them alive. This could be really dangerous.
Ooh, the hack comes through before Death Blossom can be popped, and that is massive. Great job coming through for Lil Hog Champs to capitalize on such a big play. Kills still rolling through in their favor as they continue to clear members of Sempiternal. This Gutsy here just booping everyone around, and Lil Hog Champs gonna flip the point in their favor.
Yeah, but they use 4 ultimates to do it. They've got nothing left to hold on to this point now. And Princess Eva really close to getting I say really close, she is the closest to getting another Coalescence, but it's not that close, and Sempiternal still have the Death Blossom comes through.
Oh, and Vortex is going to be the one taken down as a result. A lot of DPS off the table, giving Sempiternal the go button they need. And there it is, another EMP, gonna clip 4 people on Lil Hog Champs, clearing out the point, and Sempiternal gonna go ahead, cap this, and, well, manage the trickle and the recontest coming through from Lil Hog Champs.
Oh no.
Oh no, can he make it? He got hacked before he could jump over. There it is, he's gonna have to do last moment. And a beautiful boop came through to prevent the touch, and Sempiternal gonna take Lijiang.
There was a lot of stall there. Like you said, the hack onto the Winston, the self-destruct up in the window just to stall out and not allow anyone to be able to actually touch the point. Beautifully played just from Sempiternal. They were in control all the time. And the one time that Lil Hog Champs were actually able to take control of the point, it was when they had to utilize 4 ultimates. And by the time they had done that, the percentage had ticked up so high for Sempiternal that Lil Hog Champs didn't point. They did lose the point because they had nothing to defend with, and that's a pretty quick and easy win for Sempiternals here on our first map.
I totally agree with you there, and some nice, just clean gameplay at the end to prevent any sort of recontest. It takes a lot of communication, and you got to have that calm state of mind to be able to prevent those things as well. We all know comms get pretty hectic some days when the fights get more intense, right, Sam?
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, the other thing that really comes into play here, I think, came down to ability usage. Man, Sempiternal were doing so good. Whether it was the Reinhardt, making sure that there was always some shielding left for the team, working beautifully in tandem with the Zarya to make, not the Zarya, with the Diva to make sure that there was a lot of defense coming through. And then we move over onto Gardens, and it's the same thing with the Winston and the Diva. Always having some form of defense up, cycling that as much as possible, and getting maximum value in order to build up the ultimates. I think that that's a really, really important part. If it's Junkrat spam, you've got to be hitting the shots in order to get that ult charge. So the aim has to be so precise. The ability usage, I think, was a key factor here in the difference between these two teams, and hopefully we'll get to see Lil Hog Champs step it up a little bit when we move in onto map 2.
I totally agree with you there, and it's going to be a tough battle, I think, on Lijiang, especially for that first control center round. Sempiternal did a good job at kind of waiting for Lil Hog Champs to make it just through that choke enough to allow their Junkrat player to really aggress and then put that pressure behind and that other damage coming through, which high burst damage potential, and the Riptire was online so fast for that round. So a lot of good ultimate economy and charging coming through. Really curious how it's going to turn out on Havana for our escort map. It's got some longer sight lines, so that might open up the doors for some change up in the comps.
That first point can be such a pain to try and push through, particularly if you've got a team that's set up to hold. If you're trying to hold the spawn doors, oh man, as an attacking team, you have such a huge battle to actually push through that. And I know a lot of teams sometimes like to run the pharmacy on this because they can really get up in the sky and spam that damage down. The other possibility here is the Widowmaker. You mentioned the long sight lines, and that comes up so clutch, particularly on first point. The thing is, though, when you get in onto second point, that's very much a defender-favored point.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to push through, especially that initial choke. And that's when you'll see a lot of teams swap over onto things like May or Wrecking Ball, things that can stall out and create space. So I'm curious to see now what our opening compositions are going to be. And it looks like Little Hog Champs on their attacking half actually going to be leaning into an Orisa Sigma. That's very kind of bunkery. So I want to see how they actually utilize that, because as much as it's kind of bunkery, it's also very stalwart. So once you've gained space, there's no going back. That space is yours.
Yeah. I am pretty excited to see Sempiternal pull out this defensive strategy. I am a fan of the close hold here right at the spawn door with the Mei. Personally, I'm a fan of the full court press in traditional sports, and this is exactly what it equates to in esports for me. Full aggression, do not let the pressure up, and the communication has to be on point to be able to compensate for any rotations or movements coming through. That's going to be a beautiful early pick for Kylie right out of the gate, and going to be Lil Hog Champs taking it slow, trying to get their way right out of the spawn. Wow, that is some sharp shooting from Kylie. Remy tried to do a pop shot out of the spawn, and well, it is Sempiternal being very successful at this close hold.
See, this is one of the moments where you feel like a Pharmacy could really come in clutch, because the Pharmacy can flank around the side, create some damage, create an opening, and Lil Hog Champs could take advantage of that. It seems, however, that that's not the direction that they're going in, and they're just going to keep getting stalled out by this Mei wall.
Wow, and another pin from Najima as a result from the Mei wall. The synergy coming through from Sempiternal and communicating that and capitalizing on those people who are secluded. Just beautiful textbook right there.
Yeah, unfortunately not a lot of play allowed here, but now, okay, things seem to be heating up.
Big aggression coming through once again from Sempiternal, and well, the amp matrix is very discouraging. Not something you want to push into, but it could be the opportunity Little Hog Champs needs to break through Sempiternal's defense.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, they allow those ultimates to come through. Well, the one ultimate, they just let it chill. Now they have an opportunity to push out, but they don't have a ton to work with coming through here. Yes, they've got the amp matrix of their own, but not much else.
High Noon being channeled. Oh. Wow, and 3 kills from Kylie coming through. Nice patience, and well, everyone pumped the resources in to make sure that she had the room she needed to take those shots.
This is a tough spot for Sempiternal to be in. Now, they do have 2 ultimate, or rather Lil Hog Champs. They've still got that Matrix. They've built up the Deadeye. They're just about at the Dragon Strike, but that cart still hasn't launched.
Oh, and a big shatter hits Lil Hog Champs here. Immortality Field saves them for a bit, and it is a slugfest right outside of this spawn. Diva Bomb getting thrown here, and it is going to be Moving Fish with the kill onto their counterpart. And with 1:34 left on the clock, Sam, it is looking tough.
Last chance saloon here. Vortex is going to swap over onto the Mei to try to counter Sparrow, but are they going to be able to make it happen? They are actually finally pushing Lil Hog Champs back.
Oh, when a shatter comes through, clips a couple people, and Nyan Sox goes ahead and reinforces with the sound barrier on top of it. That gives Sempiternal quite a lot of extra oomph during their fight.
Oh, this is so rough for the Little Hog Champs. Putting so much into this. They have sound barrier, so potentially with a little bit more shielding, they might be able to get in onto the cart, but oh no, Nijima, no, not like this!
They're so patient. Oh, the flashbang was an attempt to scope that out, but didn't find what he was looking for. There it is. The whole team shattered right there, and well, it is Najima gonna be able to just swing away, and well,
they're gonna stagger her.
Textbook
oh no!
Shatter.
Oh, they staggered the Diva. I mean, they could have staggered her for a little bit longer there, to be honest. But staggering a Diva is heartbreaking. Now they have to wait for that respawn to come through along with everything else. All they have now is still that sound barrier. They've struggled to build anything up. Nice wall.
Oh, yeah. And the sound barrier from Zumi reinforces Lil Hog Champs. Holy cow, another 3K coming through from Kylie's Deadeye. And, well, she is an absolute menace here on this cast.
Well, there you have it. Unfortunately, the payload did not move so much as an inch. A stellar defense here from Sempiternal. Little Hogchamps just unable to crack through the Mei. I would have loved to have seen potentially a Pharah come out there just to fly up into the sky and do some serious damage. But you can see they attempted the Widow at the start of the round. I suppose with Kylie on the McCree, the Pharah wouldn't really have been the best choice either. Little Hogchamps just in such a tough spot here. They struggled to make anything happen, but Sempiternals, I mean, we came into this thinking that they could be the favorites in this tournament, and here they are proving exactly why that is.
I agree with you there. The gentlemen on the Map 5 podcast definitely seem to have their eyes on the right types of teams. And, you know, I gotta say, it is tough for Lil Hogchamps to be rolling into this event against, you know, a pretty strong team like Sempiternal. Obviously, they're very comfortable in their roles and they've got a bit of synergy going on. And, you know, with Kylie on that Cass, I don't know if a Pharah could have been effective. I think it could have been some pressure for sure. And, you know, I'm really curious to see how they're going to perform on this Widowmaker.
That's going to be very questionable, but they've got the Mei here, so if they can get the same result out of Mei, but they're holding so far back, that Mei wall might not come up in time.
Oh man, there it is already, the action popping off. Moving Fish getting aggressive and, oh, they hopped off the point. That's gonna be it. A nudge on forward and Sempiternal gonna take the first win here.
Play of the game.
Needed was like 0.01 of the, you know, like it was so, it was such a small distance that needed to be traveled, and it's a little unfortunate for the Little Hogchamps. I think that starting their very first matchup against such a strong team is, it can be very daunting. I mean, we said, you know, a couple of the Sempiternals players have had top 8 and top 24 OD finishes. They've got a 4.5k peak main tank. So there's a lot of firepower on this roster. And Lil Hogchamps just, unfortunately, little outclassed, I think. But thankfully, this is a Swiss round. So they do have a few more opportunities to try and build up some points. But it will be Sempiternals taking the win here. And that's a nice little 2 points in the bag.
Yeah, they gotta be feeling good moving into the next round after that. And, you know, I'm really curious kind of what their overall thoughts are going into this tournament, how competitively they're treating it, or, you know, how much their eye is on the prize pool, you know, that we're all still working on building up, folks, if you want. You know, we are, you know, still kicking off the day. We've got 2 more Swiss rounds to cover later coming up, folks. And don't go anywhere because we'll be back and we'll see you then.
Take you
good. Good.
You'll never solve my egg carton puzzles 3.
My name is Brittany Gonzalez. I am known in the community as Brixie Cakes, and I work as an investigative journalist and content creator.
Kill that, Ryan.
I actually am an old school content creator. I started streaming on Twitch back in 2014, 2015, and my very first game was Undertale when it came out. I had no interest in streaming. I had no interest in doing any sort of content creation up until then. I just wanted to play the game because my friends recommended that I did a live playthrough. And ever since then, I've been on and off streaming. And I don't see this as, just some form of income or some way to be, more relevant in the scene. I just enjoy doing it because I like hanging out with my friends. I like, in the age of COVID-19, you can't just go to your friend's house and play video games anymore. And in the case of the internet, you have a lot of friends that you simply can't see every day because they're halfway across the globe. So content creation to me is just having fun with my friends, building a community where no one ever feels as if they have to not belong, and just have a safe space for anyone who needs a place to hang around and have fun. My content is unique in the sense that I try not to tie myself down to a single game, to a single concept. I do a lot of different types of content, from cooking streams to cosplay streams to educational streams, which are very important to me. I love doing gameplay streams, but given that I would probably be considered a more casual gamer than most, I tend to focus more on the interactions I have with my chat and with my friends than I do with the actual gameplay, which is why I try to do more IRL streams. However, the one thing about my community that I do believe stands out amongst all others is that we really truly are an inclusive community. We really do care about each other. We do everything we can to support each other. There's no competition, there's no strife, there's no drama, there's nothing in that any sense of the word. And you can see that in my Discord server. We are just there for each other. We're there to support each other. And we just want to see each other succeed. We are there to build each other and not to tear each other down, which, to be perfectly honest, seems like that kind of happens a lot more these days. And it's due to people wanting to compete. And the thing is, we shouldn't compete because everybody has something they can offer. You can find me on 3 different social media outlets because I think more than 3 will probably render me brain dead. You can find me on Twitter at Brixie Cakes, and you can also find me on Instagram where I post a lot of new cosplays there at the same name, at Brixie Cakes. And you can also find me on Twitch. I tend to stream usually at night at 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific starting time at twitch.tv/Brixie Cakes.
You get mad when I ask what you're doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we played it. Same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand. Tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. Let them stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. Everyone's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop.
I think this tournament is important because it provides people who normally don't have an opportunity to compete in a competitive environment that exact same competitive environment for them to compete in. I think it's very hard for a lot of people to find a team that they feel very comfortable being themselves and being a part of. And I think providing a space to just women and other marginalized genders in the Overwatch community really helps bring everyone together, because everyone's able to meet each other and create new teams and just find a space to compete where they are just very comfortable with themselves.
This tournament is important because we shouldn't be having tournaments like these. What we should be having is a tournament that is inclusive of every gender, every race, and basically everyone who wants to play the game. Fortunately, we don't live in a world that has that because of varying reasons, mainly due to sexism, racism, homophobia, and any other forms of bigotry that seem to be more prevalent now more than ever. It's very important to have this tournament because we need to show that we exist, we matter, and that we deserve the same opportunities and the same resources that any other person who aspires to be a professional Overwatch player should have.
This tournament for me is really important because it allows a side of the competitive portion of Overwatch to really just shine and get like a chance to showcase their capabilities. I think it helps promote minorities in like a way that they haven't been able to be promoted before, and I really enjoy that. It's worth having, I guess.
As we like all know, there are not a lot of women or girls in gaming, in esports. There are not of like gamer girls, you can say. I think like, one reason is that there's a stigma that we have is like, it's just video games are for boys. It's the boys who are playing the shooters. It's like not a girl thing. Like from when you like grow up, at least was from my perspective. Like when I grew up, like I got this impression that like video games are for boys. It's like not a girl thing to do. Like, you shouldn't play video games. So like when you see this, when you grow up like this, you don't really even consider, oh, this game looks fun, but I shouldn't touch it. It's like there's like nothing for me. It's like not a like feminine thing to do, basically. And now having like these tournaments, seeing they're actually like pro females competing in these tournaments, like this gives girls like a role model, like someone to look up to. Oh, I never considered like playing Overwatch for an example, but now I see there's this girl playing in this tournament, or I inspire her so much. She's so good. I want to be like her. This gives them the opportunity or the chance or the how should I explain it? Or rather, it encourages them. Like, oh, I want to try this out too. I can do this too. Like she was able to do this. Now I can do it too.
folks, and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. We are about to move into our second match of the day, and Sam, we are already reaping the benefits of the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. Obviously, a big goal was to bring a lot of us ladies and marginalized genders together, and, well, looks like we also got to run into a few people we know as well.
Yeah, it's actually been kind of great. So I was telling you in the green room a little bit earlier, Moirai, one of the people on prod obs there adjacent, is someone that I've worked with since literally the beginning of my career. I'm quite certain that they were in the very first broadcast I was ever on, if not the actual broadcast, but 100% the tournament. It was my very first open division, my very first real tournament, and they were there. And obviously we haven't worked together in a really long time, and now I come back for Overwatch and there they are, and it's been so cool to kind of reconnect a little bit. And same with like Cynthia, for example, you know, kind of worked with her here and there, but it's nice again to just kind of be in another tournament that she's clearly a part of. So yeah, it's nice to just kind of reconnect and make new friends like you.
And it was honestly, yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, meeting you for the first time and having our debut here at the Empowerment Cup. I actually had someone reach out to me yesterday evening, and it turns out she is my friend from when Overwatch first came out and I was playing back on Xbox One. She's playing in the tournament here as well, and we got to reconnect, and we were brought together again because of the Empowerment Cup. So gotta say, really excited to see that we're already reaping the benefits, and I'm sure everyone else is going to be too, Sam.
Oh yeah, actually I would love to hear about it. So if any of you watching have had like a similar experience where you've made a new friend or you've connected with an old friend through the cup, definitely like, you know, tweet it out at me. I want to hear your stories. You know, I want to know about who you've met and connected with through the journey. Hashtag OWEC so that you know, everyone can get involved with it. Who knows, maybe you'll get a retweet. I have no idea, I don't run socials, but you know what, if you're really cool, maybe you will. So yeah, let us know, how has this cup helped you make new friends or reconnect with old ones?
And, you know, I am really excited to see how the rest of the tournament is going to, you know, unfold. Once again, starting off on Lijiang Tower, that is how all the Swiss rounds are going to start off today. And like we said before, the loser will pick the following round after Lijiang Tower. So, you know, curious to see what's going to be brought to the table. We have Mochi going up against too many Emmas to start us off, Sam.
Yeah, and it was actually you that told me that it was, in fact, the reason that they named themselves that is because there are literally 5 Emmas on the team. That has to get so confusing. I'm a real name person, right? So I meet people and I call them by their real names. So if I'm in an Overwatch game with 5 Emmas, I got problems. That has got to be tough.
Yeah, you know, I actually have, I'm in a server with a few friends with some similar names of Scar, and, you know, they each get their own little adjective that defines them here and there, but with 5 Emmas, geez, all on the same team, that has got to be quite hectic on the comms, Sam.
Yeah, I think at that point you kind of start using the IGN and hope to high heavens that you don't get confused. And then on the other side, we've got Team Mochi or Mochi. I've been informed that I should pronounce it Mochi. Spoiler alert, I'm not going to. And they have some really, really cool players as well. I see we've got like a top 15 collegiate player. We've got someone who played in like contenders trials. So there's some really stellar talent on this one. And you guys may recognize 2 of the names from the videos that we were playing earlier, which is Aramori and Ruby. So really cool to see that people who have been giving their say and, you know, helping to motivate are here in the server, putting their money where their mouth is. Yes, that is how that expression goes.
Yes. Got it right there. And well, we're already starting out here on Lijiang Night Market. It's going to be Mochi pulling the quick strat here with the Symmetra TP combined with Frogfax Lucio. They are already here on the point, and that is exactly where they want to be set up, waiting for too many Emmas to roll on through. Cutie Bread does get a bit of displacement in the back, but it's going to be tough pushing into the fortress of Mochi right now. And with the sim charged up from Hammy, it is going to be a first cap here for Mochi.
That is a great start. Like you said, using the Symmetra teleporter to jettison themselves in onto the point. Once they get in, they take full control. They use the turrets as well just to deny some of the space as well. Now we're going to see them pushing up very, very close, trying to hold this choke point. That can become quite dangerous because there is a Junkrat in the mix, and they do need to be careful of a potential flank. I believe I did see a silhouette kind of heading off in that direction, so too many Emmas gotta keep their eyes open on this one.
Okay, here we go. We see the tire coming through from Catboy. Lover takes down Claire on the point from Mochi, and that is going to be the go button for too many Emmas to try and aggress forward here. Catboy is very, very low, but still aggressing forward, and it's too many Emmas going to be able to clear out Mochi and take this point in their favor.
Now, this is where that spam damage comes in so handy. That Junkrat just plowing in so much damage. But this fight isn't over yet. Mochi not willing to give up this point. And Emma 1 is going to go down to Frogfax, in fact.
I mean, I was grossly mistaken there. Mochi did a great job at just recontesting, biding their time, and then taking back control.
Yeah, this was a really good stall. And I mean, that's one of the reasons you have a Lucio, because he can be a complete nuisance on the point, particularly a point like this on Night Market where you can ride the walls and be so unhittable. But now we're going to have too many Emmas coming back in here with 2 of their ultimates, but they need to go quick. Time is ticking away. Once it hits 90, they're in huge trouble. They've got a self-destruct to try and create some space. It's going to be Cutie Bread who starts it out.
Minefield going to be all over the middle of the point, and Zem gets 2 kills on the Doomfist and a 3rd to follow up. That is a hat trick coming through. Does go down in the end, but it's not gonna matter. Mochi gonna take this first round.
The self-destruct fell off the map, which is absolutely heartbreaking. It went right out the door and off the cliff, which is really sad to see. And I think it almost took the wrecking ball with as well. Unfortunately, got kind of stunned and booped out a little bit, so didn't manage to get in onto the site to create the necessary space. So we also didn't get to see the mines come out because didn't manage to see. Oh, there you go. There's a nice little replay. Oh, that didn't fall off. It didn't fall off. But it did. Oh wow, the pile drive off the map. So somebody fell off the map. Well, we're heading into the second map here on Lijiang, and as we found out in the last map, in the last series, this is my favorite Lijiang map. Still no Mei, to my dismay, but we do have the Junkrats, of course. What I am curious to see is we've got a Sigma versus a Diva here, and of course we know that Sigma can be so dangerous.
That was a lot of damage out of the gate coming through from Mochi, and Catboy Lover took it all to the face right there. So much aggression continuing from Mochi, and well, they just pushed too many Emmas right out of the choke, and they're going to be able to cap the point first once again.
Mochi looking really, really strong here, and looks like they might be looking to hold close. Now, they don't necessarily have the ultimates to back that up at the moment, so you'll likely see them just try and farm some ultimates here. The point has only just been captured, by the way. They weren't actually standing on it for the longest time. So we're going to see them kind of farm up some ultimates here if possible, and likely pull back. I mean, already some of the shielding is taking a ton of damage, but this is an interesting rotation from too many Emmas. They're trying to dodge Mochi completely.
Moving around here towards the side high white room, and well, we'll see if this engagement tactic works out for them a bit better. Claire has the Earth Shatter online, so it's really a matter of who is she going to be aiming for, and can she dance the dance with her fellow Reinhardt? Riptire coming through from Zem, and who's going to target? Oh, Keto, and once again the unfortunate victim of the Riptire, and that is going to put Mochi feeling good here for this most recent push.
And one of the biggest issues there is, I mean, I like the adaptation from Too Many Emmers to try and take a different route onto the point, but the problem is they take so long that Mochi are able to build up some of those ultimates. So they invest them and they easily hold on. Plus, they've still got 2 ultimates here for this next round, but a nice little Matrix is going to come out here for extra damage for Too Many Emmers to push Mochi back towards the point.
Sound barrier ripped through here from Emma, and Catboy's trying to find the value he needs with his tire. Frogfax is going to go down in the process, and a bit of support off the table for Mochi. Too Many Emmas want to try and capitalize, but there is such a strong defense being shown here from Mochi, and the aggression is just not quite enough.
It's super unfortunate, and especially because they invested 2 ultimates into that. I think Emma probably invested the ultimate as well, so they really have little coming into this. And Mochi so close to another Earth Shatter. If Claire gets a big one here, it could be all over. There's only 4% left.
Oh man, trapped as a Reinhardt, feeling a bit stressed, and the Riptire here could be a tempo changer. It's looking, doesn't get the Reinhardt this time, does get Flyaway though, and a big shatter comes through from Claire, taking down many people of Too Many Emmas. Now it is cleaving time. OT Bar pulling away now, and that is going to be Mochi coming away with a Lijiang win.
Mochi looking really, really dominant right now. It's kind of reminiscent of our last matchup, to be honest. And you were kind of telling me during the break that during the Map 5 podcast, this was the other team that they had mentioned could potentially win out the whole thing. So I'm kind of looking forward to a potential Mochi Sempiternal matchup later on, potentially. But for right now, Too Many Emmas just really struggling under all of the pressure that Mochi are putting up right now. And, you know, they keep trying to get in onto the point, but Mochi have kind of covered all of those choke points. And every time they start to get in a few misplays, like the Diva Bomb going a little bit too deep and not being able to really get any value. It's small things. And unfortunately, Mochi are doing really, really well to capitalize on those small mistakes. And that's one of the things that kind of differentiates a really, really good top tier team from those kind of up and coming teams. Can you see the chinks in the armor, and can you then exploit that and turn it into a win? That's what Mochi are doing. They're now 1-0, and as we move into our second map, it's looking pretty dire here for the Too Many Emmers.
Yeah, and so here's the other thing I want to also point out is that Mochi has been together for quite some time as well. You know, they have that synergy, they have that history together. And when you know your own teammates really, really well, you can anticipate some of their movements. You can also anticipate their mistakes better. You learn their habits. You know when they get maybe a little too kill hungry there, chasing around. And it's obviously very apparent to me that Mochi is comfortable with each other. They are finding those chinks in the armor and, you know, working together to exploit them and take advantage of them. It's not just a one-man show coming through for anyone on Mochi.
And what's interesting now is, of course, the next map pick is going to be Too Many Emmers. We're going to be heading to a escort map, and they will get the choice of where we go. Now, that can give you a little bit of an advantage. A lot of teams will have maps that they tend to favor for obvious reasons. But, I mean, as we saw in our previous series, sometimes it's just not enough being able to have your map pick. And I think that if you pick the map, then the enemy team gets to pick the side. And we saw that in the previous. Sempiternals picks defense, and they just hold those spawn doors for dear life. Now, hopefully we don't have a similar situation here, because that is one of the issues that can come up in these escort maps, where a defensive team can hold very, very aggressively and stop you from being able to get progress on the cart.
Yeah, and it is a tough one to break through as well, especially when they're in that flow state and, you know, exiting out of your spawn and choke. It's easy for the enemy to know where you're going to walk. You only have a fixed number of exit points, and well, it's tough. You're essentially walking into a trap right out of the gate of spawn. And we are going to go to first map here. So a nice not too long of a sightline compared to our last Havana map, but definitely still that opening long distance that could be tough to close.
That's the thing. Getting through that first checkpoint can be one of the biggest barriers. I remember when this map first came out, and I haven't checked the stats in the longest time, but realistically at the time it was like the clearance rate for the first checkpoint was crazy low. A lot of teams were just not able to get that first checkpoint. It was ridiculous. So this is one of those places where you can see a lot of stall coming out, and coupled with that, some teams like to run the pharmacy here, and then you might see a counter Widowmaker, which can make things really, really difficult to actually gain that space. Alternatively, of course, the Junkrat can also get a lot done. It's the ground Pharah, as I like to call it. A lot of spam damage. We saw that in the last two series, well, in the last map and the previous series, how much value it can get if you can just keep spamming away and building up your ultimate. You throw that out and you instantly give yourself so much space to work with. Also, Orisa tends to be quite popular on this map. There was also a time where it was like Orisa Roadhog, so that you could like get people off, hook them off, or kind of pull them off with the Orisa utility. So there's a lot of fun potential. I love maps with boot potential. I always have. And Rialto is definitely one of the maps where you can make that happen.
I agree. And, I like the balance of boot potential that Rialto has. It's kind of similar to me to the Lijiang Night Market, right? Where you've got a couple edges and you've got to be mindful. But this isn't like Ilios Well, where everything is the edge for the map.
To the bridge, and it's less likely, but it is possible. And then you get all the way towards the end where the docking is, and again it's less likely, but it's possible. It's not as overt as like Ilios Well, for example, where it's like really straight in your face happening. So let's take a look at these compositions, and I'm really excited to see the Echo and the Mercy. So not really the pharmacy that I was looking forward to, but it can be just as powerful. Echo tends to be a little bit of a glass cannon, so coupling the Mercy with her will give her that little bit of extra longevity to continue getting damage out. And of course, Hammy on the Tracer. Well, Tracer is so good for cleanup, but there is a cleanup hero for Too Many Aimers as well. Capoeira Lover is going to be coming through on the Genji. I wasn't sure if we'd see a Genji today, but I'm excited to see that we will be. Is she?
Just
okay,
kidding.
JK. We outie. Somebody's got to deal with the Echo, so.
Oh, man. Changed right as you're talking about it, and well, already it's 17% for their Dragon Strike, so finding the value in trying to, well, I love the shield break that Hanzo can bring to the table. Definitely going to help Too Many Emmas break through Mochi's defense here, especially with that Orisa being the main front line. So far, though, it is, well, we got Emma, Tracer DPS Emma here in the back line, going ahead, putting this pepper damage pressure on, and just making it out safe, playing the role of a Tracer really, really well. Mochi still has this high ground, and there it is, one of the first picks coming through. It's actually going to be on Cutie Bread, and with more to follow suit, Mochi is going to be able to hold this defensive first point.
Well, there you go. Nice strong hold there, and I like the utilization of flanks as well. Trying to get Too Many Emmas a little bit out of sync, a little out of position. Now, there is a little bit of push here, but this tends to be where the cart can stall out. It's very, very closed, like close quarters, really confined. So to try to get value on the attacking side can be very, very difficult because of that. No ultimates online just yet, but Hammy about to prove me wrong, up to 96% there.
That Amp Matrix from the high ground was so deadly, though, and it was going to be really tough for Too Many Emmas to push in. And I mean, you see how long that sightline is right out of the spawn gate for them. Definitely tough to make it through.
Trace on Tracer violence. And it's not even Zem that gets the... Oh man, Zem on this Tracer is just gross. And you start to wonder why she wasn't on the Tracer the whole time. She just manages to get out with her life there. But that little bit of stall is imperative here for this defense, because now, again, you have to wait for respawns. And having to constantly wait for players to respawn definitely slows down your momentum massively.
The pockets from Frogfax have been insane as well, really enabling this damage. And well, Emma's got the pulse bomb online, doesn't have her target yet. There he is, goes for it, gets the stick, and Amurai is down. Too many Emmas still aggressing forward, but the res is successful. So they do manage to take down Frogfax in the end, but Amurai has been brought into the fight. Doesn't matter. Emma the Tracer is just decisively taking everybody out one after another, and now the cart is gonna roll on forward for too many Emmas.
You know when you say too many Emmas aggressing, and I get images in my mind of like an army of Emmas, you know? The Emmas are approaching, and I mean that's exactly what they've done here. They've managed to clean up this defense quite nicely, but here's where the recontest comes in. Here's where the Orisa is really gonna find that value. The Mercy Pocket is gonna move from the Echo. They have to keep Orisa alive if they want to hold on to the point.
No, nothing found there on the pulse ball throw from Hammy, but still a lot of damage. Looking at that Ana in the back line could be devastating as too many Emmas still coming up big in the kill feed. Cap that first checkpoint, and they're gonna be really happy with that.
This is why the Ana is so important as well. They throw the nano boost in, and on top of that, she does so much healing, and the anti-heal gets hit in onto Claire, so she just cannot survive the barrage of damage that's coming through. Now as the point starts to move, the payload starts to move, they've managed to clear first checkpoint, so that's a great... Oh, there it is. There's the boop.
The dangers of the bridge. And a pulse bomb eat from Ruby. Really nice job coming through as that diva. And, you know, I gotta say, in general, her diva play is absolutely insane. I cover her pretty regularly in her collegiate games for Colorado, and she has been tearing it up. She peels so well for her teammates, eats a lot of ultimates, and don't discount her Sigma either.
I actually, I'm glad to see the Catboy Lover swapped off of the Hanzo onto the Cassidy, because we know how deadly that can be to anybody up in the sky, and Zem's gonna have to be so much more careful, but, well, early engagement gets shut down.
It looks like Mochi knew that would be a pretty big threat for them, and geez, that was a great anti coming through from Flyaway to try and enable too many Emma's aggression, but it looks like Mochi is able to kite back, give this space, and Frogfax just healing away and gets the res at the end to top it off.
Oh yeah, that's a remix. Okay. It took me a second, like that's a self-destruct. That was just a remix self-destruct. Make sure that she doesn't need to run around as Baby Diva for the longest possible time before she's actually able to get back into her mech. Beautiful actual usage there. And they have a ton of ultimates still online here. The swap from Emma onto the Widowmaker is hectic because they're not going to have a Tracer, and the McCree is going to have to, the Cassidy is going to have to be on flank watch for that Tracer though.
High Noon channeled here and gets Zem out of the sky. Catboy Lover getting a couple picks here and continuing to just move on forward. Cutie Bread has that shatter. Boom! There it is. Drops Claire on the ground, lets him finish her off, and well, we're continuing to move forward. Some kills come through a little, maybe didn't quite have all the resources getting thrown at her that she thought she had, and sound barrier from Emma the Lucio coming up to try and keep them in this fight regardless of Cutie Bread going down early. There's still hope here for there, that's gonna be Mochi holding strong. That was too much with the stickies.
Great usage of the bongo as well to give that extra bit of damage to come through, especially because the sound barrier had come out as well. So you want to like make sure that you can peel through that damage as much as possible. Now the last, I mean, they have to touch.
OT bar has triggered, and it's Viva Bomb over the top. 2 kills now coming through for Team Mochi. You can see too many Emmas trying to stay on this point and stay in the fight, but it is an uphill battle for them. Amurai drops the Amp Matrix on top of it, and they are going to be tearing into too many Emmas. Cutie Bread doing their best to just spin to win here, and well, it is Mochi holding strong here before the second checkpoint.
It took a little bit too long there to get that cart moving, and then once the kill started coming through, it turned into stagger positioning, I suppose. And it took so long for too many Emmas to finally start making their way back in onto the point. And so because they keep getting staggered out, one kill, you're not killing everyone at the same time to give your team to give them a chance to regroup. You stagger it as much as possible. You get the last few people trying to touch in onto the point, and that's going to be a solid hold there before the third check, or before the second checkpoint. So they did really well to stop the second checkpoint from coming through. But as we swap sides, this is going to have to be a really, really solid defensive half here from Mochi.
I totally agree with you. I'm pretty curious to see, how Too Many Emmas is going to handle some of that aggression that we've seen from Mochi, and, you know, the side pressure from Hammy on that Tracer. Catboy definitely has a lot of pressure on himself to be crowd controlling her with that flashbang.
I do like the Wrecking Ball on the defense as well. I think that you can do a lot of stalling with that. The Brigitte is definitely a surprising pick for me, I'd say. But I think oh, sorry, on the attack, not the defense. The teal confused me.
I know what you meant.
But I think that the Brigitte can do a lot to kind of help out, especially with that stun. But there's no Tracer for Too Many Embers here, so they're going to be kind of focusing in on the DPS. And, oh, there you go. There's the boops we're talking about.
Yes. Got a little careless by the edge. Ruby goes for a swim and looks like so does Hammy. Oh man, 2 hard lessons learned there for Mochi against Emma the Lucio, and well, it looks like they are still hunting so aggressively here for these boops. I wish I could wall ride with this skill, and I would have been swimming so quickly during this sequence.
She's waiting for someone to peek out so that she can boot them. But it's not going to happen. No one's going to make that mistake now. She has to get back to her team because, they're in trouble. Zem making so much noise on the Echo. Now an absolute demon on the Hanzo.
Jeez, yeah, and with Dragons online too, it's going to be really tough for Too Many Emmas to push in with this space clearing ultimate on the table.
It really is too many Emmas. The fact that we have to specify Emma the Lucio and Emma the Hanzo. Bit of a rough spot here. Now, look at the stagger attempt onto the Lucio, but it's not going to work out. Too many Emmas made this number onto the point, and it's a nice and even trade here.
High Noon being channeled as well from Catboy Lover in the back, and Frogsfax is going to go down. Not going to be enough because Mochi able to go ahead take this second checkpoint, and they've got 4:50 left on the clock.
I would love to know how you find 4 other Emmas. Do you just put out a post and say looking for Emmas? Looking for high rank Emmas to play in a team. How do you find all of these Emmas? That's crazy. Anyway,
I think it's a collection over time.
That is impressive. I do like this aggressive positioning that we had there from Zem, just trying to kind of send out a barrage of damage and again stop Too Many Emmas from actually making their way back towards the point. Now Hammy, okay, that didn't work, so we're gonna go back to the team. Don't worry, nobody saw that.
Right, missed it by that much, and it's still Mochi rolling through and pushing this payload really quickly, doing a great job at capitalizing on their opportunities they're creating against Too Many Emmas.
I could have staggered the Diva a little bit longer, but not the end of the world. I mean, to be fair, the stagger is already pretty huge right now, and this card is about to hit the checkpoint. And that's... Oh no, no one touched.
Ooh! Well, that's going to be Mochi taking our Swiss round number... A clean 2-0 win.
Pretty handedly, pretty decidedly. Although I must say, it's nice to see Too Many Emmas showing like some serious signs of life on our second map, because on the first map, they were looking a little bit lost. And unfortunately, we mentioned how difficult Rialto can be. And of course, it was their map pick. So you start to think, well, they've definitely got an idea for it. And they did seem to. They actually did quite well to get as far as they did. But Mochi just that little bit better on the day. As we said, this is one of our favorites coming into the tournament to really go far and perform really well. So hats off to Too Many Aimers, every single one of them, for performing really, really well.
And the one of you who isn't, by the way.
You know, the imposter among us. Unfortunately, they're not going to close out this one. But again, it is a Swiss bracket. They do get to play, I believe it's 6 games total, so 4 more games to try to rake up those points. But for Mochi, it's going to be another 2 points in the bag. And I haven't double-checked this, but given how they've performed now, it's very likely they won that first matchup. So looking really good here as we head into the rest of the Swiss round.
I agree, and I gotta say I'm pretty excited to see what else we have coming through the pipeline. Obviously, you know, a lot of great talent here to be showcased, and you know, we saw those first 2 matches, some really great fundamentals coming through, and you can see, especially on Mochi, their longevity playing together, the history and synergy that they're bringing to the table, and some really nice, clean gameplay.
Yeah, it's always fun to see that coming through. And like you said, you know, being a team for a long time, I think it was you that said they're one of the longest standing women's teams. So when you have been playing with the same people for so long, you build up that synergy and that understanding. And of course, the fact that they do have quite a bit of experience outside of just the team. You know, we kind of mentioned
that's true,
you know, doing really well in collegiate. We mentioned like a contenders trials player. So there's a lot of really solid talent. You combine that with a really good understanding of how the rest of your team plays and how to play around them and how to enable them and how to make up for their small mistakes. Right. You find a really, really strong, solid team. And that's what Mochi was showing for us. So I think with a little bit of time, we might see some really good stuff come out of Too Many Aimers. If they do opt to stick together, very often you'll find players go their separate ways, find new teams. But hopefully we do see the Aimers stick together here, the Aimers +1, and we get to see them again in the future.
I totally agree with you there, and you know, we'll have to see who our next matchup will be once the Swiss round, our second Swiss round finishes up. We'll be able to get that lineup going for you folks. So don't go anywhere. We will see you back here shortly.
Okay, but I do need to swap. I was waiting to die. Spicy shatter. Ooh.
Regina's in. Regina's in.
Hey y'all, my name is Nico and I play main tank for the gals on my team, Belladonna. During the day, I'm just an average office lady and I like to spend my evenings playing games with friends and every now and then streaming on Twitch. I really enjoy watching streamers, especially for Overwatch, and I noticed that there aren't many women or faces like mine in this space. My friends and I have a load of fun every night, and we're always laughing in between hating on Roadhog and Doomfist mains. So I just thought, why not share that fun or at least record some of those memories on Twitch? My team and I have been playing together for about 4 years now. We've developed a pretty strong and trusting relationship. If you're looking for tournament play and scrims at a lower level beneath Masters, then we'd be a really good place to watch because we do get coaching and we're always trying to improve.
I can't believe you wonder if I charged off the bottom! We won! Oh my god, my eyes are tearing up.
Y'all can watch me play at twitch.tv/SDFNico and follow me on Twitter at SDF_Nico. If you want to keep up with my team, then you can watch us on Twitter at BelladonnaGG.
Yeah,
Nice job.
Dude, honestly, girl gamers are okay.
Thanks, dude.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. We time, you I know how. You get mad when I ask what you're doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we played it. Same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand. Tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. Let them stay the night and feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. 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 Oh.
The reason why this is so effective and why we need more events like these is just to send a message that we need equality in esports. I want there to be a day where this is not necessary. We don't have specialized tournaments strictly for women, for marginalized genders, for people of color, for Black people. I want there to be a tournament where everyone is seen equally. I know that we're probably maybe hundreds of years away from some sort of enlightenment in this regard. But if we don't start now to do the work in order to make it easier for the people who come after us, things will never change and things will never get better. So until we get to the point where everyone is seen as an equal human being, nor above nor below anyone else, we will keep doing the work in order to make that possible for future players.
So I personally love getting to know all of the different women who have come through the Overwatch Empowerment Cup and, you know, finding their streams and being able to support them and stuff. That has been absolutely incredible and absolutely that has changed my whole perspective on the marginalized gender community within Overwatch. So that's been something that's really huge that's come out of OWEC. And on top of that, something really, really important from OWEC is the fact that I think this event will be the snowball to really get things rolling within the community, to really show these orgs and everybody that these marginalized gender communities, they want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be competitive. And there's this huge just scope of people who just want to see that happen. So it's really, really exciting in that regard. And I also personally, this tournament has made me extremely competitive again. I've been grinding ranked so much and I've been scrimming nonstop. So there's just so many great things that have come from OWEC.
At least me personally, I didn't start on any sort of women-only team, but I definitely know people who have, and again, the biggest problem with kind of getting more women involved and more other marginalized gender is because a lot of them don't start out playing games, they don't start up in tournaments. So by having similar events to this, you get more people involved, then get more experience, and because of that, that'll kind of offset some the negative stereotypes and kind of the lack of female players at a high level, for example, which helps current ones as well because they won't be discriminated against if there's more of them.
It gives me hope for the future of Overwatch Esports. In the past, I've been in the esports scene for about 3 years, mostly collegiate, and not everybody gets those chances. And I'm hoping that this will provide people who may not feel comfortable or may not feel like they fit in those sort of settings to seek those opportunities out, because esports really can be a wonderful thing.
Honestly, it's just nice to work with players and people and staff that I don't think I'd normally be able to get in touch with or have the opportunities of meeting and working with. So for me, it just really helped make a connection with players and people that I would have loved to be around and continue being around. And I would hope to work with them again in the future. And it's just really fun. That's really what it is for me.
you one day, another one bites the dust. You better run while you can. Careful who you trust. I don't wanna take no more, no more. And I don't wanna stay. I leave me for
And welcome back to the Empowerment Cup here on Reflash Prod. We are about to bring you your next matchup. And Sam, we're going to see blue hair and pronouns versus Oomphie Aimers. How you feeling?
I'm feeling like I don't know what an Oomphie is. What exactly is an Oomphie Aimer? Is that like if you've got a lot of oomph? Like, so
Yes.
you've got like a lot of spirit, so you like aim with spirit? Yeah. Go. I don't know. I like the name, but it's very confusing. However, they do have some really, really strong players. So I probably shouldn't, put too much judgment on the team name.
I gotta say, I like the creativity. I think I actually had a pretty good oomph in the last matchup. And, well, sure enough, here is some more oomph gonna be thrown for the matches. Really excited to see what these ladies are gonna be bringing to the table. And, all the opportunities that everyone watching is going to have to maybe find some role models in the industry and for those college scouts looking for those prospective players and scholarship opportunities.
I do just want to kind of remind everyone. So we did mention it at the top of the broadcast, but for anybody who has joined late, remember that you can still donate to the prize pool. And of course, if you do that, if we reach our goals, then teams get paid more teams can potentially get paid. Everybody wins. So if you can, definitely go and check that out. And you talk about role models, and we've kind of had our little story segments where we've like told little stories about being in the industry and how this tournament is helping in so many different ways. And like a lot of my big role models have been female casters. And I think the biggest one for me right now is Pansy, for example. Like, she kills it in so many different ways. And then, as a host, I really looked at people like Freya, like Shocks, So there are some phenomenal women in the scene. But, female players, marginalized gender players, there aren't as many. They're there, they exist, but they're not in an abundance. And unfortunately, it does leave a gap. And it's what Cynthia was talking about in her interview at one point. Being able to look at these players as a woman in the scene, as a marginalized gender, and to be able to say, wow, what an amazing person. Maybe I can do that, Maybe I can also reach these incredible heights. So that's one of the other things that makes this so important. And of course, adding more talent role models into the pool. I mean, we have some exceptional talent working this very tournament. Over the next couple of days, you're going to see people like Vicky Kitty, who works ALGS. You're going to see people like Lemon Kiwi, who, has been killing it in so many different scenes. There's a lot of role model potential here for both players, talent, observers, producers.
That's what I was going to say.
It's one of the big drawing factors of this.
Yeah, and because they are the real powerhouses bringing the magic, and they also did their part to bring as many women and marginalized genders to this scene, and they have been absolutely phenomenal. And stoked to see the excellent shots coming through for the fights here at Lijiang to kick it off.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mentioned that there's some strong players on Oomphie Aimers and players that have been on a variety of different teams for quite some time. They've also got an incredible coach that's coached HSL for a point. And if you don't know who HSL is, I don't think you've been paying too much attention. So a lot of potential there. And of course, for blue hair and pronouns, at least 3 4K plus peak players, plus players that have played on Open Division, Collegiate Overwatch. There is so much star-studded firepower between these two teams.
Oh, and I love the brawl already breaking out here. Emmanuel Hack successful onto Anastology, and Blue Hair gonna go ahead and try to capitalize and push forward, but they have been pushed into this back room, and it is tough. The damage coming through from Oomphie is too much, and I think Cammy on this Pharah is getting a lot of work done.
So happy to finally see my Pharah coming out, and there you go. Oomphie Aimers gonna take the point very, very early on in that first fight, that first engagement. Oh no, Reme. Oopsie. Okay, she's gonna fall off the map. It's a little unfortunate there. But this is actually a prime opportunity for Blue Hair and Pronouns to get back into this. You know, they've already made their way back in onto the point. There's a lot of spam damage coming out there from HK416.
Immortality Field is used early, and there it is! The Amp Matrix also thrown early from Oomphie. Sneaky trying to get the value, and oh, Blue Hair going down to a big shatter, and well, the anti is a nice counter from Megatron, gonna force Oomphie to have to give a little bit of space and back off for the moment. They are still handling the aggression coming through from Blue Hair on all angles, and with the successful res and a high noon channel, they're gonna hold strong.
I must be the derpiest caster to ever walk onto a broadcast. Oomphie Aimers is EVA, like one of the most popular Overwatch streamers since like the beta. I can't believe I missed that. Well, there you go. That just goes to prove once again how strong this team potentially is. What happened to the White Hot Shield?
Oh, wow. I mean, a 2K Diva Bomb is going to be a huge tempo change for Oomphie Aimers there. They did lose Eva at the end, but oh, there. Okay, good. There it is. Damage coming through here from HK, and that is going to be the flip for Blue Hair.
Okay, so they finally do get the point flip, and that's important here because they haven't invested too much into it. They still have Nano Boost. They're going to have Rocket Barrage fairly soon as well, so that's going to be great for stalling things out a little bit. Oomphie Aimers, Cammy already has that Rocket, or the Rocket Barrage ready, so looking, trying to angle herself. Oh, gets taken out of the sky so early on.
That was a pharmacy taken down by the dynamic mother and daughter duo of Blue Hair right there.
It's a powerhouse, and that's why it does get played so often. Now, this gives Oomphie Aimers a little bit of time to kind of build up those ults again. They're at 75%, so one conversion, and they should have this in the bag, but if they wait too long, they might miss their opportunity, and all of this spam from HK416 is massive, takes out her counterpart, and the barrage could be deadly here.
Ooh, right through this side window, threads the needle on all the missiles, and wow, Oomphie Aimers just got mowed down as, I mean, there was free firing from there. I love the protected angle that also provides for HK.
Oh, whoopsie, I've just noticed that our team names are swapped. So it's actually Oomphie Aimers that have control of the point right now, and it's Blue Hair and Pronouns that are trying to make their way back in. This will get fixed momentarily, so just give that a moment. There you go, there you go. So it's Oomphie Aimers who currently have control of the site here, or the point, and with 3 to 4 ultimates online, you're looking good to maintain.
Oh no! Is Megatron gonna be singled out alone there? Oh good. Pressure coming through from the counter pharmacy does manage to take the vision off of him, or off of her, so she can continue moving forward. And oh, I see Oomphie Aimers trying to make their play here and have a stand on the point. It is 86% and counting for Blue Hair, and well, we're approaching that last fight territory. Cammy has her barrage online, and we've seen it can be deadly, but Oomphie has the numbers in hand, bogglingly, absolutely boggling my mind, and taking so many people out of the equation, and that's gonna give Oomphie the chance to flip, and I don't know if Blue Hair's gonna be able to touch and contest right here.
Nope, definitely not.
Oh, the barrage is crippling here at the opening of the point, and well, the OT bar does manage to get triggered here for Blue Hair and Pronouns, but HK just shooting people out of the sky on this Pharah, and that's going to be Oomphie taking the first round 100-99.
That's an incredibly close first match. Very, very back and forth between these two teams. And I mean, we said coming in, these two teams, both of them very, very strong. Both have really strong players. And of course, Blue Hair and Pronouns, they've got a player that is very, very well known. But just because you don't necessarily know who a player is, doesn't mean that they cannot absolutely slap. And the Oomphie Aimers do a phenomenal job of maintaining control when it counts. And I think that HK416 does a really, really good job as well. Like you said, doesn't have the pocket mercy, so is in a little bit of a trickier situation. But Megatron does really well to like consistently keep her alive from range. Now we see the TP come through, and then really aggressive point control, and of course, early vision onto the enemy team, so you can see how they're rotating.
Yeah, get that ideal position just a little bit quicker too. 2 DPS down and exchange, but it's actually going to be HK coming back with the res, although Remy shuts that down pretty quick with a door afterwards. And with Oomphie down one of their supports, it could be tough for them to hold this point and sustain through. They have almost capped it, but Blue Hair moving forward here to take that space and not wanting to really let them get any of that control.
Now, the dangerous thing about sending one person to cap point while you have the team fight on the other side of the map is exactly what happens there. That person gets isolated out. The rest of your team is in a 5 versus 6, so it's relatively easy for the 6 players to win. And then they just need to get that final kill. But the Oomphie Aimers are already back in on the point, and they've taken out Sneaky Kirby.
And Remy just followed suit right after that. A beautiful sleep! Oh, Megatron, you are going to be feeling a little hurt there. Does have the backup from Boggling, though, to make it through. Make it through the map.
I like the swap over onto the Brigitte here. I think that it does add a little bit of extra defensive ability for that second support player. Oh my, okay, you know what? When will Farah ever finish up an ult line? It doesn't happen.
Nah, you're sitting duck there when you're holding still and free firing, and well, got a little overconfident on what they could get away with there in the back, and Oomphie Aimers still gonna hold strong. Maniac did eat that pulse bomb in the mix of all of that, so definitely big move there.
Now, Blue Hair and Pronouns are going to come in with quite a few ults here to use. Very few that you can kind of combine to get maximum results, but the High Noon could be imperative for taking down HK416, and the Nano Boost could help Schmoofel to build up his ult or her ultimate and to have that available.
High Noon channeled. Oh, looks like everyone's gonna drop out of vision just in the nick of time, and oh, I thought he was going off the edge, but she manages to just stay alive there with the Cassidy, and now getting pressured from the pharmacy once again. Holy crap, Remy, she cannot catch a break from the DPS of Oomphie, and HK with their pocket of a door just continuing to berate Blue Hair and Pronouns from all different angles. No one can seem to quite get enough damage to take this pharmacy out this fight.
I was a little surprised to see the Nano Boost come in onto the Cassidy, because you kind of want to cycle those ultimates, because if you Nano Boost the Winston, then the Winston builds up to her ultimate quite quickly, and then when she goes into super aggressive, Ana will heal her up, and then Ana's able to build up her ultimate again. But what they've done actually does work out reasonably well in terms of the ult economy. Remy is already up to 80% of another High Noon, and Evie is no longer on the map. That's a devastating loss for Blue Hair and Pronouns. They're not going to be able to get in onto the point again yet. And time is slowly ticking away. Once we hit that 95% mark, that's it.
Oh, a door! Taken out early in the fight. You know, HK didn't see that their pocket was getting taken down very, very low. Oomphie here going to have to try and hold this point strong, taking down one after another, but Blue Hair is here on the point contesting. OT bar has been triggered, and well, it is Anastology on the point trying to keep alive. Both tanks now trying to keep this space, even though there is so much difficulty through this minefield. One trickle after another, Oomphie handling them, and Sam, I think that they're going to be able to take this, and that is it. Lijiang going to go over to them.
That's a really, really strong starter for the Oomphie Aimers. I said, you know, their name is a little weird, but definitely can't throw shade on the players, and they prove it here. Very, very strong hold. Blue Hair and Pronouns looking a little disjointed. It seems like the coordination isn't quite there, and for this kind of dive-esque composition, you really need to have that coordination down to a T. That's definitely where Oomphie Aimers seem to have the advantage. They send out HK416 to create tons of space, and then the rest of the team is holding a little bit further back, and they're coordinating with, you know, Blue Hair and Pronouns aren't actually able to get towards the point. So
Right.
they hold that down, they hold those choke points. And when Blue Heron pronouns finally do get to the point, they've mostly been staggered out, because if HK416 catches someone coming out of spawn or trying to regroup with the rest of the team, then they're consistently at a player disadvantage. This was a very, very well coordinated map from the Oomphie Aimers, and it was quite close though. So I feel like our next map could be bit of a banger. Bit of a banger.
I agree with you 100% right there. And our first round was 99 to 100. There's a lot more environmental factors that can really be prominent for that night market. You saw pushing off to the side some, but I'm curious to see if how Blue Heron Pronouns is going to handle that pharmacy. That was just a ruthless amount of damage coming through. And I would personally need some extra hit scan help taking them down. And the pressure coming through was just from so many different angles, like you mentioned before.
Now, I really want to find out which map Blue Heron Pronouns is going to take us to, because, again, we have quite a few options. We've got to see a little of Havana, we got to see a little bit of Rialto, and I want to. Oh, it's Havana again. Well, I was really hoping we would get to see that third map, get
Yeah.
get everything across the board, and really start to see some variety in our map
Right.
picks. But no, we are heading back to Havana. Now, the first time we were on Havana, it was a terribly one-sided affair. The payload didn't move so much as an inch. Our second matchup, we had Rialto, and that went quite a lot better. We managed to get almost to the second point. So
Right.
with these two teams that we know are pretty evenly matched based off of that first map, I really want to see what they're able to accomplish here on Havana, because as we saw and as we've mentioned a few times, holding those spawn doors can really stall you out for like a ridiculously long amount of time.
It can. And, some teams are not as comfortable handling such an aggressive full court press right at those spawn doors with the Maywall, with the Reinhardt in their face. And, that's what we saw for our first match of the day with very close holds. I wonder if we're going to see a similar type of defensive style. Talked about how I do love the super close hold. It's a very high risk, high reward strategy. And, at the end of the day, they know that the strategy is to burn time as close as you can. And you still have another good chance and positioning opportunity to hold just before the payload actually clips the first checkpoint. So in general, I'm a big fan of that strategy for just the initial part and wise.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually just thinking of that and how a lot of teams will choose to hold close because you can get in 2 to 3 fights in this first half towards this first checkpoint. Now, if you hold a little bit further back, you can usually get into 2 fights, but your second fight is going to be like right at the doors of the second checkpoint, or of the first checkpoint. So it's going to be really tough to hold it. But if you hold super close, sometimes you can get in as many as 3 fights. I mean, it's imperative to have that extra little bit of time. But Oomphie Aimers not going to be going for the super close spawn hold. In fact, they're going to be holding off in the building a little bit to the left there, and that's going to give Blue Heron Pronouns a lot of space to start moving this cart early on. But will they be able to continue pushing through? It's a Genji and a Widowmaker versus the double sniper from Blue Heron Pronouns.
Well, it is Sniper City with these long alleyways and plenty of rooftops to jump to. And, HK is going to have a lot of pressure on her shoulders to put, a little bit less now with the pop-off. And, a quick pause. We'll see how long or quick it needs to be here. But what I was saying is HK on that Genji is going to provide some of that dive potential onto those snipers. And, if they're causing lots of trouble, it will be able to displace them and at least prevent them from being able to take those, zero wind free fire shots all the way down. And Oomphie here just gonna send Blue Hair back to the spawn and get ready for the next fight.
Through the entirety of blue hair and pronouns. Now, there's no Anna on the team, but you can kind of Velt Blade, and that also tends to be like crazy strong, but they're giving up a lot of space here while they wait for some of these abilities to kind of come off cooldown, and that could prove detrimental.
Oh, the coordination coming through from Oomphie Gamers is beautiful to watch. Oh, that was a nice hook coming through to combat that. I was going to talk about the collaboration between the two tanks, but it doesn't matter because they are on the back foot now. Blue hair continuing to aggress here onto Oomphie as they commit the flux to try and mitigate some of this aggression coming through, but it's not going to be enough as Blue hair does have this spawn advantage, Sam. Oh, what?
Oh,
never mind. Okay.
There you go. I mean, this is why the Widowmaker is so strong here on this first point of Havana, and that's a supreme clutch from Bun. And
yes,
wow, amazingly getting those two headshots there. That being said, I think that Oomphie Aimers were probably somewhat poised to maintain their hold on this point because most of their players were already coming back from spawn. Now we're seeing Blue Hair take a little bit of a flanking approach through a very, very closed off area. The Dragon's gonna come out. That does kind of zone a little bit, but here comes the Blade.
Slicing through, and well, HK looking for more damage. There it is. Squishy's in sight. Oh, gets the antied in the mix of it, but doesn't matter. Still able to finish off the kills needed, and well, with 1:14 on the clock, Oomphie doing a great job holding this corner.
Velt Blade goes hard, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It does a ton of damage, and then there's a nice little bit of cleanup from the Oomphie Aimers as well, just to maintain. The Blue Hair and Pronouns with just under a minute left here kind of got to make something happen. They've swapped up the composition a little bit, so now they don't really have ultimates. I mean, they've got Nano Boost, but who do you boost at this early stage? It's going to have to be the Winston.
Yep, and in he is going to charge, or she's going to charge Schmoofle, trying to find all the kills. Oh, Remy takes down their counterpart really quickly in the mix of it, and well, Blue Hair coming up big in the kill feed, and oh, who's gonna win this Widow duel? Chipped once. There's the pressure.
No ways.
Bun manages to get the kill in the end. Nasty.
While being pressured by the diva. I mean, that's absolutely insane. I mean, it doesn't do terribly much of anything, but, you know, bragging points, and it does whittle down the numbers a little bit, but I mean, there's no way. Surely they don't actually. Yes, they do. They contest it.
Okay, big contest coming here from Oomphie. They've got the Amp Matrix. They're throwing Flux. They're throwing Blade. They want all the damage on the board possible. Big Sleep tries to shut that down, but he's woken up so quickly after that. And Oomphie coming back here to hold this first point of Havana at just the very last moment.
The fact that HK had a second Blade ready for that is insane. Like, she has done so much on this Genji, and we saw the rally come out from the Brig. We saw so many ultimates come through there. Both of these teams throwing everything but the kitchen sink into it. But ultimately, Oomphie Aimers do not manage to get that first checkpoint. And this is a really dangerous spot to be in because Blue Hair and Pronouns don't get the first checkpoint, and they now have a bit of an uphill battle ahead of them. And I think at this point we might actually see that spawn door hold that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, because they realize that it's not terribly far that Oomphie Aimers has to push. They also know that they're coming up against a strong team that's pushing them quite hard, so they can't afford to get complacent. And I'm kind of expecting, some potential stall picks. We are seeing that double sniper come through again, but we're seeing the Orisa, the Roadhog. There's a lot there that can try to slow you down as much as possible. Oh, I like the Ashe pick. The Ashe and the Mercy, the dynamites for the AoE damage. This could be nasty.
We also have Sneaky Kirby on the Zenyatta, so a Discord orb in the mix of it all could be the cherry on top that spells out the demise of Oomphie Aimers. still want to call out Bun's Widowmaker. Just some beautiful shots coming through and some clutch plays for her team. Excited to see how she's going to, open up the gate. Okay, looking around a little bit, but now we're moving.
Yeah, well, we're not seeing the spawn hold that we were kind of hoping for.
Safe for now is what I'll actually say. Obviously, Bun has been hunting hard as this Widowmaker, and well, Oomphie here rolling the cart up the main front. The shield, what a nice shield from Bogglingly, does go behind Schmoopel, forcing them to walk back so they can be more protected and, receive any needed resources and help from their team. Still, Oomphie Aimers rolling forward, super close to this golden fox of victory here. Blue Hair is going to have to make a stand in. Oh, Anastology going down could be tough. They did manage to get a couple picks, but Oomphie coming up big. Bun here is hunting on this Widowmaker. She is looking for more kills in the pocket, and well, Oomphie Aimers wants to push this part just this last little bit needed here. There are a couple reses successful, and well, another kill now for Blue Hair and Pronouns. With ultimates flying left and right, it could be their chance here to stall this out and well, regain their footing and hold defensively.
Oh, there was a nice Dragon Strike that came out as well. Really splits up and forces Oomphie Aimers into a really unfortunate position. They have to kind of move away from the cart, and they have to move kind of out into the open, which is where all of the damage comes through. And Blue Hair and Pronouns, they actually managed to hold on to that first point. Now, very important to note here is that they burnt a lot going into that. They will have Transcendence to try and help get them through this next push, but the Blade Storm should be out any second now. Plus there's a Bongo as well. That's a lot of damage.
I mean, there it is. Bongos is what's going to lead the attack, and with the boosts coming through from both that and Adore, it is all HK here swinging away with the blade. Blue Hair will not giving up without a fight. A 6. Wait, there's more people walking back still, and Oomphie Aimers not able to quite grab that victory yet.
Honestly, Blue Hair and Pronouns with a great way of dealing with that situation. So I was expecting the Transcendence to come out for the Dragon Strike, but instead of that, they pulled back and they kind of huddle up in that side building and manage to dodge the vast majority of the damage that comes out. Only 2 people die in it. As soon as that's over, that's when they pop the Transcendence. And a very risky res on the cart gives them more numbers and more bodies to throw into it. They've built up a ton of ultimates here. They should be able to win this next fight.
If they can rotate their ultimates and keep the keep their conservation of it, they could potentially hold strong here at the front. That's massive coming up from Bob. 2 kills there from Reime's ultimate, and well, that is Oomphie, who knows they have to reset if they want a chance at a real last push.
Bob did something! Yes! That's honestly such a satisfying feeling. Now, 2 ultimates thrown into that, but like you said, cycling the ultimates. They still have 3 online here, and they're slowly pushing this cart back. But
yes,
Oomphie Aimers building up to theirs as well, very close to yet another Blade Storm. And with this amplification matrix as well, that should help build it up even faster.
Last fight here, and Oomphie Aimers have thrown a lot of ultimates. They have the Bongos online, and that is going to be amplifying a lot of damage. But Blue Hair here, they have resources to throw. Both support ultimates being thrown for them, and they are getting topped off up the wazoo. Can they keep their tanks in this fight long enough to keep the cart from moving? Bun on the side hunting, and Oomphie getting the kills, the DPS popping off, and there it is, at the last possible moment, Oomphie Aimers able to go ahead and take this map.
Solid team, solid performance here from Oomphie Aimers. I'm super impressed with how well they performed here. You know, we came into this, we had a lot of information about Blue Hair and Pronouns and how well they've been competing and performing, and you know, we even recognized 1 or 2 of those names as well. But Oomphie Aimers, a little bit of an underdog story, I suppose, a little bit of a wild card, outperforms expectations. I mean, they looked really, really good. Obviously, it was kept reasonably close, particularly on Lijiang. But then we come on to Havana, and they actually managed to do incredibly well on their attacking half. Their defensive half, obviously, they gave away a little bit of push for that cart. They gave away a little bit of space, but they deny the first checkpoint. Then they come in onto attack, and they just about steamroll. They do so well at cycling those ults and making sure that they always have a little something in the tank for the next fight. Beautifully performed here. This is another one of my teams to look out for as we head towards the top 16 bracket.
I agree with you there. We've seen quite a few good teams roll through today, and I gotta say, I am impressed. We have seen some really close games with that last one, and I'm still blown away by some of those sniper plays that rolled through. I mean, big clutch plays for the team, keeping them in the fight, and huge props to Bun and what she brought to the table for that, because that was gorgeous.
Honestly, there's nothing better than some rootin' tootin' head clicking action. We didn't have the Cassidy doing it, but we did have some really good head clicking, and it's always so fun to watch. It was actually really cool getting to spectate Bun getting those 2 kills on the defense as well.
Right.
It wasn't like super consistent, but she got the kills when it was necessary, and I think that that's a sign of a really remarkable player. Being able to be clutch in a situation where your team really depends on you. She got some really important kills, really impactful kills, and it helped them to either maintain their defense or push their offense that little bit further. So yeah, really, really well done there. And again, a shout out to HK416. The Pharah on Lijiang, the Genji on Havana, just absolutely amazing. The number of ultimates that she was able to farm up, I think she had 3 or 4 blades just leading up to that first checkpoint. I mean,
so
she is
fast.
Exceptional.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, Blue Heron Pronouns was not ready for all of the aggression and how fast that was built up on top of that. I mean, I definitely wasn't ready for that to be popping up that quickly, and all of these players have been doing a fantastic job today in general. And Sam, I am so happy that I got to be here on broadcast with you. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been really fun to jump back into Overwatch. It's been a while, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I honestly, I'm a little sad. We have to kind of hand over the reins now. But I tell you what, your next pair of casters are just as wonderful. And of course, they're going to be taking you through the next 3 games of the evening, which will round out the Swiss bracket. So all of our teams have played their first 3 matches. They have 3 matches left to go. And as we said at the start of the broadcast, the top 16 teams point-wise will go into a bracket, a single elimination bracket, which will determine who are the prize-winning teams. Now, don't think that it's the end of the road for all the other teams that aren't able to make it into top 16. There is a consolation bracket. Now, there isn't a prize for it, unfortunately, but they do get to play a little bit more. They get to kind of compete, have the bragging rights of coming out of the consolation bracket and getting a little bit more practice in as well. Obviously, one of the downsides of the single elimination bracket is 1 game and you're out. So having this little bit of extra for these ladies to compete in, I think gives them a little bit of extra oomph, if we can call it that.
I'm in agreement there. And this Swiss round style gives everyone that chance to really play with less pressure, knows that there's these multiple chances and a little bit of time to refine things if you need. And then tomorrow, they now get to also experience the real pressure of single elimination and, continuing to meet more people on these teams and make those connections. And, at the end of the day, it's still really great to see how enabled we all are here. How empowered. What do you know?
Oh, yeah. Empowerment Cup.
And we are about to pass it off, folks, but like Sam mentioned, we are going to leave you in some really good hands. You have MFG and Dryad, who will be covering the upcoming games. And, big thanks to everyone behind the scenes who has really made this show come together. So, folks, we'll see you in the chat, and don't go anywhere.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind when we rewind. Feels so nice. We time you I know how. You get mad when I ask what you're doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we played it. Same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand. Tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. Let him stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get nothing. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. 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 Oh.
Move the payload while they're all out here. I'm very, I know, I love how we have the same f***ing idea. Let's keep them occupied, everything's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Alright, I'm Alexis, but I go by Squeak Queen. I am a Twitch streamer and I'm also a freelance video editor. When I was really young, media's kind of been really just part of my life. I always found it as a great way to escape difficult situations and times growing up. I know that it was something I always really wanted to do as a career. And when I was a teen and people were asking me what I wanted to do when I grew up, I knew I wanted to focus studies around that time in college in film and new media, and around that time YouTube and a lot of things were starting to develop there. So as soon as I knew that I could start doing that, I pretty much wanted to put all of my efforts into that. So yeah, that's how it became my passion. My community has always been something that's just been really special to me, because I always wanted a safe space for people to be able to squee technically about something that they're passionate about or something that they love. I feel like a lot of the time there's not a lot of spaces for people to feel like they can be happy or nerd out about stuff that without there being some sort of backlash or someone being judgy. And I felt like this is why I wanted to make sure that I had a safe space for people if they wanted to come over and just talk about anything that they wanted, and know that there was a judgment-free zone, that's what it is. And I finally have a community where we can do that. And I like calling them the Squeedom, because the fact that you can come here, squee about what you like, and know that we will always support you for it. And I love that it's just a bunch of different people from all ages, all backgrounds, all over the world too, and the fact that we just support each other. And I finally feel like I've achieved that. So it makes me really happy. I didn't know that we didn't. I stream during the week on Twitch TV /Squeak Queen. You can find me all over social media. That's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of it at Squeak Queen. That's Squee with 3 E's, Queen, anywhere, all over the place.
Great. Can you play in Braille?
I can try.
Oh my god.
Can someone in Morse code tell me what's happening?
Beep, 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 beep.
I knew it.
my own lies, face to face. Baby, tell you one day, another one bites the dust. You better run while you can. Careful who you trust. I don't wanna change no more, no more. And I don't wanna start how I leave before. I'm singing through. I really love yeah, do I really love oh.
I think if you ask most gamers why they game, their answer would simply be that they want to have fun. For most of my life, I've luckily had a great group of friends to game with. When I started branching out to single player from online games, I had some pretty nasty experiences. If those were my first experience with gaming, I probably wouldn't be gaming here now. Women and other marginalized genders deserve to have fun too, and the casual racism, sexism, and edgy toxicity is turning away so many people. I hope this tournament helps create new memories for everyone involved that outweigh the bad ones and help us move towards a more equitable space for all genders.
This tournament is important because it allows marginalized genders a chance to compete on the main stage. Many Overwatch League teams are biased, even if they aren't. There are very few opportunities for members of this community to shine and showcase their talents on the main stage. The message that it's spreading is that these people are actually very talented in the game, and it's time to bring them out into the spotlight.
This tournament is really important because it is giving underrepresented players a place to actually try their best and give their all in a scene that they wouldn't normally get elsewhere. The barrier to entry is too high for a lot of these players, and this tournament and other tournaments like it in the future will really show the message that there are all these players who want to compete, but they aren't able to or don't know that there's a place for them to compete in.
I think this tournament is important due to the stigma of how people think, how the way people think of marginalized genders, how people usually think, oh, we're bad at video games because of how we identify. There's always the comments in little flame people have just because of people's genders. I think the message behind this tournament is showing like, you know, there are good players, you know, no matter how they identify, and like, you know, maybe this will be a way for, you know, people to, you know, take a step back and realize, you know, we are good players, and they'll stop their blaming, like, they'll stop the, you know, we have a girl player on our team GG type of stuff. You know, people will always blame us in ranked just because of who we are, and hopefully like this tournament will be a way to change the way people think.
The Overwatch Empowerment Cup is important because it creates a safe but competitive environment for up-and-coming players of marginalized genders to compete in, and showcases their skills, abilities, and improvements, giving more attention to these players who would often be overlooked due to their gender identities.
There are so many talented players that don't feel comfortable playing in normal tournaments due to the fear of harassment, and this tournament provides a space for those players to show their skills and their talents.
The reason why this is so effective and why we need more events like these is just to send a message that we need equality in esports. I want there to be a day where this is not necessary. We don't have specialized tournaments strictly for women, for marginalized genders, for people of color, for Black people. I want there to be a tournament where everyone is seen equally. I know that we're probably maybe hundreds of years away from some sort of enlightenment in this regard. But if we don't start now to do the work in order to make it easier for the people who come after us, things will never change and things will never get better. So until we get to the point where everyone is seen as an equal human being, nor above nor below anyone else, we will keep doing the work in order to make that possible for future players.
So I personally love getting to know all of the different women who have come through the Overwatch Empowerment Cup, and, you know, finding their streams and being able to support them and stuff. That has been absolutely incredible, and absolutely, like, that has changed my whole perspective on the marginalized gender community within Overwatch. So that's been something that's really huge that's come out of OWEC. And on top of that, like, something really, really important from OWEC is the fact that I think this event will be the snowball to really get things rolling within the community, to really show, like, these orgs and everybody that, you know, these marginalized gender communities, they want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be competitive. And there's this huge, like, just scope of people who just want to see that happen. So it's really, really exciting in that regard. And I also, personally, this tournament has made me extremely competitive again. Like, I've been grinding ranked so much, and I've been scrimming, like, nonstop. So there's just so many great things that have come from OWEC.
At least me personally, I didn't start on, like, any sort of, like, woman-only team, but I definitely know people who have, and again, like, the biggest problem with kind of getting, like, more women involved and more other, like, marginalized gender is because a lot of them don't start out playing games, they don't start up in tournaments. So by having similar events to this, you get more people involved, then get more experience, and because of that, that'll kind of offset kind of some, like, the negative stereotypes and kind of the lack of, like, female players at a high level, for example, which helps current ones as well, because they won't be discriminated against if there's more of them.
It gives me hope for the future of Overwatch Esports. In the past, I've been in the esports scene for about 3 years, mostly collegiate, and not everybody gets those chances, and I'm hoping that this will provide people who may not feel comfortable or may not feel like they fit in those sort of settings to seek those opportunities out, because esports really can be a wonderful thing.
Honestly, it's just nice to work with players and people and staff that I don't think I'd normally be able to get in touch with or have the opportunities of meeting and working with. So for me, it just really helped make a connection with, like, players and people that I would have loved to be around and continue being around. And I would hope to work with them again in the future. And it's just, like, really fun. That's really what it is for me.
Good.
Yeah. You'll never solve my egg carton puzzles 3.
My name is Brittany Gonzalez. I am known in the community as Brixie Cakes, and I work as an investigative journalist and content creator.
Kill that, Ryan.
I actually am an old school content creator. I started streaming on Twitch back in 2014, 2015, and my very first game was Undertale when it came out. I had no interest in streaming. I had no interest in doing any sort of content creation up until then. I just wanted to play the game because my friends recommended that I did a live playthrough. And ever since then, I've been on and off streaming. And I don't see this as, just some form of income or some way to be, more relevant in the scene. I just enjoy doing it because I like hanging out with my friends. I like, in the age of COVID-19, you can't just go to your friend's house and play video games anymore. And in the case of the internet, you have a lot of friends that you simply can't see every day because they're halfway across the globe. So content creation to me is just having fun with my friends, building a community where no one ever feels as if they have to not belong, and just have a safe space for anyone who needs a place to hang around and have fun. My content is unique in the sense that I try not to tie myself down to a single game, to a single concept. I do a lot of different types of content, from cooking streams to cosplay streams to educational streams, which are very important to me. I love doing gameplay streams, but given that I would probably be considered a more casual gamer than most, I tend to focus more on the interactions I have with my chat and with my friends than I do with the actual gameplay, which is why I try to do more IRL streams. However, the one thing about my community that I do believe stands out amongst all others is that we really truly are an inclusive community. We really do care about each other. We do everything we can to support each other. There's no competition, there's no strife, there's no drama, there's nothing in that any sense of the word. And you can see that in my Discord server. We are just there for each other. We're there to support each other. And we just want to see each other succeed. We are there to build each other and not to tear each other down, which, to be perfectly honest, seems like that kind of happens a lot more these days. And it's due to people wanting to compete. And the thing is, we shouldn't compete because everybody has something they can offer. You can find me on 3 different social media outlets because I think more than 3 will probably render me brain dead. You can find me on Twitter at Brixie Cakes, and you can also find me on Instagram where I post a lot of new cosplays there at the same name, at Brixie Cakes. And you can also find me on Twitch. I tend to stream usually at night at 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific starting time at twitch.tv/Brixie Cakes.
like what you doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we played it. Same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand. Tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. I don't stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. 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 Oh.
And you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I'm Jayad. I am here with AMFG, and we're going to take you through the last three matches of the day. Which I mean, so far, all the tournament has been super exciting to see all these girls or all these people compete in such a welcoming tournament. But now we have three more to go, and it's just a little bit of preparation for all the very, very important matches that the teams are going to face tomorrow, those semifinals, those grand finals that everyone is trying to get to. So, very exciting. We're going to start off here with Mummies and with Mochi, two amazing teams that we already got the chance to see. And I want to know your thoughts about it, MFG.
Everybody with their skills. And these two teams in particular, I love the alliteration, Mochi and Mommies. And when I saw these rosters, I was actually really pleasantly surprised to see a lot of names that I actually knew. So I'm super excited to cast this match.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of names, and honestly, I'm super excited that this is the match that we're going to start with. Because when I was looking at these teams compete a little bit earlier, and when I got the chance to see the roster as well, it's players that I've seen in the collegiate scene. It's players that I've seen in even trying to get to trials. All those opportunities that Overwatch brings to them to the table. But now it's yet another opportunity that is going to be all about them, and this is what we've seen throughout the day. This is what we're going to continue to see throughout this weekend, and it's so nice to be able to highlight these players and to see how far they're able to get. So far, we have a lot of teams that are 3-0. They've been taking quite a lot of victories. They continue to show a lot of dominance. But I think as of right now, this is the point where teams start to get eliminated. A lot of those matches start to get closer, and a lot of those decisions into compositions, into maps that we go to become a little bit more important than we saw before.
This match will be another 2-0, 2-1, or maybe something else will surprise us.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's players that this might be one of the matches that I would absolutely expect to be one of those grand final matches, one of those semi-final matches, because of the teams, because of the individual players that are making the teams and that are allowing them to look so strong. So it's been so nice to see how all the players that we've seen and all the collegiate players, especially that I know that I've seen compete in mostly in male-dominated teams and tournaments, now have the chance to play with people that they can maybe relate to a little bit more. And so again, looking at Team Mommies and Team Mochi, this is, to me, I just want to say probably a 3-map series that we might be jumping into.
Feeling that these teams are full of worthy competitors and will definitely impress and surprise us. Because like I had said earlier, these names that I remember their gameplay and just being so astounded by it. And I am super stoked to see what they're going to bring to the table.
And one of the players that I want to talk about and that we got to see a couple of those videos was, for example, Aramori. She is one of the players that is always up there when you think of high-level competitive girls in the Overwatch scene. And we saw some videos talking about how competitive she's gotten with this tournament, and also how much it's been so nice to listen to everyone's here, how much playing Overwatch 4 and everything in between. But now, it is a now or never. It is a match that I've been waiting for, at least one of the matches that I've been waiting for the most, and we're going to jump in right into Lijiang Tower Team Mummies against Mochi, and who will be able to come up. I think in terms of composition, there's not really any surprises that I see here yet. I love to see those standards, especially in those control maps, that allow everyone to get to the point, use that TP, and just start the fight as soon as possible.
5, 4, 3.
And we see already both teams similar compositions, but some key differences as well. And both teams are just going to be rushing to get control of the point. Strategy very likely to go. And they are now dropping in.
Yeah, they jump right in the main wall, and the main by itself might make a massive difference. Just isolating a couple of targets, they go for competition, and 5-5 really happening now. But Mummy, he might be able to get ahead because of the damage connected. A massive book that well. Very feel they can tell really quickly the most starting off as the fight starts to get over with. Everyone starts getting their position and Mochi is able to push ahead and get ready for that next fight.
That was a pretty clean fight there on the side of Mochi. They got in, did their business so quickly, and I thought that the synergy was great. Now Team Mommies, they kind of know what to expect now. So I think coming into this next push, they know the aggression of Mochi, and ultimates are close to the table for them, most of them halfway there, so they could probably take this fight, either build up those ultimates or maybe catch Mochi off guard.
Yeah, trying to isolate the Reinhardt, but not really able to do that for Team Mommies, so they take a little bit longer for them to be able to connect it. And as of right now, everyone trying to get those ultimates, everyone trying to get to the out of this match right there. We'll connect that in now, and we will also isolating the possible Shatter just really connected the way Mommies wanted to, and Mochi as well, just waiting for the opportunity, and Master Pixel As we see the Baptiste getting taken down, and Team Mommy, after a couple of those seconds waiting for the right opportunity to find it, a couple of mini ultras here, like getting guaranteed for the point to be going for them. Mommy, with a couple members points, finally have to lose, and Lucio does get taken down. And Team Mommies, they capture the points. 50% of Machi is able to take. Now Team Mommy, with a good strategy, it was risky because it took so long that they just needed that opening that they found at the end. Yeah, I want to see what else we can do here with the 50% Machi. More than needed. They control the fight. It's also with the coming in, and actually Clara that is massive part of the fight. Machi, they lose their main tank. They're still with all the things that they have here to win the fight. They're going to still come into focus if you're going to try to commit an opportunity on the subject on the shadow to give it one kick. Whisper is going to connect right in, trading things for the rest of the 60%. It seems like they're really as fast as they wanted to recontest the other monsters. And then meantime, of course, Mommy is in control, but that is going to be everything that they get so far. Machi, on the other side, is the one who's going to take control, and I'm interested because last time we saw them only holding control of point. They didn't push forward, they didn't take any space, and I would like to see this from them more, especially as there's some changes coming in. If Farah now on the start of the moment, and now coming in, I don't know if the barrage will be able to get ready in time for the head of Mommy and Mosh. I didn't see they need an opening quick, need to guarantee all that the point can go their way. Scatter coming up, but Claude wasn't going to get taken down first. The second time that we see this now in 91, that seems like might be fading, might be disappearing. There's opportunity from this side of Mosh with the 99 into 100. The last couple kills will be connected in the set of Mommy. They will be able to capture the here, capture the last pick. I'm sure the Luke is able to get taken down. And with that, it's looking very close. I mean, it's looking very promising for what we have right now, for what we expected we can. All about the control that they've been able to take and the rotations as well, how much skill are mattering here. The fight for me, I think as well has been one of the biggest highlights. I like their better going to be available with Pink Clark connected this time. That is why we are about to find out. And losing a massive pick already. The Doomfist might have just done enough on this out of Monkey to get to the 100 to get that point control again. Which will be going their way, cleaning up the fight into what is remaining. We'll be giving the last opportunity coming in for Machi. I don't think anyone else in the Mommy will be able to touch a point again. The Lucia got taken down first. They will be able to come back. But not without getting taken down right away. So 100% coming in. Machi, they'll get away with that first point at least, and need at least one more, especially here in Lijiang Tower, to guarantee what is happening next. And I feel like FFG might be coming with me soon. In the meantime, we'll have that solo cast coming in, and a lot of the competitive expectations that I have that already have been fulfilled. And also a composition that I want to talk about, because honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the Doomfist, but I love to see scenarios like that last one, like that last map, where we're able to see the Doomfist highlight himself or herself, I guess, a little bit more than often. Now, in this one, this is a map where we have very, very clear expectations of what we can expect, which can be the main tank that Reinhardt with the Diva, but a little bit of changing the storyline, at least on the kind of mod. We already know that you really like to play with the Diva, especially for Ruby. You're going to bring it once again. What they can do with it. Especially with the damage, with the cluster, you're able to get so fast with the damage in a map like this one. It would be nice for much to control this one as well. But Konami did the control point first. They are guaranteed as much as they can, and they are playing back. Everything for them as the point is about to unlock. And Marshall really just going to a poke phase. They're just throwing damage with that teammate, especially with the Junkrat, to what they can do next. I believe we got MFG ready now, and the action with Mommy now starting to take control of the point. Moch is ready to do that for that recontest.
Yep, I am back. Sorry, chat, little technical difficulties, but I have found myself in the middle of such an interesting fight. Frog back on the Lucio, getting the work done.
The kills are going to come in right away. Machi will be able to capture the point as well, not giving too much time for this out of Team Mommy. So good opportunity coming here. They really want to be using that sound barrier to open up the fight for Team Mommy to start it up. Well, everyone again is just going to approach me, try to build those ultimates again for themselves, but Team Mommy, they need to capitalize, they need to control this point as soon as possible, and the sound barrier to be played a little bit aggressive would be a nice opportunity for them.
Here comes that Riptire. Will it find anything crucial? It does not. That is a good thing for Monzo, especially with the SK speed. But Claire's Shatter, he does not want them to get through. Zem also finding that beautiful pick onto the battle piece. Things are looking great right now for Mochi. They're holding strong. Ruby cleaning up those last-minute stragglers with a 3K to finish out the fight.
Ruby, one of the best players that we have in that collegiate scene, especially for that off-tank role, always knowing and always being able to support the team when they need it the most. Once again, we are able to see that. We are able to see the player doing a little bit more for the team, guaranteeing the last kills, and having a flux ready for that next fight where Machi is trying to play aggressive. They're going to give a little bit of space to come in for the set of Team Mommies, but they're just getting ready for what to come next, and that is Ruby. There it is, initiating the fight with the flux, trying to isolate some targets, trying to take him down, trying to put a lot of pressure coming in. Team Mommies on the other side, the way that they respond to that is going to be able to the amplification that doesn't really get as much value as they want it to, but at least some space that has to be created. And we see here the desperation coming in on the side of Team Mommies. The Blizzard is going to be committed as well, where any opportunity of space in the kills though on the other side is coming in for Machi. No matter the space that is created in the entire all the way in the back, takes down the Baptiste, takes down the off-tank, takes down that Diva, and control once again continues to go for Machi. Continues to go for that 100% because no one else can recontest. A quick map, but a very competitive one, especially in the first sub map that we got to see, where it was kind of just going back and forth until the last fight would guarantee that opportunity. And Machi, nonetheless, is the one who's going to get away with that first map victory.
That was so clean from them. Even if I missed the majority of that fight, I still can say with confidence that Mochi just did a great job there with the synergy and the playmaking. And that's super impressive and exactly the kind of skill you want to see during these tournaments.
Yeah, it's honestly a very sweet spot for the teams where the tournament was announced a couple weeks ago and it allowed teams to scrim, to play together, to get that synergy going on, but it also wasn't too much of a time between the announcement and between the tournament, so that the compositions and all the scrims and everything would have gotten a lot more stale. So it's very much a sweet spot for teams where they can feel comfortable in compositions like this one, especially in a control map where every composition and every sub map is pretty much set, especially in Lijiang Tower. But you are also able to bring a little bit of your own, a little bit more of those comfort picks like we saw Ruby on the Sigma. And I want to say, even though it's not the most unusual thing, it's not the most uncommon thing to see a Sigma, we're often expecting that synergy between the Reinhardt and the D.Va. And this time around, the Sigma was able to complement that Reinhardt very nicely, just taking turns more than anything for the shield and being able to build a flux that is opening up the fight twice, as we got to see. So a very nice opportunity coming in here.
As a caster, I love talking about comfort picks because, as you had mentioned, it's so nice to see teams make those comfort picks work, like that Sigma being so beneficial, because not only does it help the team, it also just adds variety to the overall gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. It brings a lot of variety, it brings something new to the table again, which is super nice to see in maps where metas and compositions can be very stale. So you bring one different hero and it changes the whole storyline, it changes the whole narrative of comfort picks and what and how the enemy team is going to be able to adapt. And to me, I feel like on the sort of mobbies, they had the right idea, they had the right opportunities, but they couldn't really catch up time, just because they were trying to go into the poke phase, trying to build those ultimates, and in the meantime, Machi had already put so much pressure that they could initiate those fights over and over again, giving them the advantage, again, giving them that first map. And now I want to see what map we jump into next, because it should be a nice one to see and to play a little bit more for the comfort picks that we've been talking about. But this time around, coming in for these sort of mummies, and maybe a specific composition that can be enabled depending on the map that we go to.
It's Route 66. Interesting pick Team Mommies. I'm excited to see what they have up their sleeve.
For the set of Route 66, I mean, this is one of those maps where we are more likely to see variety. We're less likely to see those mirror matches coming in. So it's something that I'm interested in because we don't have a very clear answer of if Mommies is deciding to go with this map, what does it mean for the composition, right? Sometimes we see here a double shield coming in. Sometimes we see a very, very strong presence coming in for the hit scans and the Widowmakers and the Cassidys as well that are able to do quite a lot. And sometimes we see anything else in between. So there's a lot of decision making that I'm very curious to see on the side of Team Mommies. Also because they are starting on the attacking side. So I'm assuming on the side of Team Machi, they decided to go on the defense, and this is what he talked about. For the defense, we're oftentimes seeing a double shield coming into the composition, and it all depends on continuing to have the high ground control and seeing what you can do from that.
The Orisa Sig and Brigitte triple shield is definitely a very, very interesting type of defensive comp, I would say, because it's a triple shield. And combined with Hammy's Torbjorn turret, that's gonna be a little bit hard for Team Mommies to break through, but let's see if this double bubble type comp will be able to do that.
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite compositions coming in, the double bubble on the side of Team Mommies, and also a composition that is very hard to synergize with. So I really want to see the way that they've been able to scrim this composition and get all the way to the top, because again, synergizing with the bubbles and with the jumps with the heals is something that can be a very, very complicated task for teams. So as of right now, the payload is not going to move. The side of Team Mommies, they're just waiting for all the cooldowns to be ready before jumping into the high ground, before you're putting a little bit of pressure into the Kings. Because again, this is all the win conditions. Staying on the high ground, this is exactly what Mochi is doing.
They have a really good position here, Team Mochi, because they're able to maintain control of that high ground, so no matter where that payload rotates, they'll always be able to have the upper hand shooting down. But it does look like Team Mommies is trying to force them to the low ground. Not working though, and trying to Deku.
Yeah, I think this is also strategy that we've seen sometimes, especially before this one. And for Calypso that I've seen it forcing the enemy team to go to the low ground. But as of right now, Mochi just manages to stay in top, manages to get the kills as well with the cancel. But it's not only breaking those shields, not only breaking those bubbles, but getting a couple kills for herself, putting her all the way at the top and allowing Mochi and the members that got taken down early on to be able to come back, get ready to go back to their positioning, to get away with another opportunity where for Team Mommies, the payload is not going to be moving. The soldier cannot get away with his life. And Mochi, they just have a supercharger as well, and they have a lot of opportunities to continue rotating those ultimates in the fights to come.
I want to highlight there that rotation, as you said, but then also Zem on the side of Mochi. She's just been hitting shot after shot after shot. That's really, really crucial, especially for that high ground placement, because if you have a really good sniper sitting up there, it's going to be really, really hard for your low ground to get a solid position. They're going to try, though. You see ults coming out with Bob and the Primal Rage, hoping to knock things off, but look, Bob's already down by 10.
It's all about creating that space, so that's why we see the Molten Core, that's why we see the Supercharger as well, one of the strongest ultimates, just to give a little bit of extra damage coming in for all the members in your team. And Mochi is working out perfectly, and Rally, a late rally as well, but found it was found to be necessary coming in as a kill. And it seems like an opportunity for an opening coming in for his out of Mochi and Team Mommies, who devised her, are trying to have an opportunity, but again, Soldier, I want to say not the strongest hero that we have in the game right now.
The Soldier pick is definitely interesting, and considering that the Soldier player used to be on Tracer, but then she switched over during the first part of the game. But I'm very interested to see why she's sticking on to the Soldier, because you're right, she's not the strongest, but maybe they have something different to prove. But Zem already taking out the healers.
Yeah, the Ana gets taken down, and that just turns into a nightmare. Most of the heals, but luckily the Rat is going to connect right to the hands of Mommies as we finally find an opportunity coming in for this map for this first point. They're so close, and they will be getting it. Seems like Mochi was planning a ring contest, but it was a little too late. So now a full reset that has to happen on the defensive side, coming in and getting ready for what is next with Mochi. And the other side is waiting for them in the high ground.
Team Mommies is looking good right now. They've got the point. Their ult economy looks interesting. I don't remember when this happened, but it looks like Esports decided to go onto the D.Va instead of Zarya. That was going to suggest to grab Dragon, but it looks like the Dragon gets popped anyway. Doesn't seem to find any kills, but certainly clears up some space for Team Mommies to continue with that aggressive push.
I do like to dive a lot more. I'm gonna say, even though I mentioned the double bubble being one of my favorite compositions coming in, I feel like the dive is a little bit easier to synergize with, and to me that is everything, and that is all the win conditions that Team Mommies could be looking at. Another opening pick coming in, they have to get taken down a massive one as well, with a primer rage, isolating targets, taking everyone down, and all the ultimates capitalizing and getting the value that Team Mommies was expecting. Even though I'm a little worried though, because that was 3 ultimates that we saw getting used to guarantee the fight, and we know that there's going to be a recontest coming for this side of Mochi on the defense. So Team Mommies, they have to play this one very, very strong.
Definitely. Somnus, maybe she could use that Valkyrie to help, but it looks like there it is pretty early, I gotta say, because of that, them winning the Hanzo duel. Already the fight is starting on the top. Deku's Dragon does find Frog back, taking them out of the fight. And then that Winston coming on the aggressive finds Anamori. Team Mommies actually played this one successfully.
A second point in an opening pick that really does everything on the side of Team Mochi to find an answer to the questions that Mochi was bringing. And now, it's gotta be continuing the same pace, continuing with that momentum that they were able to grab on the side of Team Mommies. Because the time, even though it's 2 minutes 30, this is a point where it seems like time goes away so fast for teams. And now, talking about opening picks, it's actually coming in for instead of Mochi, Ruby finding an answer, finding a DPS that gets taken down in the side of Team Mommies, and now a proper fight that we see taking place where Mochi and Ruby has to be a little bit more passive, and anti-nade connecting right onto her face. Meaning that the pace has to slow down just for a little bit on the side of Team Mommies. The payload cannot move any further. That rays are getting very low. That pulse from not really connecting the way that the side of Hammy was expecting. 2 minutes remaining, and Mochi's continuing to get the kills. That's all they need here.
They're going at it. Despite losing some people, they are still confident that they can get this done. And that they are. Anamori even finds both kills, Soldier and the Monkey down. Wonderful support work coming in from there, the attacker and the healer. We love to see the double work put in. So far, Mochi's still looking pretty strong. Team Mommies though, Deku coming back for a revenge kill on Anamori.
Also composition now coming in for instead of Mochi, where they have a Marisa and a D.Va. And talking about Marisa immediately getting taken down right after using that supercharger. And then opening, finally Team Mommies is able to find into the first point. The payload was stale for so long, but finally they know exactly what to do. And Nana coming in, I feel like the timing for it wasn't right though, as they have to push forward. Just trying to create a little bit of space, but it seemed like the Winston was not really prepared for the Nano.
Team Mommies really looking strong here. Like you said, really, despite them not being prepared or looking as good as Mochi had before. Look at that, the 2 pulse bomb kill. They've completely turned this around and in their favor, which is what you really love to see from that team in the underdog position. So they finished this round with time too.
42 seconds for Team Mommies. I think finalized was not the worst. Actually, pretty good timing coming in, especially in a map like this one, where time, even 30 seconds, can do everything for teams. And I'm glad to see it this time around. Mochi, though, on the other side, it seems like they lost their way into the last part. They were getting taken down. They were spread out all across the last part of the map, and they couldn't really capitalize from that because it was a matter of playing together. We even saw Genji towards the end, everyone trying to touch the point into the last opportunity, but Team Mommies already had the picks, and even the spawn advantage sometimes cannot do as much as you would want to on the side of the defense.
I agree, because you always switch to those fast characters to touch the payload, as you said, but like you have no ultimates and it's going to be hard for you to get a kill, so it's just mainly just hoping and praying at that point. But let's see if Mochi can have as a successful attack, if not better, than Team Mommies. Team Mommies also looking to hold the high ground, but with a different style.
And yeah, to me, though, the flexibility that Mochi has shown us so far is already a very, very nice indication of what they can do on the attacking side, where when things aren't working, you just gotta swap, you just gotta change those heroes and try something else. Even a completely different composition is taken into account the Mochi, and the way that they're starting off with this one is a slow composition, is a double shield that they're bringing to the table, which is going to take a little bit of time to get to the momentum, to get to the high ground where they want to, which, you know, is going to leave a lot of pressure to the hit pins to get those picks when they're in the off positioning. And talk about those kills, that is where we see the first one coming in. Deku just gets taken down, but the rest is going to come in right away. Or Deku is able to get one pick, the rest is right away instead of Mochi.
It is interesting to see what Mochi's running out here, because I agree in the terms of it's going to take a while for them to get what they want to get done with that double shield. It worked way better for them on defense, and Team Mommies, even though they're not trying to mirror that, I think they're holding their own right now too, especially with that Arisa shield. And now, both teams looking like it's a stalemate.
That's going to be once again going to the post phase, especially putting the pressure with the Tracer that we have, and in the front line you're going to have the two tanks because they have nowhere to hide. They're so massive, they're so low for Mochi that they just rely on putting that pressure right in front of the faces of the enemy team. On the other side, the Dragon is going to come in, and Team Mom is creating all the space that they can to disable and to deny the opportunity that the payload will continue to move. As of right now, though, Mochi rely so much on the DPS to get the opening. DPS is noble to start off from this one. This Umami is the one who's getting away with it, and then Tracer, which I wanted to say, is doing a pretty good job playing in the backline, putting the pressure, melting the HP of the tanks, and just disabling again that space that Mochi's trying so far to conquer. This is also one of the difficulties with a composition like this one. We know that Orisa and the double shield is amazing at controlling space, but taking space, that's where the difficulty comes in. And the Flux is trying to change things around, is going to be a kill coming in and an opening as the Mercy gets taken down. The Mochi, even though it took them about 2 minutes to figure out, they get it at the end. The last filter goes to connect. And Mommies, they're gonna have to regroup. I don't even think they can recontest for this one. They might have time. Just depends on how fast the first one that comes back gets taken down.
How y'all do? Maybe the Tracer can get there fast enough, but it doesn't seem like that is going to happen. But I liked what Mochi did there, because it seemed like all odds were kind of against them just because of how you reiterated. It's really hard to take space with their kind of slowish moving double shield comp. But then your DPS, when they come through and get those crucial kills, it kind of allows you to get more space and to really get in there and start taking that space. So right now, they're gonna have to try to either A, set up in a more comfortable position so that they can kill Team Mommies and then push the car, or try to set up maybe a pseudo pirate ship, I want to say, on the card itself.
Even the pirate ship, it can be very difficult to execute, so I'm aiming for that first option coming in and self-destruct as well. It's very interesting. The picks that we've seen and the kills that have been coming from the self-destruct, in a lot of scenarios, it seems like for both teams it shouldn't be happening. Yet they do, because everyone is spread across the map. They don't have all of the timing down in some areas, so an opening pick like that one is something that you don't want to happen. But for this kind of moment, they're going to capitalize out of this one, and Ori, there it is, coming in 2 kills. Getting one of the biggest kills as well. The Baptiste gets taken down, and this kind of moment in an opening after that, we see is being found on the side of Mochi. They will be moving this payload, they will be switching forward here, and they will also press that Echo, which also I really like that pick.
This is just like the first point A. Like, they're really close to getting it. Team Mommies could recontest. They're going to try, but Mochi's ult economy is really, really good. Zem, Ruby, Frogfax, all of them are very, very close to their ults, but Anamori goes down first, so this might not end well. Oh, both supports.
Now both supports, and he cannot have any hopes here to take that fight after both of the supports get taken down. So immediately Mochi realizes this, they're going to back up. But as they back up, the ones who are going to take control of the high ground is going to be Team Mommies, getting ready and going to the poke that they're very good at, especially in this double shield. It is a fight for the double shield. Who was able to come with that first kill first? Again, you're depending so much on the hit scans and what they're able to do. And talking about the DPS as well, another opening pick down by this chance though, which entering into his noble potential coming in here. A Fox trying to take him down, and it seems like it might have just done that. This position, this side of Mommies, and finds an answer coming in here. Last couple kills are going to happen for Mommies who are fighting to stay on the phone, fighting for another opportunity to point, but it's not going to be anymore. It's not going to be there for any longer, as the second point is finally going to be controlled by the side of Mochi. And with 2 minutes 45 seconds that they have, it's pretty much the same time that Team Mommies had on their attack.
I was about to say I may have cast or cursed Mochi there on that fight before, but nope, they did it. They pulled through. But this time bank, it's going to be very crucial for Team Mommies to hold out just long enough to either stop them in their tracks or at least get them down for a shorter time. And I think they do have the tools to do that, especially the Cassidy's minute on board, even combined with that Somnus about damage beam. But it looks like Mochi's throwing out some ults of their own. Them winning the Cassidy battle.
The Cassidy, one of the strongest DPS that we have right now, and we definitely can see why. Just playing aggressive coming in, especially with the duplicate as well. Echo trying to get something, but it's not going to be possible. The duplicate runs out, and it looks like here on the way in the back, I don't think they're getting anything the way that they wanted to instead of Mommies, but all the kills and all the damage is going to be enough for them as they clean up the fight. Much everyone getting taken down, almost a team kill coming in there.
This is looking really good right now for Team Mommies. That near team kill is really going to help them out here because it's going to force time off the clock for Mochi to regroup, especially if they get those staggers. I believe Hammy was the one to die last. Ruby almost at the flux though, and Frogback and Hammy close to their ultimates too. So Team Mommies has to remember what ult economy Mochi might be in, sort of like predict their next move.
Yeah, and there's an amplification on the field as well coming in for Team Mommies that can be used whenever, and that is so nice at creating space and at creating also the hesitation. The Mochi play all the way back, and so the flux is going to be prison. Doesn't get anything. Mortality is going to be right there, preparing the team and making sure that no one's going to get taken down. But Mochi on the other side is finally opening. Cassidy does get taken down, and the payload is starting to move again. Just because of the high game control though, Team Mommies might have the advantage into what is left of the fight, and they're not going to drop, at least anytime soon. You know the damage can be enough with the positioning that they have right now, and they just might have done that. Cassidy back in the field, takes on the cancel on the other side for Mochi, and with 30 seconds remaining, if this is a back up, or just lose this fight right away on Mochi.
This is what I call smart gameplay, because I feel like the very, very, very big majority of teams would have dropped to make sure they don't push it over the edge, but Team Mommies stayed strong on top, felt confident in their damage, and it paid off, which is something you like to see from that.
That was an overcommitment of time coming in for Mochi. They had to back up after their 30 seconds. You cannot really recontest in a way that you want to, because you see that Frogback does get taken down. It loses us down, and that is just a snowball coming in of all the kills that Team Mommies will be able to get. It's an unfortunate situation coming in for Mochi, but the opportunity is not going to be there the way that they wanted to. They recently is able to get close, gives an opportunity. Sam as well able to get through, and opening out of nowhere that is able to be down instead of Mochi, but at the end, the Cassidy playing all the way back, coming in the flank, does everything, and Team Mommies, they might just get away with this second map. They are so close. Last opportunity coming in for Mochi, a wrecking ball trying to touch the point. It is not going to be possible to stay alive for longer when either the Cassidy is going to be on the field, on the flank, and able to get those kills. So Team Mommies, into the first map that they are able to get and putting us in a 1-1. This is a match point for both teams.
Well, Team Mommies did pick this map and they delivered. Yeah. We are, like you had mentioned, tied. This is exactly what we were hoping for. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I am very, very excited for this last map. That's going to be the ultimate battle between these two amazing
Absolutely. So far it's been very close, especially in a map like this one. Both of the teams talked about it when we were approaching that last part, that third point. Both of them had pretty much the same timing to work, but those fights and how fast you make the played, and you know coming back it's going to take some time. Even with a lose here, you don't have enough food to an Orisa that might be running in. So I wanted to see maybe a couple of swaps towards Zeramashi. They would have given him another opportunity, but again, I want to say the biggest mistake coming in there is after those 30 seconds, under 30 seconds that we had, it was just so difficult to recontest with more than one member at a time. And for Machi, again, we saw that it didn't really work out the way that they wanted to, but again, it is as competitive as how we expected this match to be. It's a 1-1, and we just need another map, one map to guarantee who is going to move up, who's going to continue staying undefeated.
I am very eager to see what map we're going to go to next, because judging by what you said, both teams were able to make the other go into bad situations, meaning like being forced to recontest on those fast characters, using their ultimates, but not really getting much out of there because the other team backed up or they had a defensive piece. So it is going to be Mochi's pick, I believe, since they did just lose. So what do you think that they're going to try to go for here?
Honestly, I want to rely a little bit more. The thing is that the one thing that catches my attention, though, I'm going to say for Machi, which also affects the map selection and the composition that is going to be played, is the most times I've seen Ruby playing D.Va. And this is something that I saw a lot of last year. She's an amazing D.Va player, and I think in the meta right now it's pretty much very fitting to play that D.Va, but we haven't seen enough Ruby D.Va today. So I'm just questioning what is going on behind the scenes for that selection. We've seen that Sigma working out, and we've also seen that Reinhardt as well complementing and working together for the two tanks. As we just now heard, though, it's going to be a Blizzard world where it comes back to a lot of variety, a lot of possibilities, and just looking at these two teams, I wouldn't be surprised to see a double shield coming in again.
Blizzard World is an interesting pick because it does open the door for so many possibilities, both for what Mochi likes to Team Mommy's some wiggle room too. So, because I know mainly you want to try to pick a map that's going to be beneficial to your team, and I am confident that Team Mochi knows what they're doing here. But I think this also allows Team Mommies to have, I say, an equal advantage. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see a map like this one being beneficial for both sides, based on the flexibility that we've seen from them, and based on the different heroes that, as of right now and as of this entire tournament, they seem to feel very comfortable playing. Now, coming in at the side of the defense is going to be Machi with the composition that we already saw, a composition that was helping them out in some scenarios of the last map with that Orisa D.Va, but I also want to fall back to that. Synergizing with a composition like this one can be also a complicated task, to say the least, coming in from Machi, so I want to see the way that they're working together and they're positioning themselves, as we see that D.Va is going to be on the high ground and everyone else is going to be right on point.
Since there's so many different areas you can set up and hide, positioning is definitely going to be key here, especially since Team Mommy is looking to go the Sky route with the Zem, Frog, Fax, Pharmacy.
For Machi, though, they are giving quite a lot of space to work with for Team Mommies, where the only contest that is going to be possible is going to be right on point. And Team Mommies, they realize this, they capitalize out of this. The first pick is going to go their way, and it's just a snowball where everyone is going to get taken down here. As you see, Machi fighting to stay on that point, not longer going to be possible, especially once that support does get taken down. And last recontest again, it is Machi and the composition that they were running with D.Va and with the Orisa, where you want to play for the high ground and you don't want to play just so close to the point where things can get difficult. You might lose a couple members, you might miss a couple crucial opportunities to get the picks that they needed to. So, I mean, on the side of Machi, they're just going to capitalize out of this opportunity.
I like what they're playing here because they are definitely taking advantage of all of these different strategies you can employ. And Team Mommies right now, they're going to have to try to fight for the high ground. We already see Speed Sport trying to do that. But at the same time, Mochi, even on the low ground, has a solid foundation. Things are starting to go in the way, though, of Team Mommies, but Mochi still is able to hit some cart push work, especially with that both kind of separatism.
And I don't really like the amplification though coming in, or the positioning, at least for the amplification. It didn't really get any value. It actually made watchers that have used a little bit to give some space, and they couldn't really gather that in the payload to stop for just a little bit because the mommies, they have all the high ground control, and this is something that I want to see Machi trying to get as well. Getting one pick as being able to do should be an opportunity coming in for them to take control of that upper part where the Hansel is just having a feast and just getting the kills as well on the side of Team Mommies. And finally, Machi, they are able to do just that. Flux that we saw a little late, but capitalizes with one pick. And the last recontest potential that I don't think is going to be possible here. Yeah, it's going to be just Machi rolling with this one. And ideally push to have this corner. Yeah, this is exactly what they're going to do. A corner that can be very difficult to recontest once it's taken, especially in the double kill, so they're going to get it right away.
Mochi has so much time to work with here, so they have a lot of opportunities to push this card. But Team Mommies also has a lot of opportunities to stall them, switch their composition. We already see now that Mochi's going for that kind of the door low ground rotation. You don't see that too much, but it looks like Team Mommies is prepared enough to tackle it. We already see the flank soldier coming in there with the visor. Speed Sport also.
Yeah, everyone's in a different positioning there, with the soldier as well playing on the other side, and that makes even that shield positioning a lot more difficult coming in on the side of Machi, where yeah, there's going to be the single change that we've seen so far, and Machi regrouping, getting ready for that next fight. Once again, putting a lot of pressure into this Hanzo, as we've seen this before. Ami, every time she's able to get an opening pick, it just turns into the entire fight going in for Machi.
Mochi now has that opportunity, but Team Mommies, look at their ult copy. SK and Son is very, very close to their ultimate as well. But look at that! The Flux eats Deku's Dragon Strike. Mochi has the advantage here, especially because of that.
The dragons, yeah, they're so nice at creating space, and that space immediately gets denied. And Machi, they're going to get away with the kills nonetheless. The Echo as well, but to have a duplicate, farming and putting the pressure, going to the poke phase as well by herself. Guarantee that the space is going to go for the rest of the team, for the rest of Machi. Mommy, though, they haven't given up on this fight just yet. They're trying to recontest, they tried to get some picks. But once again, I think it's an overcommitment coming in. It's gonna be a regroup as well for the last part of the map where you want everyone to be together, and it already seems like that is not going to happen.
Look at how aggressive Mochi's playing right now. They're so close, like that shield is right at their spawn door. I don't think that Team Mommies is gonna be able to successfully deliver it right now. They're trying to leave, that's what we like to see, but alas, it does look like Mochi is gonna be able to do all the cleanup kills, especially with those last minute ultimates being thrown out there.
Wow, that is a lot of time. 3 minutes, that I'm seeing exactly 3 minutes as well for Machi, with a very, very good attacking side. It just seems like the only time where they look a little stuck was that second part, the street phase, where they couldn't really figure out a way to take the high ground, but they used the Flux, they used as well the Hanzo that was able to get the opening twice in a row, and that was giving everything for them to work with and to snowball into this third part, where it was all about what they were able to do and all about the space that they had control from the beginning. So Team Mommies, they don't find the strongest answer coming in on the defense, but I want to see their opportunities and ideally a change that I'm expecting in terms of composition. We've seen a lot of the Arista with the Diva and the Sigma more than anything. I think throughout the day and throughout this, between these two teams, it has been an absolute highlight for composition, which is amazing for the defense, I want to say, for Machi. But for Team Mommies, it would be nice to see something different, especially if they find themselves stuck in a situation like this one.
It looks right now that Team Mommies is inadvertently going for that mirror style composition. We see so many similarities already. But I think hopefully once they realize what Mochi is running, because right now it is impossible for them to tell, we could see some variety from them once they, like I said, realize that it might not be the best.
Absolutely, that is what I'm hoping for, is that if they find on the side of Team Mommies, if they find that they're stalled, if they cannot move and progress because of that double shield on the other side, that is when I expect and I hope to see a couple changes coming in from them. The information is already given, and a better positioning, I want to say, coming in from Machi. This is something that I talked about before. The composition that we saw in the positioning that the Team Mommies was having on the defense was right away, right when the round started, they were on point with Machi with the transformation in the high ground. Now they rotate all the way to the back, guaranteeing that the point is all going to be given any things for Team Mommies. And now we see how much better it's working out. They're finding an answer, but Team Mommies on the other side only with an echo open pick and use the matcher rock that I think connects right after the rest. The damage as well is what is going to matter the most, as everyone here is trying to build their ultimate.
Using that res really quickly in that fight, I think that's what Team Mommies was hopefully looking for. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize this time. They're slowly backing away. But if you can do that, if you can force Frog back to use their res early, if you're Team Mommies, you could have the advantage. But Hammy says, nope, Mochi forever.
Yeah, Hammy, an amazing player coming in, a Hanzo specialist, as we were able to see right now. But also showing a little bit of flexibility when it's needed. As of right now, the Machi, again, they have all the advantage here. I like the way that they're playing together and the way that this double shield is working out, where a couple of members are able to position themselves in the high ground, a couple in the low ground right on point, and they have all the opportunity to the picks from different angles, as we saw SK getting taken down because of this, because of the hands in the high ground positioning that he was able to take. Mommies, though, they're hungry for the kill, they're hungry for this point. They're going to try to initiate the fight just after this Dragon's pass, just after this Dragon's create a little bit more space, so more seconds are going to be needed. I'm not sorry to initiate the fight for some news, but I feel like the timing wasn't right because the Mommies wasn't just quite ready to initiate, and it's just going to give all the advantage coming in. Machi with the supercharger enough is going to help get those kills, is going to help the DPS success and continue to thrive and to look at how fast forward they're pushing. They don't want to let anyone get away with their lives on the enemy team.
SK going down first there really hurt Team Mommy's push, and now they have less than a minute and a half left to go, but I'm not going to count them out just yet because they have 4 ultimates, almost 5, to work with, whereas Team Mochi and OAS can be realistically in the fight.
It might be 1 or 2 fights that we see. Of course, this is the first time that we see on this Team Mommies initiate a fight on this second round that we're able to see, and it works out perfectly. Bob with the positions everyone on Machi, everyone as well getting taken down. Deku finding the answers, and sometimes only that Bob, only the ultimate was enough. But it was a really good compliment that we saw with the Flux just positioning a little bit of the team, creating that distraction, and then the Bob coming in right when they were not looking. Team Mommies finally capitalized out of it. The payload will start to move. Now an aggressive amplification as well. Machi didn't realize the value out of this high ground, and they do not want to give it to Team Mommies.
They saw Deku go plus Ultra, and they did not want her to do it again. They're going to try their hardest to regain that high ground stability, which has been a favorite strategy of theirs throughout this match, I gotta say.
I really like how aggressive that amplification was, just continue having the high ground positioning on Machi. But now, because he used that, you gotta position yourself all the way back again. And for Team Mommies, they were not able to do just that. So Team Mommies will be rolling with this one as well. Deku looking so much better on this second round, and looking so much better on this Ash, where we haven't had the chance to see it before, but he got the opening pick until this round. It's taken down and has been putting the pressure into the Echo for Machi, and that is so nicely worth it for this round.
Having that perfect counter is definitely going to serve you well, because if it's a pharmacy or expercy, if you don't have a competent DPS that's going to be able to take care of that, that composition is just going to have free reign all over you. So I kudos to Team Mommies for being able to swear to that.
The last couple kills though will be coming in for Team Mommies as another amplification comes in. Again, it's an amplification that is just trying to get that payload to the second point, and they're able to do just that. So that is everything that they need. 3 minutes to work with, so we already know it's going to be less than Machi got on their attacking side. But nonetheless can get a pretty good score, maybe 2 fights, because we already see a good indication of Team Mommies pushing forward. and trying to make it the least amount of fights as possible for this part.
And that is the prime goal, and also just to make sure that but Team Mommy's doing that, and I think they have to. Right now, they're gonna let Mochi use the ultimate to force their regroup, but Team Mommy's is gonna fight back. I was gonna suggest to let them use and come back with the advantage, but it still looks like they're doing fine. Bob coming out again, but Mochi is still retaliating.
Yeah, there's a couple kills that continue to come in for Mochi, and they have this spawn advantage as well. It's a big opportunity. The Orisa is stuck, nowhere to run as well. Barely any heals that she's able to get. And yeah, I did hear a supercharger coming in for the side of Team Mommy, but I think it might be a little too late. The point control can go for Mochi. I hear a Visor as well, but it's working out this time around. Mommies, after using 3 ultimates at the end of the fight, they're able to find an answer, and it was just the Visor doing everything for them. A recontest though that we're going to see, and a couple changes as well for Mochi, but a last opportunity for this one.
I liked what they're doing here at the end, because we even reiterated earlier that we didn't think Soldier was anything useful, but Team Mommy's kind of made it work. I mean, look right now that Soldier took out the Tracer. That's impressive, judging by today's Overwatch standards.
Good one coming in, but definitely needs to get the tanks, definitely needs to get the supports more than anything, because the Tracer is able to come back online very fast, and it seems like Team Mommies, they might just get away with it. The last opportunity that very strong recontest as well, and a Bastion that Mochi finds necessary to try to get the thing. But it might be a little too late. That Bastion does get taken down, and with that, Mommy's in his supercharger are going to get away with this when it calls Legends as well. They're going to be committed. The last opportunity for Mochi, still looking pretty strong, still trying to win as much time from the enemy. They're doing just that with members alive. Mochi, the opportunity with this third point could be fading away. They do that back on Mech, able to get it. I don't know how. It seems impossible in a situation like this one, in a self-destruct where everyone has to hide behind, and immortality as well for protection. Mommies, nonetheless, even after a couple picks, even after a couple of them got taken down, it doesn't really matter, because this is all the work that everyone is putting together, disabling and denying the opportunity for Mochi to get out on. And with that, Team Mommies get to the third part of this map, sure, with not as much time, but at least you're able to complete it, and that is all that we can ask for right now.
I could only imagine the comms that must have been going on between both teams in that last situation there. I do think, though, that Mochi probably could have had a better success rate if Hammy did not switch to the Bastion, because Bastion is just going to be, A, stationary, obviously, but B, also heavily targeted, just because the amount of DPS that the character exploits. So if there's one more DPS, possibly even another fast one, that could have been causing some mayhem, it may have gone a little bit more in Mochi's favor, but we'll see if Mochi can regain that favor coming in to round 4 of Blizzard World.
I think Mochi, they definitely threw a chance into that one, but yeah, it was just a little unfortunate what we saw for, like you said, the Bastion can become very stationary, and I feel like they went into it as a last resource, as a last opportunity, because initially we saw Reaper, right, but it just didn't last too long, so maybe they thought they could capitalize with it a little bit more, changing around.
Now they're coming out with a kind of a different look, but keeping the same elements. We've seen that double shield from them so much more. The Torb we've seen, but not as much, which is where I'm interested to see how that's going to fare, because Blizzard World definitely has a lot of great turret spots, particularly on the top left side of the payload by the boxes. So as soon as Team Mommies realizes there's a turret there, I think it's going to be crucial for them to capitalize on destroying it.
And with only 40 seconds, it's pretty much a single fight as Mommy got, and Mochi playing all the way in point because of this. They don't want to give even a single pick to the enemy team. The shield immediately destroyed, making this fight so much harder for Team Mommies, because they have to wait, but they cannot wait. They gotta play aggressive, they gotta play with everything that they've got, managing to stay alive. As I say that, though, the soldier getting taken down can turn into a nightmare for this attacking team, as the pressure is getting put on the side of Mochi. Everyone alive, everyone in point, the rest as well is going to connect, giving them another opportunity for this run time. Going to run now, we're going to an overtime. Immortality already committed, might be a massive mistake. It seems like it was committed on both sides, but everything evens out. The Flux takes down. The last Mercy so low with HP, but it's doing everything. Team Mommies finding an answer. Deku does it once, does it twice, and make it 3 as well for this Ash. Finding something in between everything that was going on. It seems like Mochi, they were just about to get away with it, but here it is. On the side of Team Mommies, there's always Deku that you can count on this Ash that doesn't matter if she doesn't have Bob, still able to get everything only with getting those shots, getting the opening the team needed.
Oh yeah, Deku ain't the greatest hero for nothing. If I'm not mistaken, I think their Deku got a 4 or 5k, but Mochi's coming back already, trying to create, and he's finding it, showing the tracer. But nonetheless, Team Mama still
So far looking so good, especially when you have Deku on the field, able to get 2 more as well. What else can you ask for this Ash? This finding yet another opening for Team Mommies to continue moving this payload, and it's gotta be looking at the positioning that they're taking. They want to play in point, they want to have 3, and they want to move that payload as far as they can, going very low, but all that matters is that Team Mommies are able to stay alive, and they have ultimates that Mochi, they don't have.
If I'm being honest, if I were Team Mochi, I would be kind of confused because judging my previous gameplay, I wouldn't have expected Team Mommies to be so dominant in terms of just getting those kills so cleanly. So I think right now they're having a bit of trouble finding their footing, but you can kind of see this start to consolidate now. Team Mommies though still throwing out this ultimate, looking to get yet another hit, but nonetheless, yeah, it looks like they will.
Well, Deku with the initial Bob that doesn't get 1 kill. Now Mochi with the last opportunity coming in, and they might just get away with it. 3 kills, make it 4. They stop the momentum for Team Mommies. Finally, right before everything could have turned into wars. But Mochi, they didn't answer. They used those ultimates just in time, and only 4 points, but pretty far, almost 5. The other side almost made happen, and everything. I mean, I just want to highlight once again Deku and what he, this player, she was able to do into this one. It's the second time in this map that we see this Ash getting away with not only the opening pick, but 3 more as well right after.
We love to see it. It's just so, like, those moments are just the best ones you can possibly see, where I've said the underdog principle before, where just one player just pops off and allows all this great snowball action to happen, making this space for the rest of the team. And Team Mochi now, they have the time advantage statistically, but I think I can confidently say now that Team Mommies, even if Mochi gets the first point, I think that Team Mommies will definitely take some time off the bank.
Absolutely, and it goes back to the positioning that is taken here and how fast this side of Team Mommies on the defense are able to retaliate and to go all the way to point to assure that they're staying alive and they can use just the map to protect themselves. But Mochi, they want to play fast. They're going to use that TP. The first time that we see the strategy, but they're going to be playing hidden, which might bring a lot of questions that Team Mommies won't get the answers to right away.
Team Mommies already lost their high ground control. That was very, very quick. Like, all that happened was Hemi shot a Sonic Aerial, and then all of them just started rotating to the point. But that kind of gives Mochi a lot more mobility. I mean, look, now they've taken over that little fortress area that Team Mommies had set themselves up on originally.
Look at this Echo playing all the way back as well, getting scored with the Mercy, but now is going to get recontested. We saw the Soldier being able to tell her friends that everyone is going to be playing back, and because of that, a lot of pressure that the Echo is going to be having. And now on the other side, a couple trades coming in, but one of the Zoritas getting the other can do everything, and there it is, the first kills coming in for Team Mommies. Luckily for Mochi, they had quite a lot of time to work with, so they do have the opportunity for that recontest. They do have the opportunity to go again. If they even change it, they find it necessary. But as of right now, I don't think we're going to be seeing those changes in composition. Maybe if it pushes into a 1-5 territory, we see it, but everything else seems like it's going to be pretty standard, going with the Orisa until they find the opening with the ultimates, as we saw Team Mommies do before.
That fight was interesting to me because I kind of thought that Mochi would take the high ground, but instead it looked like they went through the fortress but continued to turn low, which actually made the advantage for the Team because they were already in that low area. But now it looks like they are going to just do true low, but Team Mommy is going to retaliate with some ultimates. That Visor already taking down the
Oh, that was a nice execution as well. We saw the amplification coming in on the right side of the point, which meant that Mochi was forced to go left. But the amplification was more than anything used to create space coming in for Team Mommy, so they went in a little bit of a flank coming in around the point, and they were able to get the kills for surrounding Mochi completely and denying any opportunity for them to get a kill there. So very, very nicely executed for Team Mommies on this defense, where they are looking pretty strong. And Mochi, they have this fight that might be the strongest one that we've seen from them before.
Yeah, speaking of strong, Team Mochi's coming into this right now. It's a good ult to comment, but it looks like Team Mommies is going to try to strike first. Retaliation, Dragon, and Valkyrie come out from the side of Mochi. Zeb does find a way onto the soldier, but Somnus is able to get that res. I love that awesome mercy work there. Them, though, not giving up, but Deku ain't giving up either.
Deku does it again! How many times is Ash going to get away with it? Always finding the answer, but things start to look difficult. There it is, a lot of potential, absolutely massive coming in for Team Mommies and for this Ash on the field that denies any chance the Mochi had into this fight. Now they're forced to back up, they're forced to wait for the rest of the team, and all the time that Mochi had before is running out.
That rock, though, from Speed Sport, I don't know if you all saw that, but Zem was about to do a move on the front and Sigma, but then a rock comes and hits her. So that allows that duplicate to not do as much as she hoped. Now, it's going to be final by territory. 10 seconds left on the clock. Zem finding a kill to start off.
The Flux doesn't get anything but the Equatron. She gets something, and Deku, no, Deku's immediately going to deny that chance once again. Now, trying to get a couple more picks coming in, and Team Mommies, they might just get away with it. No one touching the point. Right at the last chance, Deku, it is there. The main tank getting taken down, and Mochi seems like they cannot get away with this one. Bob putting so much pressure all the way back. And in the front line, you just have Deku, you just have your tanks for Team Mommies for putting everything that they've got into this one. But the recontest pretty much there for Mochi. They have 4 members alive playing around the point, making sure that they're not getting taken down, but they can wait for the rest of the teams to come back, and it just might be too late though. They couldn't engage, they couldn't play as aggressive as they wanted to, and Team Mommies at the end are the ones who are going to get away with this victory, are going to get away with the second map, and will continue to push forward. It was absolutely insane, and I can't believe it. It goes back to Deku and what he does into this last round.
Mommy? Sorry. Mom? Sorry. This was amazing. I loved this so much. Shout out to both teams, though. Let's be real. Both teams had so many fun highlights that made this match so enjoyable. And we're all happy and pumped right now because not just because Team Mommies won, it's because like the way they won. Like if it was just one-sided, I don't think we would be as pumped as we are now. But we just saw chef's kiss gameplay from everyone to make this an exciting series.
That was absolutely insane, and this is something that we talked about even before we got the chance to see the match, even before we got the chance to jump into that first map. It was that these two teams are the highest ones up there, are the ones that people are into that thing too that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. But today, he already left us with a little bit of taste of how talented, how incredible these players are, and how competitive these matches are really turning out to be. Now, for today, we still got 2 matches to go, but it's been absolutely incredible. Only this one, and I'm sweating. I am absolutely excited for this one. I cannot believe what we just saw, and it goes back to the team effort that Team Mommies was putting on the defense to find an answer, because they didn't have all the time in the world, but they knew that the little time could get so much done playing it right.
It makes me so excited for the next matches we're gonna cast, because this was such a great way to start it off. Like I remember you even saying you were happy that we were starting off with this one.
Yeah.
And now that I've seen it, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's been so nice to see a match that I think that was the one that everyone was waiting for, and then we I mean, you and I, at least, we get it right away after we just jump in. So it's super nice, but it's also the way that the tournament is structured. It's a way where we know that Machi is not just immediately eliminated, but everyone is fighting to get those points and to get a chance into the grand final, where we're going to have a little bit more of that standard bracket that we're used to seeing. So I like to see this because, again, it seems like just a tease into what can come next for these teams and for everyone that is remaining in the tournament that we're going to be seeing next.
I wish Team Mochi the best of luck in their tournament run, even though they have lost today. And as for Team Mommies, just another congratulations. And I think that this team has a very, very decent shot at winning the whole thing. Kudos to them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a lot of potential here. And just a reminder, if you're like we are very, very impressed by this insane performance and by all these teams that have been giving everything, you can also donate to the prize pool. You can also give a part to increase that prize pool just a little bit longer, just to support those teams a little bit more, which is always super nice. And as well, a reminder about the Gamers. The Gamers has been around and supporting the female scene, the other marginalized gender scene into esports as well. So the Gamers Collegiate Program will provide connections and opportunities to those interested in pursuing careers in gaming in the gaming industry, and access to a dedicated collegiate Discord where they can connect with many other theme gamers across the US and learn more about working in the gaming industry. So it's super nice to see there's going to be a command going around so you can learn more about it, and also just support this scene. They talk about collegiate, and this is something that we also brought a little bit earlier. There's a lot of these players that are playing collegiate. Ruby is the one that I've mentioned that is really, really up there, but she's not the only one. There's quite a lot of female players and everyone in between as well who are playing collegiate, who are getting awarded, and who are also feeling like they belong in a community, which is super nice to see for these players, and is something that they more than anything deserve.
All these kinds of opportunities are just so amazing. I love it because these resources available will allow everybody to enjoy this wonderful game, the wonderful industry. We can make it better. We can just let it grow and blossom into something amazing. And with everyone's help, that'll definitely happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been super nice to see. And now, I mean, the expectations are just there for the teams that we got to talk about and for what is next, which, again, there were, I think, 6 teams that were undefeated as of 1 hour ago, but we already know that the story changed.
All those different storylines just make it all the more special, because some teams come underdogs. Some teams who were picked to win continue to impress. And in both scenarios, I think that audiences are just very happy to see their favorite players performing well.
Absolutely. So now we're going to throw it into a quick break. We're going to see who are we looking at next, what teams are going to face right here on broadcast. So we'll be right back with more Overwatch Empowerment Cup.
I think this tournament is important because it provides people who normally don't have an opportunity to compete in a competitive environment that exact same competitive environment for them to compete in. I think it's very hard for a lot of people to find a team that they feel very comfortable being themselves and being a part of, and I think providing a space to just women and other marginalized genders in the Overwatch community really helps bring everyone together, because everyone's able to meet each other and create new teams and just find a space to compete where they are just very comfortable with themselves.
This tournament is important because we shouldn't be having tournaments like these. What we should be having is a tournament that is inclusive of every gender, every race, and basically everyone who wants to play the game. Fortunately, we don't live in a world that has that because of varying reasons, mainly due to sexism, racism, homophobia, and any other forms of bigotry that seem to be more prevalent now more than ever. It's very important to have this tournament because we need to show that we exist, we matter, and that we deserve the same opportunities and the same resources that any other person who aspires to be a professional Overwatch player should have.
This tournament for me is really important because it allows a side of the competitive portion of Overwatch to really just shine and get like a chance to showcase their capabilities. I think it helps promote minorities in like a way that they haven't been able to be promoted before, and I really enjoy that. It's worth having this.
As we like all know, there are not a lot of women or girls in gaming, in esports. There are not of like gamer girls, you can say. I think like, one reason is that there's a stigma that we have is like it's just video games are for boys. It's the boys but playing the shooters. It's like not a girl thing. Like from when you like grow up, at least was from my perspective. Like when I grew up, like I got this impression that video games are for boys. It's like not a girlish thing to do. Like, you shouldn't play video games. So like when you see this, when you grow up like this, you don't really even consider, oh, this game looks fun, but I shouldn't touch it. It's like there's like nothing for me. It's like not a like feminine thing to do basically. And now having like these tournaments, seeing they're actually like pro females competing in these tournaments, like this gives girls like a role model, like someone to look up to. Oh, I never considered like playing Overwatch for an example, but now I see there's this girl playing in this tournament, or I inspire her so much. She's so good. I want to be like her. This gives them the opportunity or the chance or the how should I explain it? Or rather, it encourages them like, oh, I want to try this out too. I can do this too. Like she was able to do this. Now I can do it too.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. We are so excited to be here. This is going to be our second to last match of the day as everyone is trying to get ready for tomorrow. I'm Dryad, and I am here with MFG. We already just witnessed an absolute insane match, but we got 2 more to go. How are we feeling for that one?
I'm pumped. That first match really heightened my energy levels, and
Yeah.
I am super, super excited to see what these teams are going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been probably one of the best matches that we got in today, and I mean, it's super nice. All the energy, Deku absolutely popping off, and the team's really fighting to take that victory. But again, super nice to see that they are not eliminated. It's more of a point system that we're going to have today to be able to move to the tournament, to the proper bracket tomorrow. So everything that we saw into the last match is not in vain, because, you know, you still have a chance here. But now, looking at the match that we have at hand, is going to be Oomphie Aimers against Sempiternal. I'm not sure how you say that. We're gonna have to check with the team. Sempiternal, there you go. We're gonna have to check with the team as well to make sure. They gave us the pronunciation for the players, but the team, I had no idea.
Yeah, it took me a second to see the name and map it out in my head, but I'm pumped, especially because I did catch the tail end of Oomphie Aimers' last match stream, and I liked what I saw. And we're going to go into Lijiang first, and I am very eager to see what's going to happen here, because I don't think I saw them play on Lijiang.
Lijiang Tower, and I remember on one of the sides seeing Neon Socks absolutely demolishing the enemy into one of the early matches that we had today. So on the side of Sempiternal, this is something that I'm looking at into what she is able to do in this tournament, in a stage like this one. But also the way that everyone is able to support those supports, right? The way that they're able to complement maybe a Lucio, as we see Neon Socks is known for playing, and the way that, you know, that Lucio is pretty much enables for success. This is something that I want to see, especially in Lijiang Tower, depending on what we start with as well, to guarantee that the last compositional decisions.
And now we will see what is going to happen. I think a Lucio is a good idea, especially on this particular iteration of Lijiang, because of all of those open areas. And looking now at these rosters coming, I see a lot of different heroes than last match. I see a Widow, and I even see a Sombra coming out.
Oh, please, please. I do want to see a Sombra. I think one of the strongest, if not the strongest, ultimates that we have in the game gotta be the EMP and how much value you can get from it. But I mean, I think it's also kind of an asterisk, right? It depends on the team effort and what they're able to do into this one. So yeah, it's going to be a double Sombra coming in, one for each team, as Flight starts to use the plays, and if everyone wants to play aggressive as soon as they can, the Sombra will go in the back, do the hack into the Diva, and the situation can become a lot more risky once Crouching has pretty much no cooldowns for a couple of seconds to work with. And it is a massive opportunity here. Neon Socks again, we saw it earlier today, and she's gonna do it one more time. But that Lucio getting booked all over the place. But Adora also wants to do the exact same thing. This time around, not really connecting the way that they were expecting, but managing at least that. This side of Oomphie Aimers will be taking control of this one.
Sempiternal, though, still fighting strong, highly finding that melee kill onto Adora. This could allow Sempiternal to either get up safely or try to go on the aggressive. It does look like, though, they are going to either back up around the bridge or just kind of do a little poke and see what they can get.
Oh, and the damage is going to come in right away from Sempiternal, opening up the place with 2 other members already getting taken down in the coalescence as well to complement it to keep everyone alive. For this one, this is one of the most difficult maps as well to retest once we lose it from that first round. So Sempiternal has the pressure to do it right away. Might be just with the kills by themselves after we saw the coalescence to take control of it. And yes, the last couple kills will be coming in, and Sempiternal can play pretty aggressive. It's a matter of who is able to use that EMP first.
That was a really good aggressive fight from Sempiternal, because I honestly thought they were going to just cover around the bridge and wait, but they just went in and got the kills. And now, as you said, it's going to be a race for who can activate their ultimates first, because obviously Oomphie Aimers is going to get hacked first. I was going to say going to the point, but I guess not.
Sempiterno with a really good EMP because a couple members get opening the floor to deny any potential of Oomphie Aimers coming in next to as well. The show again, knowing that there's no abilities as well. And Sempiterno, they just get away with this one. We'll be passing the percentage that we see for Oomphie Aimers, and we'll be getting despite mental with quite a lot of ultimate stuff.
I felt bad there for Oomphie Aimers because HK used her ultimate, but got 3, but they weren't able to capitalize, unfortunately. But now Sempiterno doesn't have any ultimates to work with as of now, whereas Bogglingly does have that primal rage ready to go.
Yeah, the primal rage can do everything here as everyone else is trying to build the ultimates of their own. But I don't think that the primal is going to be used right away. They're waiting for this one to go very low in HP, and there it is, going to be used right away. But Sempiterno on the other way, once again, getting the opening pick coming in, and a massive buff as well. Nyansucks, how many times is he going to do it? It's been so many of these highlights throughout the day in a match like this one. The fact that he was able to prove a Winston is an absolute massive task. Giving once again the opening now for Oomphie Aimers towards the end, and Sempiterno has an EMP build up first.
I swear, Lucio players are so heavily swept on because no one really expected to make those kinds of plays, but here's a fun play. Oomphie Aimers 4 pack members thanks to Sparrow. Looking great for Sempiterno right now. Already engaging more and more ultimates. Diva pops that primal moving fish, pops the bomb, but it doesn't look like it's going in Sempiterno's way.
Does not. It's Oomphie Aimers all around able to get those kills towards the end and creating quite a lot of space to the point where Sempiterno they have to back up, and they're also going to make a change coming into the DPS now. More of a Reaper presence that we see in a complete change in competition actually. Because now we're going to see the Reaper or the Reinhardt as well coming in. The damage as well with the EMP that is able to connect into Sempiterno, and the denial of opportunity to push past as you touch the point for a couple seconds while Oomphie Aimers have already 90%. He might just get away with this one. It's all dependent on the first opening pick that we see into the sport. And Death Blossom as well that is going to get, and it's going to take down that Reinhardt. And from back to worse coming in for Sempiterno after this one, an opening very nicely done for Oomphie Aimers, and a very risky one for Bun to just use the Death Blossom right in the middle of the enemy. But it doesn't matter, it's just all the value that she's able to get with it and how much value she got out of it at the end. Sempiterno fighting to touch the point, one more chance and one more opportunity, but this time around it's not going to be possible, and 100% that will be going for Oomphie Aimers.
Oomphie Aimers acted really fearlessly there. As you noted, all of these risky sort of plays paying off. Sometimes you just have to do that, especially when the percentages are high and you're at risk of losing that point. It paid off. I was gonna say, like, just the risk factor, that's all really, because it's a great sign when a team is willing to do those kinds of risks and have them pay off.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take risks in a situation like this one, in a game like this one especially, where, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it might not work, but taking the risk, it says Lee is giving that trust in your team, and you're confident in your decision making to a map like this one. As well as we jump into, we know that Oomphie Aimers, they have all the advantage here in the Lijiang Tower, and a massive compositional difference as well, where Sempiterno, they have a TP, they have a Symmetra as well, and Oomphie Aimers, they're just going for more of a dive style competition, with the Farah and the Mercy complementing each other in the air, putting the pressure all the way in the sky. Even though I feel like it's Farah, I think just having that control that Sempiterno had with the TP could do everything for them to guarantee this point control.
Well, one thing I did remember from Oomphie Aimers' last match was the casters highlighting the ability of this HK Farah. So I am very excited to see what she plans to get done, because right now, Sempiterno doesn't have any hit scans that are able to take care of her. We can already see Moving Fish trying to do that job, and then that will be more left on the low ground. And there you go, Barrage already taking out Rat.
There's a couple trades in the support line, but I mean, nonetheless, it seems like Oomphie Aimers are going to get away with this one as well with the fight, and it all open up just like you said, with the ability for the Farah to do a barrage so early on. And Sempiterno, they're going to touch this point, and they're going to last this point for as long as they can, a sound barrier that is going to be committed for that, but it didn't really connect with anyone else. So situation that might be a little bit more stressful. At the end, everyone fighting for that percentage that can do everything for Semi-Eternal, and they're about to give it up at the end, and Oomphie Aimers, because of this, they were able to just put so much damage where all of the ultimate advantage is their way.
Exactly, and that's what you want to be, especially since you're behind in percentage. Because now you have all of the win conditions on the table. Your setup, your ultimates, your percentage is merely increasing. Sempiternal does have tools to work with, so if Kylie could get a really great pulse, or if Rat can use her window to help go straight through, but now they're gonna have to worry about this Nano Pharah before they can do anything.
He's getting taken down though, and already committing an immortality is going to be a crucial mistake coming in for Sempiternal, who's fighting so hard to recontest this point, but it seems like this time around is not going to be the case. They gotta wait for the weapons to come back, they gotta wait for that amplification that is going to give them a little bit more space to work with before engaging properly into the next fight. As they're spitting going in for Oomphie Aimers, they're the ones who want to play aggressive, as Chug that I see going all the way back doesn't really connect with anyone. At least Sempiternal is able to put that pressure to touch point. They might just separate. They do. No one else will hit up Oomphie Aimers contested. The point now is all about Sempiternal. A Shatter that we see trying to delay and creating swings, but immediately with that Shatter has to back up, and the damage as well. 60% that we see, and Sempiternal playing very aggressive, going very low, a very nice anti-nade that allows this to go at the end of the day. Out of Oomphie Aimers that might have more control of the point for just a little bit, but immediately finding an answer to all the difficulties that they were having. And Sempiternal, at this point, they're just fighting to stay here and stay alive for as long as they can, even if it means just going one by one.
After that slight scare, I think that Oomphie Aimers is definitely going to pay attention to the point bar, because even if it is just a little bit of percentage gain from that strategy by Sempiternal, a little bit of percentage could go a long way, especially during those high-stakes team fights. Because, I mean, look, now they're at 90. So that means Oomphie Aimers has a little bit more catching up to do.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, and Oomphie Aimers, they won that fight a long time ago, but it was just Sempiternal touching one by one, and it just, all of the main characters of this control maps, and especially when teams are pretty even, you know they'll go back and forth, so having one member of points can do everything here, and Nano immediately going for the Pharah, but then Nano it does get taken down right away, so, I mean, you gotta question how much value can we get out of the Nano. You capitalize from the damage in the Pharah so far, having a pretty good answer to it. 3 kills as well. The Oomphie Aimers is able to get just under the Nano, under what the Pharah is able to do, and how no one else has been able to contest it, like you mentioned before. So Oomphie Aimers might just be getting away with this one. It's Valkyrie to end it all, and it seems like, yeah, that is going to be the case towards the Eternal. So close, so far. The rest coming in and a self-destruct to end it all. I mean, if the Pharah didn't, Manic on the debuff would absolutely do it. 100% Oomphie Aimers, they get away with this map in a Lijiang Tower that, even though it was going back and forth, it finishes off very strong and starts building momentum for this team as well.
I'm wondering why Sempiternal never really swapped to counter HMS, because clearly they had to have seen the Pharah getting so many kills.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I felt like they were like thinking that their comp was going to be good enough to win the low ground battle and not make the Pharah matter as much. But I think that they should have shifted their focus up there.
Yeah, I feel like maybe one of those try one of the hit stands, being able to contest the Pharah, or even like we've seen before, we've seen some crazy scenarios where a Pharah is trying to contest the enemy Pharah just by having that sky control. That can do quite a lot for teams, as we saw the setup of Oomphie Aimers just get away with it towards the end. It was very nice to see kind of how back and forth the maps were going. But at the end of the day, it was a much faster one than we saw in the previous match. And it's already a match point, right? There's not too many opportunities, so you gotta start off strong. Unless you want a little bit of a comeback, I want to say, because it's only 2 maps. So it doesn't fully count as a comeback coming in for Sempiternal. And that means that for that to happen, we gotta see change coming in right away after things aren't working, after the Pharah is just taking you down over and over again. It is how does your team answer to that issue?
the ball is in their court right now, because not only do they have a sense of what they need to do, which is focus on that Pharah, but it also is going to be Sempiternal's map pick, since it was Oomphie Aimers who won Lijiang. So this is gonna really help them out. So we're gonna hope that they're gonna listen to our telepathic advice and pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pharah, I mean, to be fair, Pharah is not a hero that you're able to play in every map, right? There's some maps where you just do not want to have a Pharah on the field, or you might even aim a little bit more towards the Echo, which there's a lot of discussion that, you know, between the two, Echo can bring a little bit more to the table. So I don't know how likely it is for us to continue seeing that Pharah. I wouldn't mind it pretty much in any map as long as it's a comfort pick coming in. And again, it goes back to knowing that these teams, they had quite enough time to prepare for this tournament, so they know exactly how much room do they have for flexibility, for variety, or if they want to stick to their comfort picks, to their comfort composition, into every single map that they got to practice.
I'm honestly fine with both options, because whatever the team needs to do to win, either one, whether Sempiternal wants to make a comeback or whether Oomphie Aimers wants to clear this 2-0, I do always prefer personal style, but if it does come to mirroring, especially when we come on to Havana, I won't complain. But judging by what I saw in the beginning of this like rotation with the first part of Lijiang, there might be some Widow gameplay.
This is one of those maps where we have, you know, we talked about variety, but this is one of those maps where I am expecting at least half of a composition to be played, and that means that for the defense, I want to see teams holding very close to the spawn. Even though this might be a double shield, I was about to mention a rush style that we actually haven't seen, us do at least. We haven't seen today a rush pretty much coming in, or full rush coming in for any of the teams, and it seems like at least for the defense, it's also not going to be the case this time around. This means that they're going to hold on the low ground and they're going to be holding that corner, which I don't really mind, but I do prefer that spawn hold that you're able to do in a map like this one, just to delay a minute, maybe a little bit more, ideally a little bit more. If not, Sempiternal, as we see already, they're going to take so much space, and they have so much space to work with as well when they have a shield and when they have a wrecking ball that you already know is going to be in the backline.
Oomphie Aimers, I guess, decided it was too risky, because I know from experience, spawn plays can either go really well or really bad, depending on how strong the attackers are. So I guess Oomphie Aimers think that Sempiternal was able to take that down, or they think that they're just a corner team, that mastery of the Orisa 6 shield. But seeing the Sparrow Genji, that's an interesting pick. You don't see Genji much anymore, but kind of as a dive character on Havana, I can definitely see it working for them.
And the composition and the positioning that he talked about, I mean, so far for Oomphie Aimers is working out the way that they expected, so it's a nice one to see, because they gotta go into a poke phase, they gotta build those ultimates more than anything from the distance and maintain the space between them and the enemy team. This is everything that they got. With Sempiternal, we already know, but the changes now seen, they're going to try to contest it. So far, working out Genji on the other side, and the first kill that we see coming in for Sempiternal, capitalizing and allowing that space, that payload control that they've been waiting for after that corner.
And already, they're looking really solid, because Oomphie Aimers seem to have lost their footing a bit. Sempiternal, they are really going aggressive with that dive. The Monkey already in and not going to allow the Oomphie Aimers to get a recontest, especially with that speed on the Zetsu. That's what you're gonna see.
When it blocks as well, in a very uncomfortable positioning to work with as well, is going to give them momentum in the last couple kills to go and kind of Oomphie Aimers. The last one versus Sempiternal fighting for this one, but it's gotta be a reset, it seems like, and they're going to back up at least if they can, which seems like might not be the case. Again, you're playing a little too aggressive. Yeah, finally has to back up here and giving a lot of space as well. Once again, for Sempiternal, who continue to rotate ultimates in a very, very nice way.
Their ult economy always looks really stable, and now look, they have the Nano Blade ready to go. Oomphie Aimers, so they have a lot to bring in response, particularly with this trans, which already gets popped out.
Yeah, it's going to get used, and maybe a little too early. I'm a little unsure about the timing, because now we hear a blade, and this is when the kills might come in, but immediately denied. Again, they will not be getting away with a single kill, especially with that ultimate. Oomphie Aimers continue to take control of that space, and this is what Theorisa is good at, controlling space with that shield, with the support of the rest of the team, especially when you have a Sigma to complement it. So very nicely done for Oomphie Aimers. About 1 minute remaining for Eternal, and one last chance for them that immediately has to wait a little longer.
That foundation needs to be broken. That's the ultimate win condition for Sempiternal. And Kylie already finding a pick on the HK. And if she can release that Dragon Strike to break through that setup that Oomphie Aimers have, they have the potential to take this point within that 40-second time limit. Already you can see the members of Sempiternal farming the payload.
With the Primal Rage as well, there's putting quite a lot of pressure into the backline, into the supports, but the Baptiste at the end of the day being able to get away for just a few more seconds, gets taken down at the end, and Sempiternal, they find their answers to changing that composition around it, and they're using that Primal Rage to create the space that they needed. First point is going their way, but just wasting a little bit of those seconds that nice to have in a map like this one. One change though, Sempiternal going back, no longer playing the dive, but going back to a rush.
And interestingly enough, it looks like there's just been a flip-flop because now we see HK on the Genji. I like this. It's new and unique and unexpected, and that's what you really like to see because obviously, hopefully, they have a plan for this, and this seems like a very fun plan to see.
On this level, Struct is going to be trying to create some space, but not really going the way that the side of Sempiternal was hoping for. So now Flux coming in the other way. Slept, denied any chance, any possibility to create that space with the ultimate. So Oomphie Aimers, they're just going to try to capitalize out of this with the last members that continue to be alive, including that reset that is very strong. It's down, especially with that gold. The difficulty can increase a lot more for the side of Sempiternal, and because of that, they can't really get close to the payload. They continue to move back, even if their numbers were going their way. They had to get the last couple kills into that one. And the Orisa, because she was able to back up, enables that Oomphie Aimers is going to go for that recontest once again with a supercharger on the field and a potential blade that we might be seeing on their side. So Sempiternal, their fight here is not even over.
That was such a beautiful sleep from Rat to just start that fight. I want to reiterate that because supports are honestly so underrated in what they can do. Because if that Flux had gone off, I guarantee there would have been a really harsh regroup there for Sempiternal. Moving Fish, deciding to become one with the Fish. But that regroup is coming soon, and right now, rest of Sempiternal taking shelter in the low ground. I like this rotation though. It's something that I don't think Oomphie Aimers is expecting too much.
They do have an idea now. They clearly know that the team tanks are going to be playing aggressive in the high ground, trying to take some members down. The Blaze is going to be ready to use at any point. And there it is. It pops off. He gets the kills. 3 members down on the side of Sempiternal, only with the blade, with the dash that worked perfectly. It was used in a positioning that guaranteed that the Genji was not going to get taken down, as the immortality was right there. And they guaranteed that all the space as well for Oomphie Aimers to take control and to continue having those payload. It's move a shatter that I hear the way back. I don't think it got anyone though, unfortunately for this out of Sempiternal. But anything to create space would be a dream come true for this team, this attacking team that is giving everything that they got into this one. One last opportunity, bundles that taken down can be the opening that they've been waiting for, and a Flux now coming in the other way. Sensible trying to find shelter, but will not be the case, and Sempiternal cleaning up this fight, denying any recontest as well for Oomphie Aimers, as we see that Reinhardt trying to do, and actually making it work out towards the end. It looks so risky, and once again going to overtime like we saw in that first point, but they clean it up, and now 1 minute to work.
I'm honestly really impressed with how Sempiternal did that, because I honestly thought that the DPS or Oomphie Aimers were getting all those cleanups, but then, especially like the tank work, they just were able to just steamroll and barge in, and that's what the tanks are supposed to do. So I think that they are really finding their footing here and already starting to go on the aggressive now.
playing aggressive because the time is going to run out for this attacking team of Eternal. That means that the amplification is going to come in and is going to try to give them some space. But at the same time, there's a Mei wall on the field, so the damage cannot connect the way that they want to do. It seems like a timing issue or a communication issue more than anything for Eternal, which at the end of the day gives them the space, whether it's a Mei wall or whether it is that amplification that we saw. Anything that's going to give them the last 30 seconds and is going to try to make them as valuable as it can. For those who remember though that Mei down is that the Mei capability to isolate targets is not going to be there for the next couple of seconds. Might be running overtime before she comes back and she feels comfortable, and the spawn advantage, which sometimes can give everything to a team like this one on the set of Oomphie Aimers we already saw before, and they can do it again. You're getting taken down one by one, and turnovers finding answers here. They're getting killed as well, and an amplification coming in now on the set of Oomphie Aimers, just trying to keep them alive, but it is being contested by Baby Diva. Just get taken down, but it doesn't matter though, because that Eternal created that destruction in the high ground, while in the low ground, the payload was getting to the last point that they needed to.
I don't want to call that a C9, but I think you said it perfectly. A bit of a distraction almost, because they just kind of snuck it in there, because in the beginning it looked like Oomphie Aimers was getting the kills, and then before we knew it, Eternal completes it. So that's the stuff that you really want to do in order to solidify your position on these maps.
It was also a fight that could have gone to the set of Oomphie Aimers, knowing that they took down the Mei so early on, and that is a massive pick as well, because the Mei more than anything can complement anyone on their team. So talking about the tanks, if you're able to isolate the main tank of the enemy team with your Mei wall, that is when your main tank as well also engages, guarantees that kill. And this time around, the Mei got taken down, but we didn't really see a proper response coming in for Oomphie Aimers into a situation that it could have been a full hold coming in into that last part of the map, into the last opportunity, and it didn't really happen. I do like this change in composition though. Eternal, now when they have to defend, they're playing a composition that I already talked about, that close spawn hold that can work out to waste 1 minute, maybe 1 minute and a half, is ideally what you're hoping for.
Moreover, I like how they swapped to the Cassidy, because almost as if they had a hunch that Oomphie Aimers was going to bring back the Pharah, because now there's actually something to take care of it. So I am very eager to see how well Eternal is going to be dealing, because I know from experience, even if you have a hit scan on your team, the Pharah might just be too good to handle. Already HK finding those great angles and raining rockets onto Eternal. This is a very close hold too.
It's working out though. It's all they can ask for. You know that eventually, surely, that Pharah will get one kill, would create the damage that this set of Oomphie Aimers needs. But this is all about wasting time for the enemy, and Eternal, you're doing an amazing job at that. They continue to get killed, they continue cleaning up every member that tries to contest their hold. And so far, it's a minute. Again, it's usually, this is the point where we see things change around a little.
I am excited to see how Oomphie Aimers is because, like you said, at this point, I really would have expected Eternal to kind of keep holding, just because of the aggression they seem to be having. But then, for the blink of the eye, Oomphie Aimers is now the ones that are going on the aggression. And that just kind of shows that risk factor I kind of mentioned earlier about how if a close hold fails, it could be detriment because that allows the attackers to go.
Yeah, there's a really nice Dragons as well, completely unexpected coming in for the set of Oomphie Aimers, and just Eternals that cannot go away, cannot run away in time because the Dragons are right in the middle of that building. They don't even know where they're coming from before getting taken down. Now on the other side of Barrage, responded with an Immortality, responded with the Defense Matrix, and this time around, Hey, does get taken down. This time around, the Barrage is not going to get as much value as they wanted to, and Oomphie Aimers are going to capitalize on this one. It's Flush and coming for the next fight very early on. Everyone fighting to get it, but it is a Deadeye with a 3 kill. It seems like for a second it wasn't going to get anyone, but an immediate response coming in, and that rotation where, I mean, Oomphie Aimers, it seems like they thought that the the Deadeye was no longer active, or it wasn't really that close to them. Very nicely done and a very unexpected one to see. Usually the Deadeye is just there to create space. Ideally, maybe to get a pick, but not for free.
Everyone really did their part there in that fight. I really liked how Moving Fish was able to beat all of that barrage. They knew what was coming. And then Kylie with that beautiful nuke, even if it was intentional or not. But the kills came in anyway. And now Oomphie Aimers is going to look for some kills. But no! Moving Fish wants all the glory.
Oomphie Aimers so far, their payload not moving as far as they would want to. Defending Lantern here, and again, this is a map that was picked for the Veteran Eternal, so we might be seeing why, right? We are definitely getting those answers as to why they like to play this one. There's a one last opportunity here, 45 seconds remaining, and Oomphie Aimers making some last minute changes coming in with a Reinhardt and with a Lucio that is going to get swapped.
Kind of like what I said about Team Mochi in the last match. I feel like right now, Oomphie Aimers is kind of confused because I saw their last match and they actually won Havana. But now they're kind of having a tough time, and Eternal's giving them a run for their money. Right now, they are getting those kills, but at the same time, everything they get is just being negated by Eternal right now. And I don't know if they know exactly what to do in this last fight.
We've got a couple trades only coming in, but that means that Eternal, they don't want to play too aggressive. They're going to back up for a couple of seconds to recontest in the last scenario possible when the point is going to that overtime and an opening. Oomphie Aimers might do everything here, but once again, the trades are strong, and Eternal's Cassidy is strongest here. Getting the Lucio as well. No heals available coming in, and the overtime that could be fading away for Oomphie Aimers. They find a fight that they can put up with. The Dragons as well going to create space right into the payload, and looking at it here all the way back cannot get canceled, and is going to give that payload control a little bit more for this Eternal to kills coming in. I think the last ones that we see into this one, a Shatter committed towards the end, and some Eternals giving everything that they got into this one. It pinned as well. Wait, some Eternals. It is going to be their victory. What happened in the last second? Oomphie Aimers, they were getting a couple of trades, but no one close to the point.
I think it was just the ultimates, like Kylie beginning out that noon to get the Sigma, and then we see even the May and then the Reinhardt Shatter. But also there was just some fun like niche plays. Like I saw specifically the Ryan timed the pin so that the Wrecking Ball got away from the point so there could be no stall. So those combinations of plays really helped Sempiternal there.
And that means that one more map is going to be needed to define who is going to take the victory for this one. It's been incredible. The map that's incredibly difficult to complete, yet they managed to do just that. They managed to open up the fight in multiple scenarios, and even though Oomphie Aimers is such a strong team and they've been able to pop off in multiple scenarios, this time around they got slowed down into a point where even the changes that we saw at the end, they just couldn't capitalize from.
And that is really what you want to see out of Sempiternal, because like you said, like the capitalization factor is so important, whether you're an attacker or a defender. And by Sempiternal not allowing Oomphie Aimers to capitalize on the early picks they were getting, because at first it was just trade-offs, but then the alt rush really helped them out. And going into this last map, which is going to be Oomphie Aimers' pick, I do think that Sempiternal definitely needs to keep that strategy up if they want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we know there's going to be a pick where Sempiternals could have a little bit more difficulty. They're definitely praying there's a map that they feel comfortable in terms of composition. And again, today at least, we've seen a lot of different compositions, a lot of different play styles as well. But the rush, which is one of the compositions that we're used to seeing the most, has been the least relevant, I would say. We've seen a lot of that double shield coming in into that last match. We've seen even a little bit of dive coming in, and now that we got the chance to see a rush, at least for the set of Oomphie Aimers, they didn't really perform the rush to the level that they expected, and also to a point where it seems like the timing was just so off when they made the change into the Reinhardt towards the end. Building that Shatter was going to be so risky, and you're just going and praying for the best into a scenario like that one to get that shatter to build the damage that you need to for the rest of your team.
It's interesting to see how these different comps are played, because if the rush didn't look like rush, then, what was it? It's interesting though, because these teams, it's as if they take the template for these compositions and tweak it to their own team's personal comforts. So it's almost like a hybrid of the two different play styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a lot of different changes that when we look at a match point like this one, and when we look at it, a lot of variety. I mean, we talk about the Pharah as well early on. We talked about the Sigmas and the presence that they have to use that flux to initiate the fight. And we talk about everything in between as well. So now on the set of Oomphie Aimers, I would be, trying to go for a map, or for Oomphie Aimers, going for a map that might be enabling them for this composition. We know that Nyansox likes to play that Lucio, so it's questioning, even talking about the sites that we go into, is wondering what maps can enable small plays like that to turn into something so much bigger.
And I love that is a thing that can happen in Overwatch, because it just adds to the overall excitement, because on the surface, you don't think that something big is going to happen just because someone gets a headshot or an ultimate kills one person. But if you really analyze it, maybe that ultimate killed the main healer with an ultimate on their side, or maybe that one little wraparound rotation stagger caused the time bank to drop dramatically. And those butterfly effect differences mean the world, especially in tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. We're gonna also let the teams decide what the last map is going to be, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I'm Dryad and I am here with MFD. We're jumping into the last map of our second, I know this is a little confusing, a second to last match of the day. We got one more to go against Oomphie Aimers, between Oomphie Aimers and Sempiternal, to see who's going to get to the top, who's going to move to a little bit farther, who's going to get those points that everyone is fighting for to get to those grand finals as well. And we already know as well, the map is going to be Blizzard World.
I said this before in our first match. Blizzard World is kind of one of those maps where it gives fair opportunity to both teams, because obviously, since they picked it, Oomphie Aimers has a strategy for it, but at the same time, Sempiternal also is given the opportunity just by default to do some amazing stuff as well.
Absolutely. This is a map that we already got the chance to see today, and we've seen it in a couple times as well. It's a popular map, like you said, and it just enables so many different compositions as well to be played. It brings a lot of possibilities to the table, where the last match that we got to see, there was a lot of double shield coming in. For this one, is already giving me an indication that it's not going to be so much of a double shield, but a completely different composition, a dive coming in for the defense. And Sempiternal starting on this positioning, I'm curious to see what you're able to do with it.
I'm very curious about this. I don't see a dive on defense being plausible here, just because it's kind of narrow in terms of like the spaces where the aggressive or the attacking team comes in there. But like I said, they clearly have a strategy, so I'm just gonna let it play out.
Clearly, yeah, we gotta see what Oomphie Aimers and what playstyle in specific they want to bring. It seems like the Wrecking Ball is going to create some distraction all the way in the back, and that is going to give the opening for Oomphie Aimers to get just a little bit more. But the Wrecking Ball left, it slowed down for the momentum a little bit, and now it's ready to contest it again. Needs a lot of support, and that's why those compositions like this one might be a little bit difficult to put forward, but it doesn't matter because while the Wrecking Ball is in the way, all the way in the back, the front line is filled with kills coming in for Oomphie Aimers who find the opening, find that first one, and now push Sempiternals all the way back. Just fighting to get something done here, but the damage seems to be already done, and Oomphie Aimers, they're about to get away with that payload control, which will start moving now.
That was a very fast attack for Oomphie Aimers, and you really love to see that kind of just swift and clean, honestly. Like, I felt like Sempiternal almost gave it to them in a way, but I think maybe they feel more confident in this sort of sector because there's a lot more open areas for that kind of dive composition to work, which is what they're sticking with right now.
It's about playing all the way in the back, and so far Sempiternals are finding an answer just by doing that. Pulls one was well connected into the break, and it's just a perfect pick they can get with something like that. Now Sempiternals with a little bit more of space control that they have, with a little bit more of the high ground control as well, allowing them to go all the way back and to play for the high ground positioning, while Oomphie Aimers are just going to regroup here.
Oomphie Aimers has the tools to knock Sempiternal off the high ground, particularly the Wrecking Ball Diva combo. So it's going to be very important here for Sempiternal to either do a high ground rotation, which it looks like they're kind of doing now, especially since Oomphie Aimers is going to try to contest that high ground since they're able to get up there so easily as well.
The Dragons as well, trying to create some space into the high ground that you mentioned before, but not really enough to the point where Oomphie Aimers feels comfortable just yet. That Wrecking Ball just get taken down, has to wait to come back. But Oomphie Aimers try to get something done in the low ground, as we see right now. Those Sempiternals, with all the aggression coming in, is going to be a Primal Rage as well. And Altair is on the other side trying to keep the team alive. Maybe an overcommitment of ultimates, I want to say, for Sempiternal. It was the Primal Rage, and it was Neon Sox using that Valkyrie so early on, and Oomphie Aimers, to what it seems like they were backing up because they lost that Wrecking Ball so early on. But now it's kind of a weird fight. It's a weird point for both of them. It's going to be starting to be engagement of the Nano Winston trying to get something done. Has to back up a lot of damage and taken, and yeah, cannot get away with his life towards the end. The payload, the end, moves just a little bit more, but slow down at the end, and Gamers finally getting the kills that they've been waiting for.
Even with that big anti there from Rat onto the Oomphie Aimers, they were still able to take down the Diva. And that's awesome for them, because normally, judging by the abilities, it would seem that they would be in the bad position because of the lack of healing. But they just defied odds, and now Sempiternal is coming back fighting though, getting a lot of crucial picks. That's Zenyatta falling early.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the payload gets moved back, but it was just so close to getting to the second checkpoint, but slowed down for just a second on the side of Oomphie Aimers as they try to find answers. More than anything, their win condition, which always supposed to be the EMP.
That EMP is crucial to build up quickly now because they have 2 minutes and 27 seconds. But if Bun isn't able to get it quickly, then they might be on a time crunch. And if the fight goes south, they wouldn't have any other time to recontest. But it does look like Bun might try to push it in C9 or even just try to take down one person at a time or even an ambush type thing with the Tracer's help.
And the hack that connects creates that distraction for a little bit, but it's not enough for Oomphie Aimers to get that second checkpoint that they've been waiting for about a minute now. As there's a couple picks, they're getting taken down, they're getting picked, and makes things so much more difficult for them. So a new regroup that we're gonna see is going to give everything for Oomphie Aimers. Now all the ultimates that they didn't have are going to be available for them now, and again it just falls back to the win condition, to that EMP that is ready, and we might be seeing very soon. It has to guarantee that at least the tanks are going to get hacked, and that is going to do everything. That 3, that is how it's going to snowball into a self-destruct. Doesn't really get anyone though, hasn't capitalized from it just yet, but the Paradox gets this now. The trades start to come in, and Eternal putting up a fight in a 5v5 where all members are alive, and the payload still getting contested, it's still getting stopped by the side of Eternal and Oomphie Aimers. He have to try and force ultimate one more time in the fight that could have gone their way with 3 hacks after an EMP has to get slowed down again.
Man, you hate to see it if you're on the side of Oomphie Aimers. Things looked so good in the beginning, especially with that 3-man EMP and even the launch of the bomb. But Sempiternal was just able to avoid all of that kind of damage and solidify themselves again on the point. Now we come into really last fight territory. Both teams having ultimates to work with here.
Teams having ultimates here, but the EMP already got wasted and really trying to build it again. And so you're depending more than anything on a minefield that is going to create a lot of space. And that is not usually how the minefield works, but they're going to aim for it. They're going to try to get the kills and leave everything that Oomphie Aimers needs. Just a little bit of things to get to the second checkpoint, and with no time remaining, it's a now or never for them. A pulse run that we see available coming in for 80k. What they can do ideally going into the break, as they're able to do it one time, do it one more time again, just waiting for the right moment. But at the same time, that I need to support for the team is going to connect. It's not going to get a kill actually, and Bun on the other side will be getting taken down. There's a Sempiternal all over again, getting away with the answers and getting away with the kills. The Valkyrie being used at the right time for this team was giving them the killing, was giving them the damage. So Sempiternal's tanks can create the last phase and move the payload even a little bit more back. Oomphie Aimers so close yet so far into this one, cannot get away with a second checkpoint, and that is not what we were expecting really. It was Oomphie Aimers all over the place into that first fight, into that first point, into the payload to start moving, but they just couldn't figure out a way into the street phase.
Sempiternal really used their ultimates wisely there. Instead of throwing them out earlier, they kind of consolidated them all and waited till that last second. Because even if it seems like boring or arbitrary, it is always those alt rushes that was the best chance at securing a either defensive plant or a win. And it's interesting because, as you mentioned, the struggle of Oomphie Aimers, they picked this map. So I can imagine they must have been caught very off guard.
Yeah, very much so, especially when they have such confidence coming in after the first point, and the confidence starts to fade away when we start seeing that second point. They just can't find the answer. They get to move the payload, but honestly, the times that we saw them moving the payload was only one fight that was just kind of all about creating space rather than getting kills. And when it came to getting kills, it was all about Sempiternal and their openings over and over again. I want to highlight Kylie as well, and what she's been able to do for the team has been insane. Even if she's not actively getting kills every single time, she is enough of a force to create that hesitation for the enemy team to push. So now Sempiternal's having all the momentum, having all the capacity to win this one as well and to get away with the victory of this match.
I do agree with the fact that just because you're a DPS doesn't mean you have to get kills to be useful for the team. Because both Kylie and Sparrow definitely helped make the space. And although people might traditionally think that's a tank's job, if DPS can perform it well, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're in the backline, when you're being so strong and such a force that is creating distraction to the enemy. It works so well for some teams, and it seems like Sempiternal is gonna be one of those teams. So nice to see the way that they're rotating, the way that they're communicating into this fight. As everyone starts to set up Oomphie Aimers, everyone already has that information of where the enemy is going to be located, and it doesn't even matter because even that information is not going to be enough to guarantee the kills, and that Wrecking Ball gets taken down. There's no shield because only a D.Va is on the field on the side of Oomphie Aimers for that tank side. And because of that, Sempiternal has space control, has point control to guarantee the end. The last couple seconds are going to be contested. The last opportunity coming in for Oomphie Aimers here to hold the point for just a little bit longer, and they find the opening there. Kylie does get taken down, but it seems like Sempiternal, they already had everything that they needed. Into 2 picks, almost 3 coming in at the end. A Bob that here all the way in the back. It might be a fight going for Oomphie Aimers, but Riley is going to try to contest it for a little bit longer. Sempiternals, they're losing so many members. It might have been a very, very late rally, and it's all up to the job of the Ana and the break playing together to get something done. It's not going to be the case. Yeah, absolutely. I would have loved to see that rally waiting for a little bit longer on the other side, though. Sempiternals didn't need the rally so much because we have Winston playing so aggressive, getting the kills. Kylie as well gets back on the field, gets the last members alive in the side of Oomphie Aimers, and they get it done. It seems like it was a little bit of a disorganized play coming in, but at the end of the day, it works out. It was just creating that distraction with their rally on point. And in the back, I mean, who is going to be expecting that Winston to be playing so aggressive along with the Cassidy?
You need to learn this. Yeah, they pulled a total Uno reverse card on us. Like, as soon as that match started to talk about disorganized, I was like, wait a minute, I thought Sempiternal was attacking. Why are they in the spot of the defenders? And, like, they just were so clean about it, too. Like, I honestly thought that there were so many points that they could have been caught out, but they weren't. Now they are, though, as Bun starts to pick off the supports. But, like, Sempiternal knows what they're doing, and they do it so well. Like, Najima doing the work in the back. Even, like, talking about traditional tank roles, everyone's like, oh, tanks need to be in the front line. If you're in the back line and getting kills, I mean,
yeah. It's so unlikely, but it's so nice that we got to see it happen. And now Sempiternal is going to continue moving that payload. We did hear the bobble to win the bag, but it shouldn't stop them for too long because Neon Fox gets with it as soon as possible. And the last couple kills coming in for Wimmers, absolutely contesting this high ground control. And a pulse one as well connecting to Kylie. Kylie that has been taken down in a couple of scenarios. We can definitely see the target priority coming in for Oomphie Aimers because they realize how strong this Cassidy has been. It doesn't matter those Sempiternals, they would get away with a little bit more of that payload control, moving that payload as far as they can. It's pretty much just halfway through, so it's not the worst case scenario for them as everyone ready for the next fight. Come around the Deadeye, they're going to get the kills for Kylie, but it might create some space. It might help connect the kills, and that is exactly how bullying goes down. Everyone payload, everyone putting the pressure, but Sempiternals, it seems like they got it.
That attack was interesting because instead of just fighting on the low ground and maybe forcing Oomphie Aimers to drop, they chose to contest Oomphie Aimers on the high ground first and then try to go for the payload push, which is something that honestly kind of works because if you win the high ground fight and force Oomphie Aimers back, that gives you a lot more time to push the payload. Even if it's not as far as you would like, it's still something that's going to help you out in future fights.
Now we're really doing it. That even though it might have been too early, it already created so much fear into the side of gamers where they're having difficulty initiating the fight properly. And Kylie on the other side, 2 kills to start it off. Every phase that was granted after that rally got some value the way that they expected. Kylie going pretty low, but managing to stay alive for just a little bit longer. But now for so long, though, Bun on the other side contesting it with the Bob, also with every ability that you can as this Ash. And Oomphie Aimers, they get away with it. It's so close yet so far for Sempiternals to get away with this one, but it means that a regroup has to happen.
Right now, this is the chance for Oomphie Aimers to just find their footing and regroup. They have a good alt economy. They have 2 alts up right now, a really good defensive one, Megatron Zenyatta Trans. Wicca's really close to her Valkyrie as well. Sempiternal's got the Rat Nano, possibly for a combo with Primal. But what's going to be key for them right now is just being able to get there.
What? That was insane. The timing where Kylie was able to stun it, but it was just a little too late. So the pulse was still connected and she didn't have any heals to work with. So unfortunate. And now it's gonna be a little bit of trade coming in, but Oomphie Aimers getting away with some space, getting away with everything that they wanted to take down some team members of Sempiternal. Now regrouping, and now Kylie going into that soldier. But the payload gets moved back for a little bit. Oomphie Aimers, like you said, might have found some footing to work with.
As we enter last fight territory, Sempiternal is going to have to use his ultimates wisely. Right now, based on sheer ultimates alone, they've got this. But Nyansoft already pops the rally. You've been talking about how they've been a little early, and already Oomphie Aimers has the advantage in numbers after that kill just occurred. But someone needs to touch.
Is there anyone they're getting so close? But yeah, the payload is going to move just for a little bit longer, and Oomphie Aimers going to give everything that they got. Amazing opening pick. Nyansoft goes down. And any opportunity for this ring to stay alive for longer keeps away denies the opportunity. Sempiternals one by one getting taken down into a map that seems like it was about to go their way, but out of nowhere, all the kills, all the ultimates do the job for Oomphie Aimers. And with that, they get away with the map, with the match, and they continue getting those points. Oomphie Aimers, they had a difficult task, they had a difficult enemy to deal with, but they find the answers towards the end.
Oomphie Aimers had a really nice journey throughout this match. There was high points, low points, one-sided areas, areas where things looked completely against them, but they were able to pull through, and I'm really proud because it's when a team wins right after a moment where you start to panic for them. Like, for example, first interesting and clean way, but then they were able to just come back and act like it didn't happen at all, and that's just really confident in them.
Yeah, it's all about building that momentum as well for this team, knowing that even if you have some rough fights that are not looking too good for your team, is everyone's ability to just group up together, to reset that mentality, to try again, and to feel confident that it was your map pick at the end and you're able to make it work. This is why you picked it, because you can thrive out of the chaos in situations where maybe the enemy team cannot do it. So it was extremely close, but at the end of the day, Oomphie Aimers map, and towards the end we got to see why.
That is definitely true. We were speculating what the plan was. At times we were unsure if there even was a plan, but yeah, as you said at the end, they managed to convince us that they knew what they were doing all along, and now they advance.
Yeah, they continue moving forward for both of the teams, which is super nice, and this is something that I've talked about. A lot of teams going undefeated in every match and every map, but it's stopping now. This is a scenario where all the best teams are facing each other, and they are going to the 3-map series to guarantee who's going to get to the top. So it's been extremely competitive, but only one of them can get away with that victory map after map and match after match. So for this one was Oomphie Aimers, who were just able to adapt a little bit better compared to the enemy. And once again, just a reminder, if you are just truly enjoying, because it's a wonderful tournament that we have right now, you can support that prize pool. You can give a little bit more to the prize pool for all these players trying to compete in this tournament. So just make sure that you're aware of it. Also, this is brought to you by Vite Ramen. And another reminder that we already talked about, the gamers and how much you're doing for the female and non-binary and everything in between, this marginalized genders that need the support in the gaming community. And the Game Series, the collegiate program, will provide connections and opportunities to those interested in pursuing careers in the gaming industry, and access to dedicated collegiate Discord where they can connect with many other gamers across the US and learn more about working in the gaming industry. So they are bringing a lot of possibilities. They are allowing other gamers to connect with each other, to make friends, and to feel like they are connected. So it's super nice to see the gamers bringing that to the table and bringing all the support as well into a tournament so nice as this one.
The support is just, I already said it before, but just so helpful for this entire community to just become something better. And I would encourage to just take advantage of any opportunity in the gaming industry if you are an aspiring player, caster, producer, whatever under the sun, because you will get there with the proper help.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of support in this tournament and everyone working behind the scenes, all the players as well that are giving their best. But we're going to throw it to a quick break and we'll be right back with the last match of the day.
Okay, but I do need to swap. I was waiting to die. Ooh. Spicy shatter. Ooh.
Hey y'all, my name is Nico and I play main tank for the gals on my team, Belladonna. During the day, I'm just an average office lady and I like to spend my evenings playing games with friends and every now and then streaming on Twitch. I really enjoy watching streamers, especially for Overwatch, and I noticed that there aren't many women or faces like mine in this space. My friends and I have a load of fun every night and we're always laughing in between hating on Roadhog and Doomfist mains. So I just thought, why not share that fun or at least record some of those memories on Twitch. My team and I have been playing together for about 4 years now. We've developed a pretty strong and trusting relationship. If you're looking for tournament play and scrims at a lower level beneath Masters, then we'd be a really good place to watch because we do get coaching and we're always trying to improve.
I can't believe you went after I charged off the bottom! We won! Great! Oh my god, my eyes are tearing up.
Y'all can watch me play at twitch.tv/SDFNico and follow me on Twitter at SDF_Nico. If you want to keep up with my team, then you can watch us on Twitter at BelladonnaGG.
Yeah,
Nice job.
Dude, honestly, girl gamers are open.
Thank you. Thanks, dude.
Another one bites the dust. You better run while you can. Careful who you trust. I don't wanna change no more, no more. And I don't wanna start. I leave before. I'm singing through. I really love yeah, do I really love oh.
The reason why this is so effective and why we need more events like these is just to send a message that we need equality in esports. I want there to be a day where this is not necessary. We don't have specialized tournaments strictly for women, for marginalized genders, for people of color, for Black people. I want there to be a tournament where everyone is seen equally. I know that we're probably maybe hundreds of years away from some sort of enlightenment in this regard. But if we don't start now to do the work in order to make it easier for the people who come after us, things will never change and things will never get better. So until we get to the point where everyone is seen as an equal human being, nor above nor below anyone else, we will keep doing the work in order to make that possible for future players.
So I personally love getting to know all of the different women who have come through the Overwatch Empowerment Cup and, you know, finding their streams and being able to support them and stuff. That has been absolutely incredible and absolutely that has changed my whole perspective on the marginalized gender community within Overwatch. So that's been something that's really huge that's come out of OWEC. And on top of that, something really, really important from OWEC is the fact that I think this event will be the snowball to really get things rolling within the community, to really show these orgs and everybody that, you know, these marginalized gender communities, they want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be competitive. And there's this huge just scope of people who just want to see that happen. So it's really, really exciting in that regard. And I also personally, this tournament has made me extremely competitive again. I've been grinding ranked so much and I've been scrimming nonstop. So there's just so many great things that have come from OWEC.
At least me personally, I didn't start on any sort of woman only team, but I definitely know people who have, and again, the biggest problem with kind of getting more women involved and more other marginalized gender is because a lot of them don't start out playing games, they don't start up in tournaments. So by having similar events to this, you get more people involved, then get more experience, and because of that, that'll kind of offset some the negative stereotypes and kind of the lack of female players at a high level, for example, which helps current ones as well because they won't be discriminated against if there's more of them.
It gives me hope for the future of Overwatch Esports. In the past, I've been in the esports scene for about 3 years, mostly collegiate, and not everybody gets those chances. And I'm hoping that this will provide people who may not feel comfortable or may not feel like they fit in those sort of settings to seek those opportunities out, because esports really can be a wonderful thing.
Honestly, it's just nice to work with players and people and staff that I don't think I'd normally be able to get in touch with or have the opportunities of meeting and working with. So for me, it just really helped make a connection with like players and people that I would have loved to be around and continue being around. And I would hope to work with them again in the future. And it's just like really fun. That's really what it is for me.
see if I can move the payload while they're all out here. I know. I love how we have the same f***ing idea. Let's keep them occupied. Everything's okay. It's okay.
Hi, I'm Alexis, but I go by Squeak Queen. I am a Twitch streamer, and I'm also a freelance video editor. When I was really young, media has kind of been really just part of my life. I always found it as a great way to escape difficult situations and times growing up. I know that it was something I always really wanted to do as a career, and when I was a teen and people were asking me what I wanted to do when I grew up, I knew I wanted to focus studies around that time in college in film and new media, and around that time YouTube and a lot of things were starting to develop there. So as soon as I knew that I could start doing that, I pretty much wanted to put all of my efforts into that. So yeah, that's how it became my passion. My community has always been something that's just been really special to me, because I always wanted a safe space for people to be able to squee technically about something that they're passionate about or something that they love. I feel like a lot of the time there's not a lot of spaces for people to feel like they can be happy or nerd out about stuff that without there being some sort of backlash or someone being judgy. And I felt like this is why I wanted to make sure that I had a safe space for people if they wanted to come over and just talk about anything that they wanted, and know that there was a judgment-free zone, that's what it is. And I finally have a community where we can do that. And I like calling them the Squeedom, because the fact that you can come here, squee about what you like, and know that we will always support you for it. And I love that it's just a bunch of different people from all ages, all backgrounds, all over the world too, and the fact that we just support each other. And I finally feel like I've achieved that. So it makes me really happy.
I can't see. I didn't know that we didn't.
I stream during the week on Twitch TV /Squeak Queen. You can find me all over social media. That's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of it at Squeak Queen. That's Squee with 3 E's, Queen, anywhere, all over the place.
Great. That's okay. Can you play in Braille?
I can try.
Oh my god.
Can someone in Morse code tell me what's happening?
Beep, 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 beep.
I knew it.
You get mad when I ask what you're doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we play this same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand, tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. I don't stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get nothing. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick
map that has very specific composition in every single sub map, we've seen a lot of variety past that, right? So, for example, I'm thinking of we usually think of a Symmetra being played in a scenario where we haven't seen her every single time. We haven't seen her being as strong every single time. So it's nice to see. Again, it goes back to talking about the sweet spot for the tournament where it is enough time for everyone to prepare and but it's also not so much of a time where there's a specific meta that everyone is going to be playing, right? So everyone gets to play for their comfort, and the enemy team is always trying to adapt. So it's kind of like the catch-up game that has to happen between these two last teams and seeing how much and who has the better flexibility.
Flexibility is key, and so is synergy. Because some team can have an arsenal that plays every single hero in the game, but if they're not able to successfully pull off combos or rotations or pickoffs, then they're gonna be in a lot of hot water. So there's all these different elements that these teams need to recognize, and the sign of a really good team is the mastery of those elements.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than just playing every single hero. It's just playing every single hero that you can at a high level, right? That is the key. It is being able to feel comfortable that the hero that you're bringing to the table for that specific composition is going to be played in a way that you feel comfortable, the rest of the teams also feel comfortable, and you're able to get value out of it towards the end. So I feel like it's something that we've seen throughout the day. We've seen throughout these last two matches that we've gotten the chance to witness, where everyone is making a couple of changes that are going to benefit not only the mentality and the synergy of the team, but also how comfortable and how confident you feel as that individual player bringing something new to the table and actually making it work out.
Definitely, confidence is key, as the age-old saying goes, and I am confident that both of these teams really have that down packed. Like, this tournament's been going on for a little while now in terms of a few hours, and I think in that time frame, a lot of these teams have really came into their own and had the chance to show off skills, even maybe try new compositions they weren't sure about, and had some fun doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is why the flexibility also becomes so important, because we can have something or we can have maybe a little break for a team where they're able to watch the broadcast, they watch a team, and they find out what that specific team likes to play. They do a little bit of VOD review real quick, and they see if they're able to counter that specific composition. So if you have that flexibility, you can bring a counter and you can bring something that maybe the enemy team isn't expecting, or something that maybe a single hero like we've seen throughout today can make such a massive difference. And I'm thinking about the DPS more than anything and the impact that they've had. So I'm thinking about the Pharah that we saw early on. I'm thinking about the Ashe as well from Deku. That was absolutely insane. And there's always one or two players that are getting enabled by the rest of the team, but also by the confidence and the flexibility that they have to play those specific heroes and to shine the way that they do.
Definitely. And another note is, speaking of just the people and the roles, like, just because you're a role doesn't mean you have to just stick to every traditional aspect of that role. Like, for example, we saw tanks in the backline getting kills. We saw DPS going first and steamrolling the way through. And the strategies that we saw those employed in really worked out for the respective teams. So that's another bit that's really interesting to me personally whenever I cast, just finding those interesting hidden gems in gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's always a couple of those, right? A couple of those maybe strategies, maybe playstyles that can work out because they catch the enemy team off guard. So like you say, when we saw a Winston all the way in the backline, pretty much getting no support because of his positioning, but managing to get away with kills. It's something that is risky, it's a massive risk factor, but they're able to get away with it just by creating a distraction, creating an opening, and that is every single fight that we see. It's just finding a proper opening, and that is why it's also so important that we see teams fighting to use those ultimates first, opening up those fights more than anything. Every single time that we see an EMP coming in first, we already know that it's going to get some value. Every time we see a Primal Rage with a Nano as well, coming in all the way to the backline of the enemy team, you know that it is going to create enough pressure to the enemy that it gives more of a advantageous position for that specific team using ultimates first to get away with that fight, to get away with that round even.
And we also can't forget about the good old alt rush, and even that I would argue has some strategy to it, because we kind of saw that last match on Blizzard World where the alt rush kind of came out in just the right time for the attackers to not be able to complete.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a nice one to see, just like we talked about, just like that can build up into something bigger. And as we jump into Lijiang Tower, this is where the changes have been the topic of conversation throughout the day, have been those Sigmas that we're not really expecting getting so much value. It has been even the DPS line in a weird positioning being able to capitalize from it. It's been all about the small changes of a single hero that can build up into a massive victory, into a massive momentum building scenario for a team that starts attacking and starts taking control of that point first. So that is exactly what I'm looking for as these two teams, Patchy Masters and Briggs Kitties, get ready to start this fight.
Looking at what's coming out so far, Patchy Masters is running something that I immediately recognize for this portion of Lijiang, which is the jump Symmetra. That DPS combo is so perfect in these narrow pathways where a lot of teams like to have the first fight. Brigida's Kitties, though, are running something I would say a little less well known on Lijiang, but I'm interested to see what their strategy is in employing that.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage that is doing everything for the teams as they start to take control. We talked about the Metro TP, but we only see it on the side of Patchy Master. So capitalizing it up, that space giving from the TP had to be everything. And it happens in the opposite way, where now Briggs Kitties are the ones that take that point control, are the ones that are starting to get that percentage. And Patchy Master, they just have to regroup. They have to work all together to go into a poke phase and to snowball that into a round and into a fight that they gotta win.
And winning is going to be the thing that Brigida's Kitties is going to keep on doing. Patchy Masters trying to find an area with that TP going around the backside to lane, trying to get themselves some point presence. But nonetheless, Lexiair finds Riki Diki, but a retaliation comes in from the rest of Patchy Masters. And it looks like they are going to be the Sigmas.
It does seem like that is going to be the case, responding immediately with the damage coming in from the Reinhardt and building up to this point that now belongs to Patchy Masters. With a really good ultimate opportunity as well coming in. We have an amplification to start off the fight on the side of Patchy Masters that can then connect to a Shatter. This is a massive opportunity for them, especially the Briggs Kitties. They're gonna have a different composition to work with. There's no shield, there's no Reinhardt on the field for them.
Having that lack of shield is definitely, some would say, what's hurting them. But if they're able to use their Wrecking Ball Diva for progression, I don't think they even need a shield to be successful. I mean, look at them right now. They just took down the shield of Patchy Masters, proving my point.
You know, it was a little bit of the opposite scenario where the amplification was not used on the side of Patchy Masters. They actually just gave up that space and they gave it to Briggs Kitties, and it made it so much easier because the Shatter didn't get any value. The Reinhardt got taken down, and it was just the perfect opportunity for Briggs Kitties to capitalize out of even the pulse bomb that we saw early on, to get that confidence to get the opening that they needed. But Patchy Masters ready for the fight, ready to contest it once again here, and a self-destruct all the way in the back, trying to deny that opportunity, only going to get that immortality once again, just using that ability in the right timing in such a perfect scenario that we Briggs being able to shine from it right away. The second time now, where we see that Reinhardt getting taken down, it snowballs into so much more. The Diva with a 3K make it for Patchy Masters, finding the answer here into denying any and every single possibility that Briggs Kitties wanted to bring to the table. They find the answer, they take control of the point as well, and it was all about this Diva coming up with a self-destruct, getting a couple kills, and then even with the mech as well, being able to get one more.
Patchy Masters has put themselves in a great position right now. Their ultimates are looking good. They're able to push back Brigida's Kitties. Now they're able to gain that percentage loss. But as I say that, it looks like someone might be trying to backcat for the side of the Kitties, forcing Patchy Masters to take a little step back. And in doing so, Brigida's Kitties have more wiggle room. And already
that, there's going to be a minefield, and it turns out to be massive. Gets both of the support sources out of Tashi Masters, and what can you hope? Well, the supports are not going to be online and just wasting as much time of the enemy as you can, which is exactly what this last Diva's trying to do, but immediately going to get taken down, and Briggs Kitties once again, they take control of the point. They continuously go back and forth, but this is a 99% scenario where they have everything to win as well. Tashi Masters, they gotta respond immediately, and it is going to be with the Wrecking Ball going so low, getting taken down. That once again, it is your main tank going down first. The opportunities just from that start to fade away, and even an immortality that was used, the positioning that enabled it to get taken down so fast. The 1-by-1, the members of Tashi Masters will be getting taken down. Postman thrown actually gets a pick into that Lucio, not even connected to the player, just in that same area. And because of that, the side of Tashi Masters will be suffering for that one.
I gotta hand it to Brigida's Kitties here. Start Clan up. She's been using the Wrecking Ball really well. Almost as if like how Wrecking Ball should be played. Because that back cap, not only did it allow for her team to have more room to go, but also that minefield really kind of caught Tashi Masters in a bad like sandwich where they back up and then the support that rush. So I think that was a really smart gameplay.
Yeah, and it seems to me as well that one of the key win conditions that we saw on the start of Briggs Kitties, it was that they were opening up the fight by taking down the main tank of the enemy team 3 times in a row. That was absolutely massive. 2 times on the Reinhardt, 1 time on the Wrecking Ball. The Reinhardt for the side of Tashi Masters was doing everything to play aggressive, but it was in a point where it was a little too aggressive for the rest of the team to enable this Reinhardt for aggression and for success. And it was also a situation where things got so risky that he doesn't even have time to back up. So it was so nice to see this out of Briggs Kitties capitalizing from this mistake of the enemy team and capitalizing from that single opening pick that every single time was snowballing to one kill after the other until it turned out into the sub-map victory for them.
Being able to do that requires an immense attention to detail. And the fact that Brigida's Kitties were able to do that, as you mentioned, 3 whole times, that just screams to me that they just have it down packed. Like they understand exactly what to look for in order to exploit it for their benefit. So going into this next round of Lijiang, hopefully Tashi Masters can find their footing again and make sure those mistakes don't occur as much, because I think they've realized too that
yeah, absolutely. And this is a map where every time I don't see a Symmetra right away, I won't lie, I do start to worry because it's so risky. I mean, you can change the Symmetra after you lose that fight, right? You can change to a Pharah, like we've seen before. You can change to a Cassidy, to even a Soldier that we've seen throughout the day. But getting to that point first sometimes, and only that point control is so massive for teams that I already want to give a little bit of a benefit coming in instead of Tashi Masters. They will be using that strat, they will be getting into point, but immediately taking a little bit of damage coming in for Briggs Kitties, who's going for a different strategy coming in just with the Pharah, putting quite a lot of pressure from the sky. And in the situation where the trades start to come in, the Symmetra does get taken down, and that is when you start questioning if a swap is going to be necessary or not.
they just might have to, because Tashi Masters now kind of flipping the table, and they do get the point, but there is that Pharah from Lexera there from Brigida's Kitties, and we have had our fair share of Pharahs dominating Lijiang so far today. So they need to focus that coming in. I think their composition is good where it is, especially now with the Sombra swap. They just need to figure out like how to target specific people in order to get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's, you know, you take control of the point, you have that point control, but what do you do with it? How do you capitalize out of that entire fight by itself? And that is something that was a little bit for the set of Tashi Masters that are trying to fix that mistake this time around, going in with a massive anti-ming the second time that we see it connecting so well into the tanks and slowing down a little bit of the momentum. But Barrage as well, not going to get any value for Briggs Kitties this time around, but the kills seems like should be enough for them to have that point control and amplification all the way back. I don't know if the timing for it was quite right.
Yeah, that was a little weird from them, but that's okay. It may have just been a, last-ditch effort the whole point, but they didn't put themselves in a completely bad situation. I mean, look, Enemy almost has her ultimate, Elay as well. That could serve for a good offensive-defensive switch there. Meanwhile, on the side of Brigida's Kitties, they don't have anything right now, but they are close. So when this next push comes in, they have the opportunity to build them up and kind of hide from the danger of Patchy Masters and then release them.
Now it's going to be a risky situation coming in, but Brigida's Kitties are going to survive with everything that they got to control. That as well, the connecting to the Diva's mech can be a good opportunity for them in its own very as well that we see for this attacking team trying to take control of the points. Very nice headshot coming in as everyone is playing all the way back, and the defensive team of Brigida's Kitties one by one getting the kills and Wrecking Ball that is really allowing the team for success, really building up to this potential with the minefield that we saw early on, already denying so much space, and also just creating that distraction that the team needed exactly then. Last opportunity here to touch, but I don't think it's going to be enough into this one. In 99 for Brigida's Kitties. That can turn into 100. Barrage connects with 1 kill, and it's just a matter of time. Patchy Master making a couple swaps, trying to get and touch the point one by one. A Lucio and a Diva contesting it for a little bit longer. But one by one, everyone gets eliminated.
This is an instant flashback to what we saw with HK before. Like Lexair, that Pharah just getting so much free range, so many kills. And at the end there, Patchy Masters even switched to just not even caring. Like, they don't have any skins that can reach her. And I think just like what happened before, just history repeating itself, that was kind of the downfall here.
Absolutely. It went back, especially for this map. It went back to Patchy Masters and the way they executed their initial plan. So sure, you use that TP. The TP is going to be very good for that point control. But what do you do after that? It's not only about having control, but about denying control and space from the enemy team. And this is where I saw that they were lacking a little bit more of a target priority, I want to say. It was something that I wanted to see from them early on, to the point where it was that went their way, right? It was just about the positioning that enabled Patchy Masters to get that 10%, but the fight wasn't over, and it was a fight where the Pharah was capitalizing so much on those mistakes and those positional mistakes from the enemy to get away with this one.
I definitely agree, because focus fire is very, very important. Like, I think we can all recall times in our Overwatch games where we yell at our teammates to get that Tracer in the back or get that Pharmacy in the sky, because we know that they're causing problems and that we won't be able to win if they keep getting away with what they're doing, which is exactly the scenario we see here.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially in a control map in the Lijiang Tower, where a single fight that you win at the beginning can turn into every single fight that is going your way right after, because you have more damage that you put into the enemy, you have more ultimates that you're able to use first, and it goes back also to that conversation that we were having before, where the enemy team is just playing catch up, and sometimes they can't really get to that speed into that entire map. So hopefully for the set of Patchy Masters into a map that is now their choice, we can see a little bit of pace changing around and going for them, because we do love, and we already saw 2, but I want to see another one of those map 3s.
Oh yeah, you and me both. And hopefully Patchy Masters would have seen the problems. I think they would probably be like, okay, the Pharah was getting too much done, we should swap to a different composition that centers more around the long range hit scan, because they did start out with that. I did see a Cassidy from them, but then they veered off into like the Tracer Sombra towards the end, and that's just unfortunately something they can't do, because even if they think that comp is going to be good on the low ground fight, you just can't ignore the high ground anymore, especially now with Echo in the mix too.
Yeah, the Echo and the Farah that have been a conversation topic as well, but throughout the day we've seen a lot of those two being a key part into a team's victory. And this is something that can happen for this match as well. We already had a hint of it coming in for Brick Skitties. They were already able to get value out of the Farah. And of course, connecting the barrage is so difficult. There's so many counters to it. You can get even taken down by yourself, but it's more than anything the pressure that you're putting in the sky that no one else is able to contest. And you mentioned it, even when you have a hit scan, even when you have a Cassidy or whatever it is trying to put up a fight with the Farah, it just needs something else. It might be a complete change in composition that is needed.
Ready
The conversation that we had throughout the day becomes such a key part into who is going to move up, who is going to start getting those victories, and who is going to continue undefeated in this tournament.
So it looks like now Patchy Masters is going to be trying to do a mirror type. So they knew that Farah was really good for Brigida's Kitties, so they go, let's run one of our own. Where on the side of Brigida's Kitties, they've kind of taken the approach of the Orisa Sig Shield, which we have also seen before today as well.
And in a defensive composition, like you said, that is not any surprise. We already got to see it before, and it was the double shield. How much high ground control you're able to take and to hold for as long as you can on this composition is up to debate, knowing that the Farah for the set of Patchy Masters is now going to be online, is now going to be ready, and it's going to put more pressure into the shields that might not have those cooldowns at the same time. So any opening that you can get from this Farah and also from the Tracer playing all the way in the back would be ideal for the payload to start getting some momentum.
Their composition is definitely a good one in the face of Brigida's Kitties because the Farah could boot them off, the Tracer, as you mentioned, could get behind, but not when, like, Sarah just shoots everything down.
A little bit of slowdown happening here, and Patchy Masters with their composition. I mean, the thing about this composition for Patchy Masters with this dive, with their Wrecking Ball, it requires so much synergy, so much proper communication to work out, right? Because the Wrecking Ball is going to be in the backline, is going to try to make this side of Brick Kitties and the supports look away, look to the back, and create a distraction. That is going to be the opening for Patchy Masters. That so far hasn't really worked out, but it was only one fight that we've seen. So maybe into this one, working with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer together would be exactly what Patchy Masters is looking for.
And that's a great thing to look for. If they can find those kinds of areas that allow them to either just get in there a little bit or just get some card push and force Brigida's Kitties to rotate, then it's really going to play in their favor. So right now, they got to figure out how to deal with that DPS as well as just knock them off, literally off the high ground.
Yeah, literally knocked off, and the opening is absolutely there for the type of Patchy Masters, but the Wrecking Ball loses a little bit more of momentum after that, even though it does find an opening, finds the Baptiste, and once you lose the Baptiste, is everything that you could dream of on this set of Patchy Masters. If the Farah didn't get taken down, though, which exactly is what takes place in Brick's Kitties to continue defending because of that.
I think Patchy Masters might want to switch their strategy, because I can tell, like I said right now, they're trying to play the Farah just because they saw how good it could be. But if they're not as comfortable, or if, like, Riki Diki, for example, is more comfortable on another hero, they should try that, because if you keep trying the strategy again and again, hoping it'll work, and it doesn't, you're just gonna burn a bunch of time that you could have used for something different.
And the Farah, look at this, getting hit directly, it doesn't get taken down. It was even a Visor committed to getting the Farah, and doesn't happen because of that. Both of the DPS get taken down. Patchy Masters, once again, they find an answer in all the kills, and they're able to even red that Farah that got put down for a couple of seconds. So after so long, Patchy Masters find the answer. They're going to invest the Valkyrie as well into this one, and Brick Cities, the last members alive, gotta throw everything in the kitchen sink to the table to get any chance into this one. It's not the shock of the way back, and Basta has just been respawning twice in a row now for that.
Look at that, they have finally done it. Brigida's Kitty's not able to complete that recontest, but before I say that, there's a pause.
There is going to be a pause. Patchy Masters so close, about to get that first point, and a long way to go for that second and third part. But I'd like to see that they found the answers. Honestly, it was looking very scary for them. Just based on the ultimate that Briggs Kitties had, it was pretty much everything that you can dream of was going their way, and it just went back to again using that first so much more for Apache Masters. So yeah, no longer a pause. First point going in for instead of Apache Masters, and this is a composition that I actually really like to see in the second part of the map.
I think that the second part, like, yeah, definitely serves them well for that composition. Brigida's Kitties, though, still kind of at the defensive point, even though they lost the point. They're looking to set up high ground, and I like that idea because normally you would think like it takes a bit of time for them to regroup before they check out, but they kind of came back out instantaneously, which actually is pretty good for them. Getting a good solid foundation is going to help them here.
The rest is going to connect. The Mercy going a little bit low and actually does get taken down again. It was just the Ash and how much value she was getting. This is the counter that we've been waiting for. This is the counter that can give everything. And Briggs Kitties, of course, it is them who are going to bring an immediate response to the side of Apache Masters and the aggression that the Pharah is getting away with. So now you gotta think about the double hit can that the Pharah has to deal with, and it might also force a change coming in for the Pharah. Maybe after this barrage gets committed.
Hopefully, because even though the Pharah was able to crack that point overall, it did take a little while. So if Ricky Dicky finds that she won't be able to do as much, then the switch, like you said, will be imminent. But we'll see the plan.
A little bit more control, especially that payload that continues to move in. Mine's still working out pretty well. The rush that we've been waiting for connects right into that Mercy of the enemy team. Briggs Kitties using everything, and the last member is alive, committing a supercharger, committing a flux, and the flux is actually the one who's able to get away with a single pick. I don't think he can do anything else. It's just this two hands fighting with everything that they got, and that means the two kills that they got, which are not going to be enough to keep them alive. Apache Masters, they get away with this fight as well, and it seems like there was almost going to be a recontest with the support, but the timing was off, and now everyone got taken down. The Baptiste as well got taken down. Apache Masters, they get away with the second point control.
I don't even think they have to consider switching anymore. I'm going to take it back because in these more open points, especially B and C, I think that the Pharah is doing a lot more, getting a lot done. Like Riki Diki was actually able to make space, get kills. Like I think so far things are actually working out. It took a little while, admittedly, but they have pretty solid time. 150, not bad, not bad.
There's a complete change in composition though coming in for Apache Masters, and they literally change everything that they've got. It's going to be a rush coming in from them next, and the only worry that I have about it is that the only time that we've seen Apache Masters on the Reinhardt, it was a Reinhardt that was playing too aggressive. It was a Reinhardt that couldn't capitalize out of the aggression and was getting taken down first over and over again. So ideally for Apache Masters on a map like this one, they're able to fix those mistakes, as we see it is willing and hungry for that proper engagement and that proper space control that they just got a little bit off.
Brigida's Kitties also have one ultimate more than Apache Masters. May not seem like a big difference, but when you switch your entire composition up, obviously it's going to take a bit to get those ultimates, but first kill goes to Apache Masters.
And I like this because it's forcing the side of Briggs Kitties to play close. And when you're playing close and when you're playing so close to a Reinhardt, you know that he's just going to camera right on and try to get the kill. This is Noble looking at the Cassie as well with two more. And a third part of the map that is going so smoothly just because of that change of composition coming into Apache Master. The last member's life getting cleaned up, and Briggs Kitties, even though they were defending so strongly into that first and almost second part of the map, this is a time for Apache Masters to shine a little bit brighter. Cold Essence is going to get invested right away, making sure the team is able to stay alive. The rally and even the opportunity for the brink immediately denied, and it's just an ultimate opportunity for Apache Masters to rotate them one by one. A last chance here, a minefield invested, hoping to create some last opportunity, some last kills, but it's not going to be possible. on the side of Briggs Kitties because Patchy Masters, they had everything. And what a beautiful time for changing their composition.
I think we forgot that Patchy Masters chose this map because clearly they know what they're doing. Like, they probably practiced that whole strategy in terms of the wait till the right time to switch your comp type deal. Because there's no way that can just be sheer luck. They knew how to execute that rush, and it's awesome to see that kind of just so innate ability to just completely do a 180 and still be successful.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that I respect so much because it takes trust in your team, right? If you know, for example, that there's an ultimate that's about to be available and your entire team wants to change composition, you might aim towards telling them, let me use this ultimate first, then we can swap. But it was a complete respect for all members in this side of Patchy Masters where they knew that the entire compositional change was going to be more beneficial than a single ultimate. So they commit to it right away. They made the changes necessary, and they're also able, because of the time remaining, to have some ultimates towards the end, including that coalescence that can give so much to a team to initiate fights and to build so much more. So super nice to see for Patchy Masters. They complete this map, they get 4 seconds remaining, and now is Briggs Kitty's turn to see what they can do next.
Already close hold seemingly for Patchy Masters as Eli on that wrecking ball almost tries to do a little sneaky play. Leslie Violet though on the capacity, I think the job is going to definitely be focusing on Sneaky because it's more of like a swap role switch because beforehand there was a good scan to focus on the Brigida's Kitties flying characters. So now things are going well though. It looks like it's going to be the Tracer that's going to get rid of the flying character.
Not the most expected one to get it, but whatever works, and if it's the Tracer, then absolutely go for it. The Merc skills are going pretty low, almost taken down, and don't get taken down. That is the pressure that I like to see in the backline coming in, and the teamwork towards Briggs Kitties, the way that the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer work together all the way in the back to guarantee the kills, to guarantee that the HP of the enemy team is just going to get melted right away. Because of that, Briggs Kitties, they find the answer here. They're so close to getting to that first point, and that is just about the recontest that Patchy Masters can bring to the table. But with an anti-nade going to the Wrecking Ball, things become so much more difficult. It's a good opportunity here though. If Farah gets past up, and not the first time that we see this one happening, Fulcrum as well connecting to 2. This Tracer as well, make it 3 for Lexa. What else can this Tracer get? Doing so much work, both for flying mirrors and for everyone staying on the ground. But that, Briggs to get it over with, and they get away with that first point control.
That Tracer work was beautiful, getting rid of all of those characters, not on her own, but getting enough damage done to get those cleanups, which are so important. And now they are going to be having a nice, comfortable time going into point B. Patchy Masters still on their previous composition, looking for a regroup.
There's got to be a regroup because of that recontest that was taking members of the defensive side one by one by one, and so it was just Briggs Kitties and their attacking side working out so well for them, and Diva playing pretty aggressive here, trying to contest and trying to gain control of the high ground by going and putting so much pressure here where even a mind skill has to be invested for it. I mean, the Mercy got taken down, so a pretty good opportunity, and Briggs Kitties, look at how aggressive they're playing here. They are getting away with the kills, they're getting away with the high ground positioning, and Patchy Masters, even when they have so many ultimates, they cannot use them in time.
For a second there, I thought the payload was closer than it was because of just how far up Brigida's Kitties is playing. Like, I have to say, this is the most aggressive gameplay I've seen all day. And it's paying off, too. Bailey Joe, they finally kill on the Riki Diki. Rez doesn't even come out!
Once again, Lexa absolutely popping off. This one, getting another one, the Mercy. And also the Tracer on the other side, but Patchy Masters, they want to enter immediately in this 4v4 that we have right now. The Selfish Shark taking down the Ana of the enemy team once again. It is all the ultimate fair that we get to see over and over again for Patchy Masters, trying to take the advantage of this one and Briggs Kitties on the other side. Even though they got so much control, even though they almost got to the second checkpoint, it slows down, it gets a momentum that gets slower and slower, and is a recontest, is a regroup that we get to see again.
Now that Patchy Masters has stopped that steamroll, it's going to be really important for them to monitor Brigida's Kitty's next move, because they have a lot to work with here coming in next. It looks like Riki Diki is already trying to monitor these narrow passageway areas, which is important for Far to do, along with that Tracer, but Leslie Violet gets that kill. Paul Spawn doesn't even seem to do anything from Lex, but I don't think that's going to matter so much as Brigida's Kitty start to make their moves.
Yeah, Lexa, even though it doesn't get value out of the Pulse Bomb, has been doing so much for this map and for the entire team that, I mean, it's been a dream come true for everyone expecting high performance from her, as Briggs Kitty is a snowball this one, and Lexa once again popping off, gets 2 kills. Diva, Mercy once again getting taken down by her. Going to give them that payload control. Recontest, the last opportunity coming in for Battle Masters, where the Nano is going to get invested. Akira also Minefield and a Barashi gets slapped. The Far gets taken down. It's a tragedy coming in for Patchy Masters as well. Using and hoping for that Barashi, their last chance to be their last opportunity into second, and it doesn't turn out the way that they expect.
Pasta Sleep was beautiful there. That was just so... That was kind of funny, actually, that the Far just fell into the minefield as a result of the sleep. But here's that rush change again we see from Patchy Masters, as if, like, 3rd point rush is their standard go-to on Route 66, regardless of attack or defense.
Payload gets moved for a little bit, but there it is, Lexa. Getting so many kills to come around. The pulse won't get eaten. The team are ready for action, ready to respond to all the aggression that the Tracer has been able to get away with. And Apache Masters, they need to take control. They need to stop allowing that payload to continue moving. This will be one more fight coming in, and the Transcendence that I hear coming in for Brick Kitty just to create that space. It works out. They get control. They get that payload to move just for a little bit longer. But Apache Masters, with your spawn advantage, can get away with it. It's Shatter that can be ready as well, with a 60% minefield committed for Briggs Kitties, where honestly, I think it was a little too late. You want to back up, you want to use the minefield to start off the next fight.
Briggs Kitties got to switch. I think they are about to Bailey Joe now on the Sigma, for example, because now that there's just an entirely new comp, you've got to switch up your own in order to combat. It's adapt and overcome. And look, we get an Orisa now we get a Pharah for them, and this is exactly what they needed to do. I'm glad that they did it first try, because, like, if they had kept going, that would have just essentially just been mega beating. Because now they're able to get past that main wall and get some stuff done.
When Alexa can't get away with it, gets 2. The Lucy does get taken down. It's a massive opportunity once again. With Kitties, they're finding the answer here. They're so close to getting that payload all the way till the end in a single change. Has already proven to do everything for them. A quick start coming in on the other side doesn't get anything, and a potential for the kills to continue going on Briggs Kitties. No one can counter the Pharah in time. Not even the Cassidy. Not even with the Deadeye. It doesn't matter what is being brought to the table. This is a snowball of kills coming in for Briggs Kitties. They are so close. Everyone in Patch Match was so low, and again, not even the spawn seems to be doing enough for this one.
I'm almost shedding tears of joy right now. Like, just the speed of that adaptability is just proving to be so beneficial. Like, I don't even care if they're gonna complete this in less than a minute. They completed it in more time than you would think, based on how Patchy Masters responded.
It was a nice response coming in for the set of Briggs Kitties, and it was a nice one that, even though we got risky for them in a couple of scenarios, they found the answers. We talked about Lexa and how much she was doing in the Tracer role. But when we saw the Pharah towards the end, I mean, she also had something to say about how good her Pharah is and how good the Pharah can be for her team. Catching this at Patch Masters completely off guard, didn't have anywhere to run, anywhere to hide, as the Briggs Kitties slowly but surely capitalized from this one.
You really love to see it. So now coming into this, Patchy Masters, it's not like they can try anything else, I want to say, because, for example, they could switch to any comp they want, and I think Brigida's Kitties is going to find a way to adapt to it. I think it's more about play style and trying to capitalize faster than Brigida's Kitties can. Like, kind of a beat them at your own game type principle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's a little bit of a duality that we see from, oh, your team is flexible. Well, we are flexible as well. We can also bring a fire to the table. We can also bring answers and catch you off guard. And it's a nice rivalry that we're seeing in this map where Briggs Kitties, even though we're looking at risky situation, we're also able to find the answers right when they needed to. So now it is going to be another round that we get to see, and this is a war to see how far the payload can get, especially to this first point where both of the teams got stuck in for so long.
And even now, with less time, it's going to be all that more important to get that payload as far as you can, and more importantly, also to not C9. But like with this farmers to do, they got to get in there and push them off of the high ground quickly, because if Brigida's Kitty just stays there, then Patchy Masters isn't going to have a lot of room to move.
The Farah already does get taken down. The rest that is going to connect right away, but you use this so early into the fight that for the next seconds and for the end that could be of the fight, you're not going to have always available for maybe a tank, maybe a support that could need it the most. The payload is going to give everything to go as far as it can, but Brick Cities now have to drop off the high ground, have to contest it, have to stop it from moving as soon as they can. Down there here, the Cassie still getting away with their life, but putting up so much pressure into the Flora. It gets away, gets taken down, and over time they could be running out, but Brick Cities, even with a boss rate committing into this fight, it seems to be getting away with it.
Briggs Kitty's looking like they're going to successfully able to stop this. I don't think Hatching Masters can build up any ultimates in time, and there it is. Did not get the first point, but now it's kind of now in Brigida's Kitty's court. They do have that extra 30 seconds, so Patchy Masters is going to have to be very, very meticulous on how they defend this.
Initiating match.
1:30. This is all that Briggs Kitties got to find how the match is going to end. Will Patchy Masters get away with a map, or is this going to be a 2-0? There's a lot of pressure for Patchy Masters, and you can see how connected they are in the way that they're playing, even compared to what we saw from them on that first map in that Lijiang Tower, where the synergy didn't seem to be quite there. But for the second map, it seems to be a lot better. The tanks are playing a lot closer together, and it is really allowing some nice kills to happen for this side of Patchy Masters. But it's all down to this one. It's all down to a strong defense coming in, and with a rush style composition that Patchy Masters is bringing out.
I think with the way they've been playing, this newfound synergy, newfound tank play, if they just execute it right, they do have a decent shot at shaving off the time. Like, it's entirely possible. We have seen so many different things happen in this game, and I would not be surprised if something like that occurred here.
But the time can do everything, and time can be the biggest enemy coming in for the Brick Cities and how far they want to get this time around. Immediately, a close stone hold that doesn't really work out. The Reinhardt does get taken down for the kind of Patchy Masters, has to come back online, while everyone else, especially Lexa, that we saw getting so many kills, is going to try to do the same thing again with the support of the team. 2 can turn into 3, can turn into 4 on the side of Brick Cities, and that is exactly what is going to happen. In the meantime, the payload gets to move. It is so close to getting to the end line. It is so close to giving Brick Cities a victory that they've been waiting for.
Just out the gate, going so aggressively. Like, Lex already built up that pulse bond, like, really quickly, and that's just mind-blowing to me. Like, I didn't even realize that she had the pulse bomb when she killed the beast.
Yeah, it's all the kills coming in. Briggs Kitties is so close to taking this one and to taking this victory, about to make it happen. And the last opportunity, the last dream that seems to be fading away, coming in for Patchy Masters, and it ends up happening because Briggs Kitties, they're going to get away with the second map. They're going to get away with the victory, and it's a very nice one to see. We had so much action coming in today, and just a reminder, this is not over. We got another full day of Overwatch Empowerment Cup tomorrow. Thank you so much to everyone that has donated to that prize pool that increased by over $1,000. So we are so happy to see the support that the Overwatch community is bringing. Once again, I'm Dryad. This was MFG. It was a pleasure to be with you guys today. And make sure that you're here tomorrow, same time, same place, for more Overwatch Empowerment Cup.
And speaking of that prize pool, it is still open for donations. Right now, we're up to $4,180, so we can keep that going up. See ya.